I am ho. Ay, alright, stream zone. Bada bing, bada bing, bada boom. And we're about to be heading into episode something. Sorry. Let me pop it up. Episode 4, something like that. 94, I think. Let me check it out.
94, good year for John Madden football, I assume.
Football. Football. We're
So yeah, I've
episode.
been playing Final Fantasy VII Remake on Steam.
Nice, dude. Actually, you know what's funny? I've been I've been getting the itch to play remake um again on hard difficulty. I don't know why.
Yeah, I've been hearing about the hard mode challenges, and
Yeah, see,
I'm
since
not
like
even finished with normal mode yet, but I still know enough about what goes on and
mhm mhm.
all those things to unlock later. And I'm like, oh shit. Oh,
I
yeah,
know,
I've
right?
been enjoying the combat enough for me to see what hard mode's like.
Right. Oh man. Yeah, yeah, I've been wanting that. I finished the first chapter, but I didn't I've been thinking I want to stream it too. But at the same time, I also still have my that I self-imposed challenge to beat Mass Effect on the hardest difficulty as well. So it's been, I've been trying to. I need to stick to one thing at a time, and finish one thing at a time. I
Oh
beat
yeah,
Mass
I
Effect
mean,
1, but I haven't beaten Mass Effect 2 and 3 on the hardest difficulty, and I want to stream that. So, darn.
yes. Yeah, I've been keeping some things in mind about what we've been talking about in streams. Like one of the things I think you and Apollo mentioned was that when you're just dealing with a bunch of games, it's good just to set tasks for games and not necessarily like have a time sync on them. Like with because I've been going through a playthrough of Kirby Forgotten Land, and like one of the things I tried doing post game is just like, okay, I want to unlock all the abilities, but let me just set a task for me just to get a few rare stones
Mm-hmm.
and unlock an ability, maybe like one or two abilities, and that's usually Saturday mornings where I have my coffee and everything. I usually wake up at like 6 or something, play some Kirby, try to get some tasks that I set for that game done, and then put that aside. And then the rest of the day, it's like whatever gaming time I have until dinner time is basically just Final Fantasy remake, and it's just like, oh shit. But
Right.
little things like that where it's just like, oh, I'm not necessarily going to sit down play the game aimlessly. I'm going to set a goal. If I finish that goal, I'm good, and then I can just go on to another game.
Right. Yeah, that's definitely one of the harder things to do, right? Just try to maintain, um, maintain consistency, I guess. Especially
Yeah,
with
it
the.
gets really tough because sometimes you just like, man, this part is getting kind of intriguing. I want to sit. Maybe I want to just play for maybe another hour. Then next thing you know, it's like, what? Fuck! It's 3 a.m. I should sleep.
Mm-hmm. It's so easy to get in that trap
Oh yes.
of yeah, I just like getting distracted and playing a different game and not completing it. I think it's just like
And yeah,
as I said that it's mainly
Hello, hello, hello.
hello.
yeah.
We're on stream at the moment, but I haven't started recording, so just
Okay,
as a
okay.
heads up.
So we still don't do our super amazing intro for episode 95, huh? The one that we've been planning for months.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
Um, but
So I'll
we were
tell
just talking
clearly.
about topics that
Mhm.
we wanted to maybe mention
Okay.
um news wise, but then we were just chatting about stuff.
Chatting about stuff.
like he just got Final Fantasy Remake on Steam, and he's been playing that. So
Oh,
I was
cool.
telling him that I've been getting the itch to play that game on the hardest difficulty now, and I kind of want to stream that. I beat the first chapter, but I kind of want to stream that whole process.
Mm.
But the reason why I'm kind of apprehensive is because I still need to finish my Mass Effect 2, and 3. I already finished Mass Effect 1 on stream, but
Oh,
I need
cool.
to finish, Mass Effect 3, 2 and
Mm-hmm.
3. So,
I just started that game all over again. It's been a while,
hmm
and there's nothing like it at the moment, for
yeah.
sure. That whole brand of you know, choose your own adventure, gaming is pretty dead right now.
hmm Yeah,
Mm.
it's pretty
Yeah.
lackluster right now. But yeah, what other things that we could talk about other than like E3's, boo boo uh situation, and I don't even know.
Wait, what was E3's boo boo moment?
Well, they had nothing to show. Pretty much anything you
Oh,
really saw was, or this could be, or what you saw,
yeah, that's true. That's true.
more or less.
Yeah. Hmm.
But yeah, like
Besides Naughty 3, what do we talk about?
um, besides, yeah, what is there? Has anybody heard any news recently?
No good
Show or
ones.
Oh, good
game?
question.
Yeah, I know the only news. Well, aside from political news, how about that?
I know. Do we want to do the whole, hey guys, the episode 95 is a very special, episode.
This is a really sad one.
Hey guys, want to hear what people are saying to Clarence Thomas just because they're upset about the fucking ruling? God damn, man. It's just like, seriously, do you have to go to that level?
Yeah.
I mean,
Clarence
people are.
Thomas is a house N word. Like, really? Really? Like, he's not in your camp, sure, but do you really have to do that? Like, you're not doing that for the right reasons, You're just taking license to be a dick with your language. Stop.
We do
That's not
have.
going to make the legislation go to your favor. In fact, you're making your site look worse.
No. You know what's was it oh, we were gonna talk about Obi-Wan, I think,
Yes, yes. So
and I
we.
did see the first episode of Westworld
Hmm,
begrudgingly.
begrudgingly.
I mean,
We,
that
we can.
show ended a long time ago.
Yes, definitely.
That's
Like
that's how I see it.
after the first season, yeah.
Yeah, everything else was like, eh.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
their stories are done. I think that's the thing. They keep on bringing back characters, and that's the weird thing about it.
Hmm.
Anyway, so
It would be
don't
interesting to
want to.
talk about it, just
Yeah,
so
we
that we
can
got
we can get there
yeah.
when we get there. I am not
Of
recording
course.
the episode right now. I'm just on stream right now, so
Mm,
that
yeah.
like one thing's out of the way, um, type of situation. Um, but yeah, so basically, um,
Um, are you caught up with what's it called?
also
The
also the
Boys.
wasn't
The
there?
Boys.
Yeah, I saw the
Yeah.
recent stuff on that, and then there's also the announcement. Isn't there? Is it an announcement? Like new stuff for the Pokemon game, the new one.
Oh,
There's stuff to talk
nothing
about
I
there, right?
heard of.
Oh, damn.
All I know is that there's supposed to be a developer conference on August,
Okay.
and that's just talking about that's just talking about a bunch of development stuff, saying like, "Hey, this is
Yeah.
why we updated our Pokemon models." I heard
This.
about that, but
I see. So
every
yeah,
anything
basically,
for
this is what we would have shown at E3 if we, bend the knee.
not necessarily just more like, "Hey, fans are curious about
Yeah.
our thought process, so this is what we do."
That's funny. We could have had that at E3, but we decided to say fuck you.
Yeah,
We don't need you. uh, I still find it funny where the one of the biggest one of those announcement type things they had was the Cuphead, you know. And
oh yeah, the delicious last course.
and then Bethesda's also Boo Boo kind of, you know. Yeah, well, sure, we're promising this type of thing. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny to me. It's like they really had nothing else. It's like, oh, well, I mean, we have a clip of Black Adam.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Okay.
But just right after, The Rock promoting some random energy drink. Why does The Rock have to promote some random energy drink?
I don't know. It was G Fuel, right?
It's who knows what it is? It was some other random one. Like, come on, The Rock, don't you have enough money? Like, this is beneath you.
Yeah, this is like
let's make it lesser.
this is kind of unnecessary. Like,
Chasing bag is chasing bag.
I guess so. Yeah, that's true. I did post up one thing though that what was it? Bungie
The weird
suing.
case of the Destiny thing.
Yeah.
Hey, senor.
Hello.
How's it going?
Not bad. Not bad. We're just we're on stream, but we didn't start recording yet. So let's.
Yeah, we were all talking about how we're gonna have a special Roe v. Wade episode for 95. Something not controversial.
Fun. Yeah.
Jesus, something not controversial. Carlos
Wait
always
until I get-
Country in the
has
world,
a
by the
funny
way.
like
You're
bit.
living in the greatest country in the world here.
Yeah. We're
Yeah,
kind of
so
fantastic.
sad.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
What a
did
joke.
you hear like Lulu's tweet? That one like hit home a little bit. Was like in the sense of like, oh man, you're right. She was all like, it's like, yeah, we're living in a country where if you get raped, you could get sued by the rapist for
Yep.
aborting, and
And then
then
yeah.
on top of that,
Gone.
you're in the same country that children get shot up in schools. Great. She's like,
Yeah.
thumbs up. Whoa.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh god. I was on my lunch going on like, I'm gonna look at some tweets. Oh, let's see what Lulu's saying. And about like, I don't know, like she's quitting, or she's like going Variety. I'm like, oh, I wonder what she's up to.
Right.
And then she's like, and in tweets I'm like,
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't want to be reminded this.
Damn streamers having opinions outside of their own games.
Yeah.
Man. The bastards.
How dare have people have opinions?
How dare
Oh,
have
gross.
them have opinions? Oh man,
Mm.
it was like, yeah, it's like so true. Anyways, so
Yeah, on unrelated news, we should definitely talk about The Handmaid's Tale. Totally not relevant to this.
Oh,
That's
man.
a show that's been on my backlog for like years.
It's really hard to watch because it's straight up a drama. And
Yeah,
it's just like
a dystopian drama, right?
yeah,
Mm.
exactly. So for like the very first couple of seasons, it's boring if you're not like emotionally involved. If you get emotionally
Right.
involved,
I see.
and yeah, you start, like me, you start like forgiving all the plot armor that woman has.
That's
Oh.
what I've heard. Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
Jesus.
No, seriously.
So we
She
do
should
want
have
to
done
talk about
a couple of seasons ago.
we do want to talk about Obi-Wan, and ironically, you talking about plot armor is my whole take on that show. But anyways,
I watched.
Um,
I watched so much shit yesterday.
oh
I
no,
I watched
Wait.
all of Obi-Wan. I watched Doctor
damn.
Strange and
Mm.
oh
like
damn.
yeah, a couple other things. But yeah,
Miss Marvel.
I mean, already it
I
sounds
haven't
like
watched
you
Miss
have a lot
Marvel
of
yet.
good
I'll
take.
watch that, but yeah.
It sounds like you would have good takes on your opinions on them, so that's good because we'll have stuff to talk
Yeah.
about. Because there really isn't a whole lot of like crazy news.
Right.
Obviously, in terms of news is all the things that are sad. And then
Yeah.
when it comes to games, it's not really blowing up. I mean, there's things
Still
like
nothing out. Yeah.
yeah, there's still nothing out.
New.
There's
It's been like the whole year since February. Yeah.
and then for like shows and movies and stuff like that, I mean, I watched the first episode for Westworld yesterday,
Right.
and
I'm
then
sorry.
there's yeah, And then of course we're continuing with the boys,
Mm.
and then continuing with Miss Marvel.
Mhm.
So that's as far as
The
it goes
boys.
with those. But then there's this trailer for this really interesting movie that I probably never gonna watch because it's on Apple TV Plus. It's Last
There's
Days
a lot
of
of good. Yeah, there's a
Ptolemy
lot of good
Gray.
stuff on that service.
Yeah, exactly, and it's
I'm like,
tempting.
I don't want to get it. So,
I know it's too many
Yeah.
streaming services these days. I don't have Hulu
Seriously.
anymore.
It's like cable again, where you just have to like there's like you
Yeah.
gotta subscribe to every fucking channel.
Temporarily
It's just amounting
subscribe,
to this
yeah.
huge monthly bill for all these different channels. It's like,
Yeah.
come on.
Yeah, that's man, dude. Remember that struggle? I mean, we could even go in that direction, talking about like back in the day when cable network.
Yeah,
And
right.
you had to go like, oh, I'm gonna pay for it this month and then take it off and then put it on, and you do all that.
You know, it is kind of an interesting conversation, just because would we really rather have this diversity, or would we rather have them all monopolized
one,
into
yeah.
one, merging into one disgusting entity?
We can have that discussion. And again, right now I'm not recording anything. We're just kind of mulling through the subjects. So yeah, there's this movie with Samuel Jackson, and he plays a person with dementia or Alzheimer's. I think it's just Alzheimer's. And his character has some sort of secret that he needs to complete before he dies, and then that what drives him to take this experimental drug to get all his memories back. So and by getting all his memories back is like extremely vivid, so he can almost live in the past in that sense. So he's using his memories as a way to find some sort of like treasure, I guess you could say. I call it treasure, but it's something that has to do with his father and why his father died, I guess. And there was something that he had hidden away, and he's trying to figure it out. And it's an interesting little drama thing, and the trailer is on the channel thing, on the Discord channel. And then other than that, there's also, it's not really game related news, it's more about YouTube, I guess. So basically Destiny 2, or rather Bungie, is suing a guy that impersonated them, abusing YouTube's copyright strike system. And he's being sued for like 7.6 million. And that goes to show that anybody can really like mess with that system. It's super easy. But I could go more details about that. So yeah, I mean that's it for those. So yeah, we could talk about the cable thing. D can catch us up with like his reactions to like any of the announcements, and if you've heard of any of them, and then we could even go over things that we've been playing. I personally have been playing Monster Hunter Rise on the Switch, kind of be preparing myself for Sunbreak, and
Nice.
so there we can talk about that. We've been playing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Shredder, it's Revenge. Pretty much we already beat it. I mean, it's not that hard, obviously. There's some pros and cons, and we could go over that. And then what else is there? We're having a hard time getting back in Dying Light. It's kind of not very motivating to get back into that game.
Yeah, because
Me
none of us
neither.
want to play it.
Yeah, I know.
Well, good news, everyone. I could play tomorrow from now on, and
Oh,
from
what
now
happened?
on, we finally fired the one person I thought was gonna get fired. Like when I got this woman
That's
just
funny.
like this woman straight up left us, dude.
Oh,
She basically left us with our pants down. We're like, come on, we were cleaning. What were you doing? Why did you leave?
you know what's really funny?
What?
Okay, so I got we had some. I don't know. I'm on stream. I don't know if I want to talk about this. It's not that. It's not that bad.
It's okay. You can tell us about the other murder.
No, so it's actually more like a funny thing. Somebody doesn't
Okay.
come to work, and they just got hired, and then the response they had was that we had too many rules. That cracked me
Well,
up. I was like,
I'll one up you
what?
with this. I'll one up you with this person who literally just left for lunch and never came back.
Oh, nice.
I just straight up never came back.
Wow.
And yeah, the best part is like, oh god, she will never know about this podcast. But
I mean, let's hope she wasn't
It
like
is.
murdered by a new serial killer or something, and then it
Yeah,
comes
no,
up in this
seriously.
Oh,
podcast
God.
and blows up for
Oh,
all the
God.
wrong reasons.
God.
so I will not talk about that portion. Just the fact that there's a reason why the job kind of took her back, and I was telling them you should never take your ex back, and I took.
Oh.
It's one of those moments when I'm like, kind of bittersweet to say that I told you so because I know I'm losing my weekends.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Oh,
Still.
so that's good that you got your time back, right? Basically, was that what's going on?
Well, yeah, the
No,
days
no,
just
I-
switched back, right?
Yeah, I
To
switched back to the Miha and
oh,
Mondays.
Mondays and
yeah.
Tuesdays.
Yeah, Mondays and Tuesdays. So,
Got it. Yeah.
I have
Okay,
to-
got it.
yeah. So bittersweet.
Because you had like what Sundays and Mondays off, right, for like 2 weeks or something.
Yeah, exactly 2 weeks. uh,
That was so short.
Oh, well.
Interesting. Well
Just the
then,
nature of the job. Oh well.
yeah.
Now we can play Dying Light 2. Yay.
Yes.
Everybody
Oh
was
yeah, that's
happy.
right. In conclusion,
We're dying.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we're dying to do it. I'm sure.
totally. If we do, like last time, I was gonna say that we should just try and do just run around in the open world, but now I'm at this point where I think we should just bulldoze it,
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
just bully our way through the game.
Yeah.
Especially
Especially 'cause
if that's possible.
We've made progress through it, and I think the last time I tried to play it, all of my quests were like level 1, level 2. I'm like, oh, I'm a little
Yeah.
overpowered for this.
Oh, I see. Like you're. Oh, got it. I see. That's funny. All right.
Yeah.
Well, we'll
One more
start
thing.
Recording.
One more thing. Did anybody want to talk? I don't know. Love, Death, and Robots. If you guys liked it, if you guys watched it,
Yeah, I thought we did.
You can talk about it. I haven't
Yeah,
seen
we
it,
can
but
talk about it.
I don't care.
You can-
Yeah.
I thought we did.
we didn't.
Huh. We
I don't
did.
think we ever did. Yeah.
That's so strange.
In the other
put a-
seasons, you guys talked about a while ago, but not
Yeah.
the current one. Yeah.
Oh.
We kind of mentioned it off. Like,
That's
we had
weird.
we kind of mentioned it in passing, but we never actually. talked
Okay.
about it.
All right.
Let's
Here,
say
let
this.
me type down. All right. So, love, death, robots. That's what. Robos. Obi-Wan. Catch up with reactions on some movies. Or wait. Do you want to talk about Doctor Strange? Or like your.
I mean, sure, yeah.
Let's do it.
Okay.
There's not. I don't know that I have much to say, but yeah,
Okay.
we could talk about it for sure.
Let's see. Current. I mean, we don't have to talk about The Boys, but we can maybe just like
Yeah.
mention.
Yeah, that maybe with like minor spoilers. That's the only one that I like don't want to be spoiled on too much.
Then,
Okay.
then let's not talk about it because we could
Yeah, it's
only
kind
talk
of
about
hard.
a spoiler. Yeah.
Yeah.
you
it's
talked
kinda-
about it last week with like minor spoilers.
True. True.
Yeah. I don't know
I mean,
if
it's
this
up to you.
time
It's
around.
up to you.
We can try to dance around it.
There's just honestly one scene that I don't want to spoil for you because it's just like, what the fuck am I watching?
Yeah. What else? Okay, so aside from those links that I posted, then there was another thing. Oh, right. E3 funny.
Funny?
Situation
Not E3 funny.
of nothing.
Oh yeah, they were canceled this year, weren't they?
Yeah. But they
Yeah.
still had their.
But they still
totally
had
not
it.
Like
E3
there
stuff.
was because if we are reporting on it, we should at least report on things accurately. And I think you're probably thinking of Summer Games Fest or whatever it was with Jeff
Yeah.
Keighley. Was it
Right,
that?
right, right.
Or-
Yeah, I mean they've had like a bunch of other shows that have basically taken the place of E3, but yeah, you're right. E3 was canceled. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
officially canceled. Yeah. it's
I
Yeah,
think
the
Girlfriend
announcement
Reviews
for-
did have like a video up for it, some sort of joke video. I didn't
Yeah.
watch it. I haven't
It's
watched
basically
it, but,
not E3.
like, yeah.
Yeah.
I
It's
assume,
E3,
yeah,
but
that
not
was that,
E3.
Right.
It's like everybody
Yeah.
showed up to the house party, and the house wasn't open, so they're like, whatever, we'll just like have a party outside the house.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's kind of it was yeah. I mean, we could talk about it because my opinion is
I wish I had said that.
why even do
I
it?
think I think the way I described it was actually pretty good. I wish I could say that spontaneously, but pretty bad at that.
What do you mean? You didn't come up with that just now?
No, I did just come up with this with it just now. But if I say it again, it's not gonna be spontaneous because I have no
when
idea
we're
what I just said.
recording. Got it.
Yeah.
I see.
It disappeared immediately.
Yeah.
Miss Marvel.
Miss Marvel. There's not a lot to talk about yet.
Yeah.
I feel like this might be one of those shows as well that kind of like Loki. It's kind of good. Well, actually, why don't we just talk about our first impressions? Why not?
Yeah, we just impressions and stuff like that.
Mm.
Mostly, it's just impressions right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna start the recording. Bing, bing.
Bada boom.
Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, episode 95. Hold on. Yes, episode 95.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're on episode 95. All right. Welcome to the Goop Squad. Let's go. Let's get straight into this. Woo, 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 woo. Everybody excited? Let's go. Let's do this. We got quite a bit of stuff to talk about. Just more like impressions and maybe kind of backlogging some of our things that we may not have gotten into full detail. So, like, for instance, Love, Death, and Robots. Obi-Wan just finished. Doctor Strange 2. Kind of revisit somebody's impressions we would like to hear. The Boys. We're on episode 6? Yeah.
7, 6.
Something like that. I think it's 7th episodes this coming week, but basically we just do our impressions of it. Try to avoid spoilers on that, and then the not E3, which is what was it called? Summerfest?
Officially
Game
Summer Game Fest.
Summer Game Fest. Okay. And our impressions on that. There's Ms. Marvel still not done as well. I think at this point we're on episode 3 that's coming up, and then
Yeah.
Westworld just launched yesterday. I think. Yes, yesterday.
Yeah.
And then other things that we could potentially talk about, which was recent stuff, was the Destiny 2 creators. Bungie is suing individual for impersonating them and abusing the YouTube copyright strike system on channels that are posting up music from the games. And then there's Apple TV launching a trailer for Last Days of Talomi Gray, which is played by Samuel Jackson. His character is suffering Alzheimer's, and later in his life, there's this mystery that his father's involved in about some sort of treasure of some sort that he hidden it away, and he needs to access his memories to kind of solve these big, mystery before he dies, because he's really old and he's being taken care of by what seems like maybe a relative or something like that. But it's interesting because he does an experimental drug, and the drug causes his mind to remember everything, but at the cost of his own life, meaning he only has 2 weeks to live. So he has to solve this mystery, and it seems pretty interesting. The trailer's pretty the concept.
So he's
pretty creative.
You're saying that he's reliving his memories, he basically feels like he's experiencing.
Maybe reliving the memories is a little too much. It's more like he has all his memories, but it's strong. It's oddly strong enough to remember very specific details, which is not something a normal person would have, especially at a guy that in the story he's supposed to be in his 90s. So he's really old, or the character's really old, and it seems like the way the trailer portrays it is that he's able to remember very fine details in his memories, I that's how I kind of interpreted it, but it wasn't so. I don't know if it's actually reliving his memories, like a Inception type of thing. But as far as I can tell, it's he has to like solve like all these mysteries of different parts of his life. So he's getting like it kind of involves with some parts of sections of him when he was growing up, and then kind of like where he was navigating that his life with other characters, and also I feel like, and they don't do it in the trailer, but there's this like weird thing in the trailer where he's being taken care of by a guy at first, and then he's having these lapses of memory gaps. Then suddenly he's being taken care of by this little girl, and then later in that trailer, that's when he gets offered this pill to get all his memories back, and he's kind of this recluse a little bit and a little haphazard of a life because of his Alzheimer's is so bad. And he can't remember who that person is and how they're connected. Either it's a granddaughter and that's the father's daughter maybe, and that was his son maybe. But again, the trailer doesn't really reveal that. It kind of just like throws you into it. But yeah, it seems pretty interesting. It's unfortunately on Apple TV, and I'm not gonna subscribe to it unless there's like a whole shit ton of stuff that like I want to like binge through, which is a good lead into another thing about the like all the different streaming services there are.
Right.
And how that reminds me of back in the day when there were so many different cable network shows, and in order to watch certain things that you really wanted to watch, you had to like, oh, I'm gonna get it for this month and then cancel it, you know? And it was such a common practice, and I feel like that is returning, you know, that whole shit.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can at some point like have some sort of service that, you know what, I'm just gonna funnel all of that into the one service, you know. I bet eventually that could be
I don't
a
think so.
possibility.
I mean, that's what Hulu was. I mean,
okay.
Like it was like Fox and NBC and like ABC all getting together because they didn't want to do that, and then now they're doing it. They're doing now. It's like, oh well, now NBC wants to do Peacock, so they have that, and Fox is doing their other thing, and it's like the whole point was to consolidate, but now it's just going backwards.
Yeah, but no, everybody wants their piece of the pie, and they don't want a middleman, right?
Yeah,
that's interesting because Hulu is owned by Disney.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. What is it? ESPN as well, and they own so much.
Yeah, they own everything.
It's interesting that they don't find themselves just kind of cannibalizing each other.
Yeah. I don't know how it works with like all the subsidiaries and like, you know, sub fucking companies, because like, yeah, I mean, ABC is owned by Disney, and Fox obviously is owned. I wouldn't be surprised if NBC was too. Like, so I don't really know. You would think it would be more advantageous to just keep Hulu and keep everything all in one place, but I guess it's not.
Yeah, it's like they want to, you know, it's a way for them to like compartmentalize like the specific like contents, you know, like you know, you don't go to Hulu for the same content that you go to Disney Plus, but it's all an illusion because you could just have it in one. Yeah,
I mean, it's a good way to like have people spend money for one show, right? Like you can only watch The Office now on Peacock. It's nowhere else. Yes. And it never will be unless that service goes down like permanently. It's like it's just gone and then it's back on Netflix or whatever. But like, you know, The Office and Parks and Rec and like these other great, like that's kind of it. But like those other shows, like that, it's only there. And like you have stuff like Star Trek, like the whole Star Trek franchise is now only on Paramount Plus, and you can't get it anywhere else. And that's why I subscribe to that service like once or twice a year. Just for that, and you know, it's just like, it's.
You don't subscribe for the great Halo content.
Oh God.
that didn't pan out very well for them.
Yeah, I haven't even seen that. I only heard like reactions of it.
Yeah. Same.
We did talk about it though, last time at least, in terms of just our impressions from the trailer and shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's interesting that Netflix and HBO are probably the most independent of all these,
Right.
and they're like, I
Right.
mean, but they're still enormously powerful.
Yeah, I mean, especially Netflix. I mean,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Netflix is still, even with their struggles right now, they're still riding their high.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're still
like-
just like
I feel like
They're just-
HBO is more like, because of the pandemic, it's like on a slow creep to success, because they have a lot of good shows. They just need to figure out how they do their fucking streaming service.
Oh my god, I know that's out of all the streaming
Really
services,
bad.
that's the one that it's most likely to crash.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has the best content for the service, but then it has the worst performance.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I swear to God, like the next time it fucking like cuts us out in the middle of a show, I'm just gonna
Yeah.
Yeah.
lose it. Absolutely
And-
lose it. Just
I know
God.
Joke was watching last week tonight with John Oliver, and he was making about a joke about exactly that hey, HBO Max, which is probably crashing on you right now. I'm pretty sure the next thing that I watch on HBO actually
It's
crashed.
Funny.
Yeah.
Hilarious. So
Yeah, every time I
fourth-walling.
rewind any moment in any show on that service, it crashes. It's great. I'm like, okay, I guess if I miss that piece of dialogue, that's it. Like I'm
That's
not
it.
going back.
Gotta either I have to rewatch the whole entire show,
Yeah,
entire
exactly.
episode, or whatever. you know. Oh my
You know what
Lord.
all these services should have though? Like the ability for you to customize your subtitles. Like I like to make them
Yeah.
legible but not super bright as like the surface of the fucking sun. Just like to be able to just be bright enough for me to read them, but not illuminate my whole room when it's all dark.
You know,
Right.
I think you might be hitting onto something in terms of customizing. That customizing would be, if some at eventually
Being able
at
to
some
customize
point,
your experiences.
Yeah,
Fine,
yeah.
you know?
At
Right.
some point, all streaming services will have an evenly, like, a good amount of content that at that point, then it's not, something's gonna hit them to come to realize that it's not just the content. It's like the service itself. And eventually somebody's gonna, do good on that and actually make the service like worth like a lot in terms of just customizing and like not just like playlists or something like that, but something that allows people to experience their shows and movies in a way where it's exactly how they want it. So hopefully somebody's actually does that. I bet it's hard though, because like there's a lot of user interface considerations, and then like how does the bandwidth work with streaming services, because again, I think we did talk about that. Not everybody has like great internet, and streaming is not a viable thing for them, but potentially they are okay with downloading. So that's
Right, yeah.
so like for some people, like they can't stream, but they could download it. They just take the hit in terms of the download bandwidth for a day, right? And then
Right.
watch it later, which then calls into question of like how the streaming service works that allows them to have, maybe sometimes it's a better experience, because sometimes you're like what we're talking about was about rewinding and whatnot. It is definitely a hit in terms of streaming. Like that means I'm assuming, because if it's streaming, it's like a constant flow of data, right? So if you're rewinding, then that means like somehow I mean, I don't know the specifics or the science behind it, so I imagine it more difficult than it is to just have it housed inside the hard drive. Yeah, I don't know. Like,
Yeah, but they
that
can't
sounds
really do the
pretty
download
complicated.
thing, because it's like, then how do they keep people from just downloading all their shit and then just canceling it like forever? Like
That's true.
like I get why they stream it, but yeah, it's true that streaming is always the subpar option between downloading. Like, I mean, streaming is instant, but like the download is always more stable. That's sort of one of the reasons why the new PlayStation Plus is like kind of shit. Like, I haven't gotten it, but like I think we talked about that before. But like I mean, the idea that like I think like all of the PS3 and I think maybe the PSP games on there are streaming only. Like, you can't download them, and I like that. That sucks. Like, that's because like it's not only that streaming is can be sort of tricky, but like Sony has a history of having pretty poor streaming services. Like, that's why PlayStation Now like never took off really, because like no one wanted to do this shitty like stream all their games, and especially I mean in like multiplayer games, like every millisecond counts, right? So if you have any sort of lag, you're fucked. It's sort of it's tricky. Especially for games for sure, but yeah, I mean obviously it sucks for movies and television as well.
Right. We just don't have the infrastructure for having everybody accessing streaming in the same quality.
Yeah.
But in time, hopefully. Okay, I mean, yeah. So let's see what we got here. So, Love, Death, and Robots. We could go back to that. We did mention, I believe last time we mentioned our favorites. Mine's was between.
When did we talk about our favorites? Because I don't remember it being in the show. I think we were doing it during streaming, right?
I'm pretty sure we talked about the first. I mean, like I remember you guys talking about it. On this show, but it was a while ago.
That's true.
Yeah, there was one where it was the Jin, the woman that basically was it's like these conquistador looking characters, and then
that's right.
little army. Yeah,
the one that looks like everything. It has this this feeling of being rotoscoped, but everything is just so well. Like the motion cap is just so well animated. Yeah, it's just like down to the T that everything just looks like. It has this weird painterly look on top of like kind of rotoscoping. It's just, and everything is like a dance in it.
Yeah, they did have like part of it with like actual actors to like animate the movement, but they ended up animating also quite a bit of it themselves too, which is surprising because I saw like the making of of that one specifically, and it like the concept basically was that there's this spirit. And it's the Jinn. I think that's the best way you could explain it.
I think she's more like a siren, She was like this beauty that enchants man with her
voice,
with her voice,
yeah.
But in this case, she like drives them insane. Like in the story, it's a very simple story, and one thing that I really like about that short is that everything is communicated without words at all.
Yeah, there's no talking amongst the characters. It's and they kind of move in a very ballet-esque kind of way too, which is interesting. That one was definitely one of my favorites. And then there was it was
the most beautiful. It was like the most evocative.
Right. And also like the metaphor for that was like toxic relationships. Because one of the characters was death, so he didn't get enchanted at all. So, in some ways, the way the director was explaining it was that because of her abilities, she actually found somebody that maybe that she can she was like infatuated with, essentially, and then that's how he was saying that's a lot like how toxic relationships work, where they're trying to it's not about the person, it's just about something that they latch onto about the person. And then at the same time, he is in the like they are like she her body's like laden with all the treasure that she's collected with, and a lot of that has to do with like the gold coins that are kind of like scales on her body. So she, just her touch and whatnot would hurt people. So they share a kiss at one point, and that's what causes the bleeding. And then that's when he's like defending himself, but then at the same time, it goes from defending to him just ripping her apart, taking all the treasure from her. And then when he goes off, like basically taking all her gold, and now mind you, she's not like a good character herself. Like she literally killed his entire army herself.
Of conquistadors, which
Yeah.
themselves were not good people.
Right,
They were
yeah.
monsters.
Yeah. So like he's running off with the treasure, and the character, I think what happens was that there was blood in the water. She was bleeding in the water, I think.
Yeah, there was something. So when he detaches like a bunch of those gems and disposes of her body, part of her blood gets in the water, and the blood. So he drinks some of that blood that the in the water, and gains the ability to hear again.
Right, yeah. And this and clearly he's never heard, like he was born with that problem. So when
Yeah.
he started hearing for the first time, he's like, "What the fuck is this?" And it's driving him nuts.
Yeah,
And
it's
then-
overwhelming. I love that.
Yeah, exactly. Which is
I've
pretty
heard
interesting.
that kind of reminds me of how I heard like accounts of people who are mostly born deaf, but with an operation, a cochlear implant,
Mhm.
they are able to like hear again. But
Mhm.
they with that implant, they're able to like hear sounds, and they always like um, they always relate that it feels first like everything sounds like a distortion. Everything sounds like everything is a robot or something, and over time
Right.
their brain just adapts and starts being able to tell like what sound corresponds to this, and everything just sounds normal.
Right, because everything is kind of like all high pitched in a sense. The mind doesn't know the difference between like what you want to focus on.
Yeah.
It's kind of like
Makes
you're
you wonder
seeing-
if
for the first time.
babies like hear that way. If like they're
Oh.
just hearing and like everything distorted for like the first
Mm.
couple of years of their life or something.
No wonder they're always crying.
Probably.
Exactly.
So this is who are you, robot? What do you want me to go rah rah?
That's funny. What was it? Yeah. So then, he gets his hearing back. She's still alive. She screams in the kind of like sense of like she's been defiled in that sense, and she because of her screams, it finally like links to him, and now he's being like pulled by her abilities, and then that's how she essentially gets her revenge. So yeah, that's how it ends.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
You know what? Other episode I really like. It's this. I think it's the second one that that they play. And
Ooh,
it's
also,
called Bad Traveling.
I'm gonna mention one other thing that apparently the name of that episode is called Jabaro.
Jabaro. Yeah.
Yeah, and apparently in Puerto Rico there's a word for that.
Hmm.
Used in Puerto
What is
Rico
a
to refer to the
Jabaro?
countryside people who farm the land in a traditional way. Jabaro is a self-subsistence farmer.
Hmm.
Huh. That's interesting.
I have.
I don't know if it has actual link to it though.
I don't think so.
Probably not. Then maybe the Jabaro in a different language.
Maybe.
Maybe.
The creators are from Spain, so I honestly almost feels like they just kind of chose that word because they don't know it themselves. It just sounded. Yes. Well, when you think about it, in another way, like this creature is, from would be from those lands of the Caribbean and Puerto Rico, and
Hmm.
and she would be from that country, whereas the conquistadors would be the ones meeting this creature from the country. So I guess you could make the case that it was
Potentially,
a
yeah.
creature from the country met with this like you know
She just likes farming gold, man,
yeah, or farming man.
or farming men.
Yeah.
She's a gold digger,
Essentially, yes.
essentially.
Yeah. I really like that episode called Bad Traveling, where the setup is that they're in an alien world and they're sailing like an alien sea. Um, its crew is like boarded by this like alien crab thing that kills a bunch of their crewmates, and it goes into hiding in like at the bottom of the ship. And like from the remaining crew, they're all like, "Well, who's gonna go down there and see what's happening?" And no one wants to go, so they force this one guy nobody likes to to go in there and find out what's going on. And it turns out that like the creature is intelligent, and it wants to be taken to a specific island to you know probably spread and destroy it and kill more things, specifically people. So the guy goes back up and he puts he tells the crew what's going on. Like this creature wants to go to this island, but I think that we can hold him off. We can feed him the rest of like the bodies that we have around, and we take it to a deserted island and we kill it there. No one wants to go without plans. So this man like does everything to prevent that creature from making it all the way to a populated area. Yeah, and I like
Yeah.
how like he is. I mean, he literally does everything. Like he does ghastly, monstrous things for the right reasons, I guess.
Yeah, and actually the funny thing too is like the way that that episode was being played out was that it's as if he was actually making the deal with the devil.
Mm-hmm.
And in the thing was is that they already established from the beginning of that episode that the entire crew, they don't have really a captain per se.
Yeah.
Maybe he's already dead, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So then they do the draw straws, and that's how they decide to make that guy, the main quote unquote the main character, go down there. So they draw straws. He gets the short end of the stick. He gets put down there to either like collect maybe the keys that they needed, that eventually play into later how he becomes like the leader. So yeah, he goes down there, finds out the creature wants to eat more and wants to go to a populated island, like, which is basically going back to where they originally came from, assuming. So that's like the safer route. The hardest route, which is like what Carlos was saying, was bring him to another island away from population and try to either kill it or leave it there, which will likely mean in their death. And nobody wants to do that. And he leaves it to a vote. So he has like he concocts a way to have pieces of paper, and everybody puts in their X's or O's or whatever, like yes or no. Do we do it or do we not, right? And he does it anonymously in the sense that no one knows who had voted for what. That way, there's no guilty conscience, I guess you could say. And anyways, so yeah, like I think that what's clever about that is that, which of course is more of a spoiler, I suppose, and we already spoiled it. So it's like, in the way that me and Brenda saw it, we were thinking that he was the bad guy. Like he's making the deal with the bad guy, with the crab, that he is okay with condemning innocent people to the crab demon thing, as long as the crew or him would live, and that the crewmates were the ones trying to stop him from bringing him to, or bringing the crab to the island, when really it was the reverse. that he, with the voting, the little like pieces of paper that had the big reveal in the end was that the piece of paper that he had given everybody were cut and ripped in very unique ways, so he knew exactly what that person voted. And in the end of the episode, when he ends up killing everybody, everybody voted to do the worst thing, which was the play on the reverse Uno card here, is that we thought he's the bad guy wanting to like do the bidding of the evil crab thing, but it really was the crewmates that were like all in it for themselves, and they wanted to bring that crab away from, or no, not away, to the crowded innocent island, essentially going safely back to their home. And it turns out that he was playing a trick on them, that even though everybody voted to bring the crab to the populated area, he played it off from the beginning, saying, oh, we're gonna go and bring this crab to a deserted island, either leave it there or kill it there, at the detriment of ourselves and our lives. And he knew that everybody actually wanted to do the opposite, but because he did an anonymous vote, nobody wanted to admit that they were the bad guy. So he ended up systematically taking out his own crewmate. They were about to go in, do a full-on mutiny because they were about to get so close to the island that they were gonna essentially die. They're gonna sacrifice themselves, like, to be perfectly fair, because they had like running out of food, and they just had nothing else.
Yeah, and they had to keep feeding that creature too.
And they had to keep feeding the creature, yeah. And they were like, like who wants to do that? Like nobody wants to be in that situation.
That's exactly the thing that I like about that. This piece is like there's so much of a power struggle in between them, because he's again like the least likable of them, and like when you were at the very beginning, he was smart. That was the thing. Like at first they forced him, because he didn't actually. You were wrong in that part. Like he didn't actually draw the first short straw. It was actually the big taller guy that drew the short straw. It's just that it was like, what are you gonna force me? He just
okay. Yeah,
but he turns
like
the whole crew against him.
Yeah, he turns the whole crew against them. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess then that's even better. If the reestablish, then that means that that even more so establishes the concept that the crew was always going to mutiny, and that's why he had to have the votes anonymous, so that they, he would still have a breathing time to like systematically take him out.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
It's weird to talk about like the acting in this CG animated movies, but like the acting is really well made. Like you can, like in the main character, for example, you can see this like this he has this tentative like resolution to what he has to do. Like he knows that he looks like somebody he's pretty much kind of not very confident, but at the same time somebody who is like, well, I gotta do what I gotta do.
That's another thing too. Me and Brenna, we rewatched that a couple times because it's one of our favorites. Well, we rewatched that one. We rewatched the Jabaro one, and then there's the zombie one, the mini zombie.
The mini zombie.
Yeah, the mini zombie apocalypse was hilarious. It's so damn funny. That one again, no real words, except for maybe a couple. Yeah. Do you want to explain that one? That one's really funny.
Night of the Mini Dead. So it starts off as most most of this scary movies start with like some teenagers having random sex in a cemetery. They knock something down and zombies start attacking them. But the the thing is that like the whole thing is like an accelerated view from like from a god's point of view. It's like looking at little models like of people. Like
if you heard of
going through a whole zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, if you ever heard of the where like the like like Sims, how like Civilization. There you go, perfect. The game Civilization. Imagine you're like in that perspective where everything's so mini, right? Like the camera FOV is is done in such a way where everything looks like a miniature.
Yeah.
Another way to describe it is Ant-Man, right? Like, you know, the end credits? A lot like that, too. So everything's in a miniature setting.
It's like a cute little diorama with the with the
Yes.
zombie and the living dead.
Right, and you're seeing this fast forward pace of the apocalypse happening and different parts of the world being overrun, and it's just really, really funny how they pulled it off with all the little mini things that was going on. Like, what was your favorite part in there that was really hilarious? That, I mean, the beginning from me and Brenda was really funny because you hear the two couples going like the way they talk is like, and you could only pick up some of what they're saying. He's all like, they're like, you know, like they're making out. They're like, no. He's like, mama. And he's like, or like he's making that sound, and you kind of understand what's going on.
Right.
He's all like, yeah, and she's like, yeah, and then there's like they're straight up like fucking right there, but you can barely see what's going on because they're so damn small.
I love the fact that they just
hilarious.
hit on every trope of like of zombie movies, like the whole perspective on the suburban life and how everybody's trying to escape, and and how everything just keeps escalating until they basically blew up the entire planet.
Oh yeah, right. They're the reason. Yeah, eventually they're the reason why like the world gets destroyed, because basically it gets to a point, and this is fast forwarding all the different things that end up happening to overrun. United States goes like, the guy, you even hear the president, he's like, zombies, not in my country. And then like eventually they start getting overrun, and he's like, fuck it, and he presses the button, and then all these nukes just like launch out, and then and then
it's
it like it's hilarious. It launches out, and this is okay. I'm not painting the picture. Like, that's like the peak of that episode. Everything was ramping up. Like, we're talking ramping up like every zombie-esque trope in the sense that Carlos was saying, but to like ridiculous levels. Like, you're seeing different cities that you can recognize. You see San Francisco with the fucking the cable car? You know those?
Oh, yeah.
Right? You see that where the entire city's being overrun, but you see the cable car with people in it just using it as a way to like go around and shoot the zombies. It was so weird. And then there was like another one where it's like, I guess in middle America, where it's like very like redneck-esque like characters, and like their environment, like it kind of shows like American flag, and he's all like not here. He's like, get these motherfuckers, and they like sound. you could hear them say that, but it's very small, like very in that weird sound, and they're like with a machine gun or a flamethrower, and you seeing them getting overrun. And then there's like another one where they're at a nuclear power plant, and then the zombies are overrunning that, but then they blow up the nuclear power plant, and now the zombies are fucking like mutated now, and they're like big versions, and they really start overrunning. Yeah, like, and they even show like these cars that are like makeshift armored cars. They're going out on a killing spree with the zombies and stuff like that. So it's like you get the whole gamut of like, as they're being overrun, when they get overrun, and then how humanity is trying to fight back, right, and survive.
Yeah.
And like this is the new norm for them, right? But eventually it does go up to the peak where it's just like it's overrun so much that countries are being taken over, and
of
course,
the sections, it's like they're having like holding out, the zombies in the like in the White House. They just have everything just like bunkered up and with like barricades and stuff.
And it's so goofy too, where that guy is on a go-kart. A go-kart. He's using a go-kart, and he's like
that was
driving
the
around her.
Pope-mobile.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was
they were
the
in the
Pope-mobile. You're right.
Yeah,
I
they
totally
just,
forgot
like,
about that.
shooting zombies
That
in
was
the
so funny
Pope-mobile.
because he was inside the thing, and it was like wasn't he like shooting from inside, or I don't know,
Yeah.
something like that. The Pope-mobile. Oh man, that was hilarious. And then so yeah, in the end, the nukes. He launched all the nukes, and you see it like all the nukes going shooting out from Earth and coming back into itself. And then you're as it's happening, the camera zooms out more and more and more, and you see the galaxy, like the entire Milky Way, and then you hear a fart sound of the planet exploding, also exploding. Oh man, I love that. That was so good. It's almost like a mini commentary too with that.
Yeah.
Just that part with the fart and the explosion of the planet. That's funny.
I like that even the episodes that don't have like some, that aren't, very morally complex or like have some sort of like, poetry to them. They're just a really well made, like, thing for what they are. Like that, short live, Night
Yeah,
of
that
the
was just
Armeni Dead. It's just,
that was
yeah,
purely for fun, right? Like
Mhm.
funsies.
Yeah.
Then there was a.
There was the
So
one
those
with
are
the bear.
those three.
Remember
Yeah,
the one
yeah,
with the bear?
yes. So I was like about to get to that. So the three that we just mentioned is for me my personal favorites. Those are like the highlights of it, and then the one with the anime with the bear. How do you describe that? That one that one's
basically-
funny. That was a pretty
that was
funny.
It was basically Predator if it was a mechanical bear.
Yeah, and it's like 2D animated. It's not 3D or anything like that.
Yeah.
And it was it had Seth Green in there too. He was one of the characters.
Let's see
There was
the
a
guy
lot of
who-
dicks in it too.
Yeah, seriously. You know what you're getting into when the very first frames are like, the guy just pulling on his dick and and
He's just
just
pissing out over
urinating.
the
Yeah, just
yeah, like
yeah.
Cliff.
It's like this is the kind of humor that we're going for, kids.
Yeah, this is definitely like Predator on roids, like
Yeah.
more roids. This is a manly man,
Yeah,
episode.
It's just like the whole greedy thing, and
Oh yeah, it was
and just,
bloody
like-
as fuck.
and funny as fuck too.
Yeah, really, really funny. Yeah. It
That
did.
last
It did.
guy.
It did
The last
the.
guy. I
so-
love the last guy who's like, please tell my wife. While he's dying, he's doing the whole, the whole thing, like tell my loved one, something important. It's like, tell my wife, I fucked her sister, and dies.
Yeah, he like laughs.
Yeah,
He laughs. He like
such an asshole.
what an asshole.
Yeah,
Oh man. Was that one Seth? I think that was Seth Green's character.
that's what I was thinking when you said Seth Green. I didn't know he wasn't in.
Yeah, we're like me and Brent are like, that sounds familiar. It's like, do you think what I'm thinking? Yeah, it sounds like Seth Green. And then we had to look it up, and I'm pretty sure. Let me relook at that up as well, just in case. But yeah. So
So you were all about Jabaro, bad traveling, and Night of the Minivan, huh?
right, yeah. Did you not like the Lovecraftian one?
Which one? What was I gonna say? Because there's another one really
Well,
Lovecraftian
one, yeah,
The one
the
with
one
the-
that literally has a Cthulhu thing there. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like
yeah.
they go
yeah.
in the
That's
pyramid
that's
or some
yeah.
shit.
They go inside a pyramid and they're fighting some worm thingy that ends up devouring them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god! The animation of the gore is so well made.
Yeah.
Just insane. Like you can see you can see them still like emoting and acting while they're being torn apart.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was-
I
it was
like
pretty
that one.
nuts.
Yeah, I definitely like how that's again just like very simple. Just look at this horrific eldritch abomination, and let's just do the gore thing for 10, 15 minutes, and it's just so well made. Like everything is like it's really well paced. It's very well animated. Fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I think one of my top ones was this. It's also the one that's basically a visual poem. It's the one that's called "The Very Pulse of the Machine," where this astronaut who's in planet Io, and like the type of animation they use is more self shading, and there's some sort of like earthquake on the planet, and her astronaut friend ends up dying. She has to like drag her body along with her until she finds somewhere to be rescued, because and she has to drag her body because her oxygen supply is the only one that works, and she's slowly dying. And in order to make her way to like wherever it is that she's going to be rescued, like she has to like start making her suit pump her full of drugs. And at some point, apparently the planet's electromagnetism or something starts talking to her through the communication device of her friend.
Right, and we don't know if that's because she's hallucinating or that really is happening as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that one was a really weird one.
Yeah, I like how weird it was. I like how you could never really tell if she was actually hallucinating this or if this was actually happening.
Right. Yeah. It's one of those things. Again, Love, Death and Robots. Like, it's one of those things where like. I just appreciate the experimentation, even if, say, wasn't my favorite. You know what I mean? Like, if...
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't... It's not like all of them were, like, home runs, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I like the fact that this series can examine, it can either be ridiculous, like, the Kill Team Kill, the one with the, robot predator, bear. Or it can explore, this psychedelic mind states and stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Or, or a story where the planet's explosion is a fart in the universe.
Yeah.
We're just a fart in the universe.
Yeah.
Wait,
good way to put it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But overall, I thought this was my favorite season out of the three.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely agree with that. So aside from Love, Death and Robots, there's Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
Well, hello there.
Well, hello there. Anybody got some impressions on that? The goods, the bads? I'm sure there's something. I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody would agree that this was not necessary for them to do it.
It definitely didn't feel like.
Wait, what are we talking about?
Oh, we're talking about Obi-Wan now.
Oh.
You
yeah,
watched it, right?
Yeah, it definitely wasn't necessary. I liked it though. I thought it was good. I thought I think like the first episode and the last episode were definitely the best. And I think that, I mean, I liked this. I think it was made up of a lot of really great moments, even if some of the episodes didn't work as good as, some of the others. But for me, I mean, this is like probably the best thing that Star Wars has done aside from The Mandalorian. So, yeah, I mean, I wanted them. Like, the strongest parts were, the Obi-Wan and Darth Vader stuff. I mean, that was, like, the stuff I wanted to see. And, I mean, some of those fucking scenes were just amazing. Like, when, in the last episode where, Obi-Wan, destroys part of his helmet and you see underneath. And, I mean, there's a lot. Not only is the dialogue amazing there and, like, where he's, Obi-Wan's, like, tearing up and he's saying, I'm sorry for it all, and Vader's, you see him it underneath, and like he's talking and like his voice is like warped with Anakin Skywalker's, and he's like, it wasn't like, I'm not your failure, Obi-Wan, like you didn't kill Anakin Skywalker, and then he smiles and he goes, I did. And it's like shit like that is like fucking awesome. And like if you watch some like Star Wars theories like videos, because you in the like he's explaining some of the stuff, and like there's a lot of small things in that scene. Like you can see like Darth Vader like crying as he's saying that. And you can also see, like, if you notice, as they keep cutting away from Vader to Obi-Wan, his eye is the color of his eye that you can see is changing from blue to the Sith red, because he's so conflicted about what he's saying, because that's like Anakin Skywalker's like whole MO, is that he's always a slave. He's a slave literally when they, find him. He's a slave to the Jedi. He's a slave to his emotions. He's a slave to love. And this is him showing, like again, he's so conflicted about Obi-Wan. I mean, like, that's the whole thing with, like, Kylo Ren, was, like, he's a shitty version of Darth Vader, where he can't choose a side, but he's just way less powerful than Vader was. He's, like, the exact same. And that's exactly how Vader is, and that scene is awesome. And there's so many cool scenes in the show. But yeah, I mean, it is ultimately this thing where I hope they don't have another season, because this is supposed to be. It was supposed to be a standalone season, just like a limited series. Right. And now they're like, well, if people like it, there's room for season 2. And I'm like, please don't. Like, how many times can Obi-Wan and Darth Vader fight between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope before it just doesn't make any sense? Like, you've already sort of crossed that line to some extent, but if you keep going, it's just like, yeah, we fought like 10 times between those movies, and like, we just didn't mention it. It's like, come on.
Yeah, you can only come back once. After, doing it more than once, you kind of start cheaping.
Yeah.
I'm looking at you, Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah.
What's I gonna say? Dude, how cool was that moment when for all the people who haven't watched it, when, Darth Vader inevitably fights, what's her face? The, Inquisitor.
Reva?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, it was absolutely awesome, because he just literally just toys around with her. Like, she tries as much as she can. This is a character that they've established is a total badass, but she just, Darth Vader doesn't even break a sweat. He's just like playing around with a child.
Yeah, I kind of wanted more of, like, Vader versus, like, the Inquisitors. Not even necessarily in terms of fights, but, like, the whole thing is, like, Vader hates the Inquisitors. Like, he doesn't like that the Emperor is, like, has all these other minions who are, like, way less powerful than he is, and yet they hold, like, higher ranks than him, technically, in some instances. And so, like, I mean, if you see in, like, some of the comics and stuff, like, the Emperor, like, a lot of times he'll, like, pit as practice for the Inquisitors, he will pit the Inquisitors against Vader, and Vader doesn't give a shit. Like, he's cutting off their limbs and shit, and it's like, he really hates them. So I kind of wanted more of that. I kind of wanted to see, like, Vader treat, like, the Grand Inquisitor like a bitch, and, but we don't really get that. But yeah, I agree. Yeah, the Reva fight with him was cool. And I mean, just seeing Vader use some of these abilities, like, when the ship is, like, trying to blast off and he just, like, pulls it back, like, shit like that is, like, really cool stuff that we've seen in, like, every other media except the movies, and it's kind of cool to get, like, bits and pieces of that.
Yeah. In general, we have always wanted to see, the Jedis, like, actually, fighting at the full strength. But, we never really get that until I feel like this moment is, like, their best. Like, these are two Jedi masters, fighting each other at their full strength.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
we definitely don't get, like, a lot of live action, like, depictions of those. Like, their abilities.
And more importantly is that it's not just, like, lightsaber fights, like, they actually use the Force.
Right, they use it in, like, cooler ways than we've seen, where they're just, grabbing their lightsaber from, the ground or whatever with the Force. Yeah. I mean, there's that episode, like, I think it's, like, it's, like, episode 3, where, like, the first time where Obi-Wan, like, sees Vader in the village, and Vader's, like, just, he's, like, breaking people's necks and shit with the Force, and he's, like, dragging the villagers. That was fucking cool. Like, because, I mean, I think that's, like, maybe the scariest Vader has ever been, aside from, like, that Rogue One scene at the end, right? Where, like, so, like, and the way they, like, play with the light and stuff when he's, like, chasing Obi-Wan, where like you see the darkness and then you only see like his middle box and like the lights from his belt, and he just steps out of the darkness. It's like fucking awesome. And then when like he has Obi-Wan and he like lights the fire and like drags him across it, it's fucking cool, man. Like that stuff is like honestly that's those moments and the moments we've been talking about are like it justified the existence of this series for me.
Yeah, like we've always wanted to see this, and we've always
Yeah.
imagined what would have been, the an actual duel with actual, good, effects, with
Right.
with all the filmmaking that and resources that we have now.
Yeah,
that they
and
should
like
have.
seeing,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean that and like seeing, Vader like kind of before he's the Vader that we know in like A New Hope and like beyond that. I kind of wanted to see more of that because we got like glimpses of it, but like I kind of wish that they had have gone more into like, Vader getting used to his cybernetics and stuff, because there's a lot of really cool stuff there. Like, I don't think people realize just like how long, like the Emperor Star Wars theory was talking about it. He was talking about like how the Emperor gave like Darth Vader all this outdated and extremely painful like cybernetics like as punishment for like basically failing him as an apprentice when he lost to Obi-Wan in episode 3. And like it takes him years. Like Vader has to literally relearn everything. Like he has to relearn how to walk, how to like move his arms, how to even use the Force through his cybernetic like enhancements or his cybernetic limbs, because like there's literally like lag with using the Force with those cybernetic. Like he loses so much connection with the Force because he lost so many of his limbs that's one of the reasons why he's like always going to be less powerful than Palpatine. Whereas like if he had have stayed whole and beaten Obi-Wan and Mustafar, he would have outgrown the Palpatine and being able to overthrow him. But because he lost there, Palpatine is always disappointed with him, and he's always a failure in his eyes. And so he does that as punishment. And I kind of wanted to see more of that, like just Vader getting used to that.
Yeah.
But like what we saw was cool, but I definitely wanted more of that. I think overall the biggest critique for me for this series was that I kind of wish they hadn't brought in just extra characters. Like I get that you need new characters, and like Reva's backstory is cool enough, I guess, but like I just wanted to see Obi-Wan and Darth Vader. Like that's what I wanted. I wanted to see this very, their relationship as Anakin and Obi-Wan, and the transition from, Obi-Wan to Darth Vader, and that change in that relationship of these guys who were, supposed to be brothers and now they're mortal enemies. I wanted more of that for sure.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, like a lot of the other stuff was very distracting and like really not necessary. Like
Yeah,
Reva
did we need that
coming
much
back.
Leia as a kid? Like, I
Yeah.
liked the actress. I think she was really cool. As Leia, she did a good job. But like, it's like what I've talked about with Mandalorian, where like, great show, love it, but like, there's way too much Baby Yoda in that show. Like, I
Yeah.
hate the fucking like every other shot is them like panning over to Baby Yoda and him doing some stupid like some sort of cute sound, and I'm like, I get that fans want this because they want another Baby Yoda plushie, but
Right.
it's enough. Like, that's why, like, at the end of Mandalorian season 2, when they finally part and like you see the like Grogu and the Mandalorian finally separate and go their separate ways, I was happy about that until the season 3 leaks like a year ago, where like the first of course the first image that leaked was Grogu
Baby Yoda.
being fucking trained by Luke Skywalker, and I'm like, oh great, they're just gonna bring him back. Like, what the fuck was the point of that thing?
Right. Well, especially because
comes back.
yeah. Well, doesn't he also? I mean, in Boba Fett, we saw him training with Luke as well, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't he not? Doesn't he leave him for a while? in that one episode?
I'm pretty sure, like
forget
in
what happened.
he does end up leaving Luke for Mando.
Din Djarin, yeah, for Mando.
Yeah.
I didn't get that far in that show. So Baby Yoda.
You didn't go
goes
to the
back
one
with
thing
the
that was good about that
Mandalorian, Is
show.
what you're saying?
he's
So they're
he's-
already back together.
They're already back. Yeah.
Already before season 3. That's even
Mhm.
worse.
Right?
Yep.
That's
The fuck, it totally devalues that whole emotional scene at the end of season 2 where they're like, I'll never see you again, but it's been a great ride. It's like, I guess we're gonna see each other like 5 minutes later. Cool.
Yeah, the story doesn't close out that way now. Yeah, I mean, it's like how, it's again one of those problems where like a lot like what was happening with some of the stuff in Obi-Wan, where it's like if we're making like original stories, but it takes place in the past and it links to things that we know of the future, there's no way that like Grogu, unless they killed him off. You know what I mean?
Right,
Because
like,
we already
where
know
has he
where
been the
where
whole
has he
time?
been this whole time
Yeah.
and stuff like that. So it's like I felt like that was pretty much inevitable. And yes, I agree. It's definitely because of the whole toy situation and the popularity contest. So
Oh, yeah.
for sure, yeah.
Yeah. You know what's funny is
Definitely
that
not
I actually,
the highlight of that show.
yeah. You know what's funny is like again, if we're gonna go into that tangent, I just wanted to say that like, one of my, I've never liked the idea that baby, that like Grogu, the baby Yoda, that their species just ages slower than the other species, because it kind of it kind of cheapens the fact that he was 900 years old. Like if he was basically the if he was the dog years equivalent of 900 of like 70 years, then that's not a really big deal for him to be that old.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Especially
it just
and especially
it feels like kind
sorry.
of yeah, it is definitely an excuse for him to stay that age.
Yeah,
Everybody wants a baby forever. Totally.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't want a baby forever. I want to see him, growing up and as an adult. Like,
Yeah,
see
right.
what
Actually using
what
his
that species
abilities,
is capable of.
Learns
Exactly.
how to use his things. So yeah, hopefully we would go that direction. But I'm not holding my breath.
Right.
I'm definitely
Watch
not
him
holding
be
my breath.
watch him be the protagonist of the next trilogy.
I wouldn't. Yeah.
I wouldn't be
Of
surprised.
course.
Of course they would. And he still be fucking a baby.
Right. And
Just
Disney
with
wouldn't have to pay an actor.
intelligence. Yeah, that's true.
also true.
Yeah, puppet and CGI. Why not?
Yeah. He can't
It,
remain a
it's like,
baby
wait,
forever.
you mean I don't have to pay the puppeteer the same as an actor? Huh?
Yeah.
Hell yeah! Like monies. But yeah, so like yeah, I agree
me,
with
Juan.
like
Be right
the
back,
Obi-Wan. No problem. With Obi-Wan being like they're especially like they're it all comes to a head with the whole like, oh, yeah, your father was killed by Vader, and it's like now it's like,
Right.
oh, Vader's the one that said it, and it's like, okay,
Right.
it kind of like ends up justifying like why we're revisiting all of this, and I get it, certainly do. It definitely was a smart play, I think, for somebody that's given like this kind of material and say, all right, write yourself out of this bag. Like,
Yeah.
that was all like, man, that was actually kind of clever. I give you that. That was a good idea, especially to build the meaning between the fact that in some ways you can almost say that was Vader, or not Vader, that was Anakin's way of absolving his best friend
Yeah.
of the guilt that he has.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's kind of why that scene. There's a lot of layers to that scene.
Which
because in
why
one way,
it works so well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like it's one way, and it kind of works with like a tear rolling down Anakin Skywalker's cheek at
Yeah.
that point, where it's like even though he hates this guy like more than anyone, he also there's always a bit of Anakin Skywalker there. There's always like when we see it, like that's why Luke is able to bring him back in Return of the Jedi, right? Because like if there wasn't anything left and he was totally committed to the dark side, then he wouldn't have been able to bring him back. So like seeing like the two sides of the same character just like entombed in this, you know, horrible suit, and then seeing that a scene like that where he's like, okay, absolving Obi-Wan, and at the same time saying like, it was my choice to turn into Darth Vader. Like it was like, you may have made some mistakes as my master, the Jedis may have made some mistake, but it was ultimately my choice. Right. So yeah,
it's a double-edged sword. It was really well placed in the sense that it's a way of, again, a way of absolving him of his guilt, but at the same time sticking the nail even further too.
Right.
Like,
right.
You know, it's now like even furthermore putting the nail in the coffin for Anakin in the sense of like taking hold of his own choices too.
And you know, it makes more sense. The whole of, you know, the whole thing that he tells Luke later on, that like, you know, he killed, you know, Darth Vader killed Anakin in that center point of view, now it has more credence to it. You know, it's not something that he came up because I got caught in a lie.
That's what I was saying. It was saying like the whole show kind of just like it ends up trying to justify itself by, you know, recontextualizing that word or that sentence that he gave. It's like, I mean, you know, like, it's, again, I'm like torn between so much of like, you know, like, do we have to like come to this like kind of thing? It was like, I get it was like well executed in the sense of like, man, that the when the writers were given this task, it must have been really fucking hard to really like find the human nature of this and then like build a story upon it, and then at the same time still serving the whole like the whole Star Wars money making machine, because like it's like it must have been really fucking hard to try and come up with that.
Yeah, not infringe on the canon that we already know.
Exactly.
Like, which, I mean, they definitely had to play. They got to play around with that. Like I definitely like what you were saying. I echo the sentiment of just giving credit to the writers, because like the whole idea is that like, I mean, Obi-Wan is like the fact that he doesn't basically pull out his lightsaber until the end of Episode 3 is an exercise in self-control right there for Star Wars, especially because it's
they could have just made it so that he could pull it out at any time and he still has all his faculties back, you know.
Right, and that wouldn't have made sense. Like that wouldn't have made sense with the obviously he's intentionally cut off his connection with the Force, but also just the idea that like he can't do that. Like he has to be extremely well hidden for this entire, you know, decades long thing between Episode 3 and 4. Otherwise, everything would collapse around him. So, I mean, yeah, that idea of him just being so well hidden that he can't use his abilities was definitely, like that's not. I can't imagine that's easy to write.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, yeah, especially because, like you said, you have to leave the status quo where we know it's going to be. Like in the very last thing that that Obi-Wan, you know, should have done is killed, you know, Darth Vader, because he's no longer Anakin Skywalker. You can't kill him, especially yeah. There's no other choice.
I think there's like some things that they like really they also tried to do things where they tried to pull some of the new stuff and lace it in with the Inquisitors.
Right.
I feel like
that's another thing.
That's
like what you were saying, where it's just like, then where did all these dudes go? Like, you know,
it's so weird. Yeah. So so aside from like it, obviously the whole show, like Obi-Wan and Vader, like that's literally the best parts in the show, and unfortunately, there's a lot of fluff that was like added to pad out, I guess, time and then maybe potential spin-offs. because that's what I felt
I
like.
would
I felt like
imagine, yeah.
they're just trying to, you know, oh man, where do we have our opportunities? Let's try this. Let's try that. That's what they're
Right.
trying to do, just so that they can get more out of it. Other than what they could have just done is just stick the fucking Obi-Wan and Vader, for crying out loud. Like, everything else was just like really bothering me. So a couple things that was bothering me was that, well, okay, let's say one more thing. Leia was fine in the sense of, I realized that in New Hope, she's like, Obi-Wan, you know, my only hope, and like, you
Right.
helped my family. And I'm like, oh right, they know each other. So this is how they know each other. So it's like, okay, that makes sense that she's here. And then of course we get a Leia story, which, you know, it's nice because, you know, we get so much of Luke and so much of Anakin that we don't really explore like her enough. So that's fine, you know, like that
What do you
made
mean? We got that
sense.
cool training sequence in the past.
I
with the
know,
two
yeah.
CGI Luke and Leia and Rise of the Skywalker. That was
Ooh.
amazing.
That she just gets, you know, really
I'm
strong
gonna
and
gloss
really
over her
adept.
fucking Jedi training in this one shitty scene. Cool.
Wouldn't it be funny if Leia fought like she fought like Yoda, and we just saw her in Rise of the Skywalker just jumping
That'd
around
be
and
so
flipping
weird.
around. Well, with just like her, you know.
I honestly
I
like
don't
the
mind.
just to like link to that a little bit is like, you know, I don't imagine her being a very connoisseur of sabers. Like, I imagine that she's more just very smart and very intuitive, that somehow links to the Force in a very
That's how it was in the old canon. Yeah, in the
exactly
books.
like
yeah.
that's
Like,
not
she knew how to use a lightsaber, and she was like a Jedi Knight, but like she rarely actually used it.
yeah, it's like it was a tool that she never wanted, like she didn't care to ever use, and she knew how to solve her
Right.
problems using social skills, you know.
Right.
And to some degree using her powers to, you know, to varying levels, but basically, like, I'm okay with her addition. And then I wanted, was it Riva?
Riva.
I think it's Reva, yeah.
I wanted Riva to work because, like, I really
Yeah.
did want her to work because it was interesting that her link was that she was one of the surviving kids, and
Somehow, we never find out.
which we
how
never
she
find out
survived,
how exactly.
Yeah.
Which is
Did he let
really
her live?
there's
Did
the,
he-
that's
did-
that's
what
the
do you
thing
think?
that's
Did he
really
let her
fucking
live? or-
bothers me. So that's the thing that really bothers me about it, is that we get a story that has potential and is just kind of fizzled out near the end for very weird illogical choices that kind of doesn't go anywhere, and it's as if the writing was like, I want you to have a meaningful moment, but it doesn't stick the landing. So let me paint the picture. So we get a character who survived the purge essentially,
Right.
and
Order
stabbed.
66.
Yeah. So she gets stabbed, you know, off screen or whatever. Like, based on the memory, you don't even actually know where she gets hit. And she's still alive. Don't know how she really survives, and somehow gets indoctrinated into the Inquisitors, and she thinks that she is doing that in where they never knew that she was a former Padawan, which also annoys me. That near the end, the reveal is that they knew all the time, but
Right.
why did they do this? Was it because she had the skills to get Obi-Wan, which was not verified? No one verbally said that, and I was annoyed because it's like there was a lot of moments where Vader was like, I can't tell if you're doing this because plot is telling you to not kill them, or is it
Right.
because you, the character, has this sixth sense of pleasure over torturing people, which is which I would rather go that direction, because that would verify that, right?
Right.
But everything
like that
else
it's
feels like it's plot armor. Everything is like
Yeah.
plot is
Yeah.
causing them to not get just end it there. Like, why do you write it in a way where you put yourself into a corner, and then, next episode they're fine. Like, it happened twice, even with Obi-Wan. Like, he's like, no, I'm going to stop them. Please, run away. I will self-sacrifice. Oh, he gets away. Right. Next episode, it starts off with another episode of him self-sacrifice. I'm all like, you just did this last episode.
You know what's funny?
Why is this happening again?
There's just some weird, writing decisions that could just be, fixed with just like a quick, like write up, like Reva surviving her, being
like seeing her patch the wound. I don't know. Use the Force.
Yeah, or to me, it just doesn't make sense for her to like survive a lightsaber, skewer when nobody else does, especially when she's a child. Like, right. I like her. I like the idea that
or why did Vader not kill her?
Yeah. Do you imagine that when he sees her again, he immediately recognizes her as an adult. He's like, "Oops, I guess I gotta stop you that day."
Yeah, you know,
I was a little emotional.
You could even have some cup. You could have like you already were able to show us the past, right? Fine. It is kind of weird having extra scenes of this situation of like the past, right? Of them fighting, right? So it was fine. So we already did it. Why couldn't we have that same thing with Anakin and the Padawan, right? Like maybe to some level, I don't know, they were buddies at a moment. Like he knew more about her or taught her something, right? And then by this connection, like that's why he didn't kill her. Or was it because he knew that I could use you someday or something like that? Or I don't know. Like it could be. There's so many things you could have done. I mean, already we have the throwaway canon where it's Star Wars Unleashed, where Vader has an apprentice that he wants to train himself in secret, so that he could overthrow Palpatine, and that's already happened in the game version. And I don't know if that's actually canon anymore, which I'm pretty sure it isn't. This could have been Reva, like you could have used or Rava or Reva. I keep on fucking up her name.
It doesn't matter.
It really doesn't.
We might see a Reba again in the CW. There was an old sitcom called Reba.
Wow, that's a deep cut.
That's wow. I can't even connect.
I don't know why I remember that. Oh, it's probably just the name.
I mean, see, the thing is that, like, if they could have just tweaked it just a bit so that he was playing both sides, whereas, like, he was one using her to, I mean, the simplest one is one using her to get to Obi-Wan, that, for whatever reason, that she had, like, the abilities to do so. Or
that would have been awesome. Like, imagine, seeing, like, if he sees this, like, youngling, and he's like all that time before, he's already thinking of a way to get to Obi-Wan, because that was the whole thing where he hated Obi-Wan so much, and he'd been looking for such a long time, and like the idea that like imagine you see a flashback of Vader letting her live and then training her for the specific purpose to use her later to get Obi-Wan. That would be fucking cool. And imagine she doesn't know that he's doing that, and she thinks she's acting on her own will, but he's been conning her the whole time. That would have been cool.
Right. Yeah, it would have been a perfect double cross. It'd be perfect. And also, it would also inform us to other things, too, because, like, we could have gotten scenes of, like, him explaining why he can never find Obi-Wan, because I still don't understand why he can never fucking find him.
On Tatooine, the planet where they found me, who would ever think to look...
Yeah, we could have gotten,
especially after this series, it's like, where could he be for another 10 years? It's like, I mean, just think about where Reva fucking found him in the, like, it's so stupid. Like, how are they gonna justify that? Like, I mean, they try at the end of the show where Palpatine's just like, don't think about it anymore. It's like, well, I've let it go.
Oh
now.
my
It's
lord.
like, that's it? Like, that's the reason you stopped pursuing him?
Yeah, see, that's another thing, too, with Star Wars Theory. All the things that are, like, those small things could have been easily put into it, build the character more, answer some questions, and make Reva, like, more of a point, like, more of a point to at least the backstory, and then maybe help inform the character that I just don't want to be like Anakin, because in some ways that she's just walking the same path he is, and for someone that is so close to him realizes I just don't want to be him anymore. Like there was a moment of time where maybe her training was where she was starting to get indoctrinated, thinking that, you know, this is peak like peak Jedi or peak Force user, like she thinks, right? And that she like maybe has the you know, again, we could play the whole cult aspect, right? Like where it's like he's a cult leader and he's convincing her that this is the way, and like she's not understanding, like, you know, how to navigate that. She thinks she's hiding from him, that he's keeping a secret, but he knew all along who she was, and she's trying to con him, but really the con was deeper. And I think that was their intention for the whole, like, oh yeah, that Inquisitor guy that got stabbed randomly, you know, he was basically like a red shirt in the beginning. He's not a red shirt. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, but why? You know, like that's a big question. So then, and then we then
I like,
okay.
yeah, I like how he's a red shirt too. He's like, but that's the Grand Inquisitor. Like,
I know, right? Like, how does he just, you know, he gets
Yeah.
one up so easily. Whatever. Anyway, so yeah, like okay. So, anyways, like
It's just the
moving
promotional
on,
system, and the promotional system for the Empire.
That's
is
true.
really- Especially if you're Darth Vader and he gives you promotion, you better hope he doesn't give you a demotion.
I would have loved to see any of that stuff that fucking Star Wars Theory like puts together. Like
yeah.
all that shit is just like, why wasn't it in there then? Like it's just like they
You know what's
have the
funny?
material, use it. Like
You know
fuck.
what's fun is because I think we all got that feeling that the whole point was that he was, you know, he was manipulating her the whole time. But
Right.
the problem is that he tells the audience rather than show it.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
And then when he and then when he tells it, it's like, well, but why? Like
Yeah,
how?
yeah.
how
Like,
you
why
do
did
this?
why
Like,
was she so important? Like, why couldn't you do
Right.
it? Like, I don't understand. Like because right now we're in a weird spot with Star Wars, where like they threw away the old canon, so we don't know the extent of things, right? Like, how much of that is from the previous explanation, and how do they explain it now, right? Like, it's so up in the air.
Oh, this is where the spin-offs are gonna come.
I know.
I mean, that's what they were saying. They were
that's
like,
where they're
well,
pretty
what's
much-
the
yeah.
potential of a Darth Vader spin-off? I'm like, why didn't you just have it in the show? Like, this would have been
Yeah.
perfect. But it's
What-
like,
and-
well,
Yeah.
you gotta stretch it out as much as possible.
Yeah.
We need the Leia spin-off. We need the Reva spin-off.
Yeah. So then, like, okay, so then it goes from that. She survives again because they like make an excuse why they don't want to kill her again. They're you're too beneath us type of thing, and was like I never got that sense that they were that type of people ever. Like the
I mean,
guy.
Vader, you killed kids. Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
Right.
are you talking about?
You were going, and you even named the scene where he's in the village choking people to death.
Exactly.
Those people are still beneath you, right? Like, what is Riva then? Like, what? I
Yeah, I didn't
don't
understand.
get it.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't understand those points. Like, well, I kind of get what you get if you let her live the
I
first
know.
time.
Right.
Let's admit it, you were being sloppy. It's not that you had this grand,
Exactly.
plan of like,
Right.
having her chased, after,
Either-
after Obi-Wan
either-
Kenobi, because
yeah.
Obi-Wan Kenobi still haven't beaten you and left you,
Yeah.
for dead in a volcano.
Yeah, it's either you're just like the character itself is sloppy and they're just making an excuse for it, or the writing is just I don't know how to write out of this situation.
Yeah.
Like I'm more inclined to think the writing was like I don't know how to get out of this situation. Let's just make the excuse that they feel like they're above them. It's like, oh, I was like, okay. Anyways, and then like now we go to her going to do revenge by killing the Luke, and I was like, again, why did we need to do this? Because the aunt and uncle in New Hope gets killed by stormtroopers, right? Right?
Yeah.
How does
Yeah.
Reva not kill them? Like, at all?
Right.
At all? Was it because, like,
Yeah.
another excuse for, like, I'm not killing them, I'm killing the son he never knew he had? Like,
Yeah, I mean that was that's what I read. It was like, okay, obviously, okay, she finds out that Luke is his kid, okay, but like he doesn't know. So like, what? You kill the kid and then you tell him this was your kid? Like that's
yeah, she's gonna go over to Vader and just say, "I killed him." Like she brings the head. Can you imagine that? You bring the head or the body to Vader himself.
Right, exactly. And you already, this is right after you got your ass handed to you by him. Like, what? Exactly. What's the follow through here? Like,
I know. It made no sense. I didn't understand why we needed this.
Not to mention that she only learns it because, that guy who was pretending to be a Jedi dropped his, his hologram thing. It's like, all things, she just happens to find it right there. What if, Darth Vader had found it?
Yeah.
That's what I thought was going to happen, yeah.
That's what seriously, that was like the really big one, right? Here's another, okay, so, now that happened, all right, my take of what could have happened, and especially with serving the Disney overlords to make a fucking, out of spinoff with Reva, she could have gotten that information, right? And then just hold that information, study it.
That's what I thought.
And was like Game of Thrones level of now I have something over Obi-Wan. I mean, well, both Obi-Wan and also Vader, right? Like, how can I use this for my bigger schemes, right? And not end up being, and not end up the way it was in terms of her getting stabbed and them leaving them behind. It could have been this. Now, like, just hang on for a second. It could have played it where they were, instead of them saying, oh, like, we knew all along who you were, it's more like they should have said, we know who you were all along, but we still accepted you. And then 3, these were tests for if you were given the power as a Grand Inquisitor and how you would do it. All this you failed, but I'm giving you one more chance to come with us. Like, again, another power play to, like, cement that they're just always using her. And again, to play into the fact that, all these people that work for Palpatine and Vader, they're just, like, intricate slaves, They're just being mind-fucked constantly. Yeah. So, like, it could have been much better to play it like they're gonna, we're gonna have a whole training-esque arc, but this is Game of Thrones Star Wars, where they're like, all these people that are on the same team are just assholes, right? Like, they're just trying to one-up each other. And clearly, that was a thing that they were playing up, because remember when she was trying to be, what was it, get in the good graces of Vader by tracking Obi-Wan down, she was having problems with her other people that are seniors. And then she's like kind of being, so like we have this moment that we could stretch that story out and have an interesting like storyline with them. But of course we're not getting that, unfortunately. But I would have loved to see it in that direction better. So we also didn't have to touch again, let's play with fire and have them go all the way to Tatooine and have her almost kill Luke.
Right.
But not kill him, just because, plot says that she can't do that. And she can't kill other people.
After Reva's attack on them, you'd think, like, Owen and Beru would, like, move? Like, like...
Yeah.
Like,
upgrade their security?
People know that they're there now? Like, why would you stay there?
Yeah. Why are they still there? Why do they... Like, they still have the same weapons, I'm assuming. And even then, like, again, like, we already know, like, it's the stormtroopers that killed them. Why did not Reva, unleash the abilities that she has? I mean, come on. Yeah. I mean, I thought it was going to be a good excuse for how Obi-Wan and her fight. That's another route they could have taken, where they fight, she's like cemented in her purpose, and he has to kill her, like, you know, or something like that. I don't. And then maybe it adds more to her like personal, or adds more to Obi-Wan's personal story too, where it's like, you know, I have no one else. Like there is no other people out there. Like maybe to some level, like there is no other Jedi out there, that they're all really lost, and there is
Except
no
for all these
hope.
other Jedi's that we learn about,
I know.
Casually.
Yeah.
Voss is alive. Spin-off potential. It's like,
Yep.
Yeah, Archie from Fallen Order, he's still alive.
of course, yeah.
Yeah, that's when Obi-Wan, you know, he's all like, "Oh God, the only Jedis that are left are all these really terrible ones. They barely know what they're doing." Oh man.
I like that episode when I like that episode where everything is juxtaposed with the with Obi-Wan and Anakin fighting in the past.
Yeah.
Oof,
Yeah. That one. That
was
one.
good.
That was good character development, at least for like things
Yeah.
that we still could not explore in the previous movies.
Yeah.
But
And
yeah.
overall, the show had good quality. And again, like it
Yeah, the
always
visuals are
feels
good.
like, it always feels like they have such time to write this thing, so they don't have time to write the kinks out.
No. Oh, I see. Yeah. I see.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it feels like a room full
Oh,
of
you know
people should have been able to
Why-
be like, oh, maybe we can just rewrite around this.
Speaking of that, with the quality and stuff like that, it's been good quality visually, and like the fight scenes are like they're not game breaking in any way of this saying, but it's they're
Right.
kind of touching on it. It's not at the level of Knights of the Old Republic kind
Right.
of level,
Right.
like that shit there is fucking cream, right?
Yeah,
like
they still haven't done anything.
they're not
that's
even close
cool
to that yet.
for those
Yeah.
fights, yeah.
They're not there yet. They're just not at that level yet. But they're at least trying new things, which is,
Right.
especially appreciated when, this is supposed to be where it's supposed to be coming from, not other places like
Yeah.
a trailer, you know what I mean? For like a game,
Right.
It's
Yeah.
very weird that the best fights I've ever seen is there. Even
Yeah.
to this
Well,
day.
Yeah, thing is, like, we can understand, right? Like, you can do things in CG that you can never really make Christian.
I mean, you could.
You can never-
like. It's not.
you would have
that,
to make-
it's not.
You
that
could still
intricate.
make them. You could make them still do it and see parts of it in CG too, but
Yeah,
not that as a good idea in live action. But
Right.
some of the things that they could do, they don't have to make him do backflips. Like I'm not expecting that.
Sure.
Like a lot of that
Right.
stuff. I mean, come on. Like some of that stuff that they were doing was just him moving left and right and holding his hand up. Like that's not that hard.
Maybe.
Him holding his hand up to block the saber, cool idea, and then even with shit,
With the
Kylo
gravity
Ren does
powers?
with the
Yeah.
laser, like that's not even
Right.
choreographed. Like it's just CGI at that point where he stops the the beam right midair. Like those
He
things
never
still
does
can be
anything
done.
cool again. After that, like
Yeah.
one scene in the beginning.
That
was
one
super
scene,
cool.
right, and then nothing else. Like we don't even see that
Yeah.
same. Actually, that's another thing too. This is random now at this point. Like, yeah, we never see him use it again. It's like set up for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
know. All right. Anyways, so throw away with that. Anyways, back to the thing.
Well, one quick question: how did the Jedi, perceive, how did the Jedi, block, attacks? Do they know that they're gonna happen in a place, or did they just have like super fast, reflexes? Like
It's not the super fast part. It's they know
Oh,
that
it-
it's
it is
showing
both
up.
because like the reflexes
is?
thing is like a
Oh, okay.
part of it. Like that's why in episode 1, Qui-Gon is talking about how Anakin has fast reflexes for pod racing because that's what Jedis have. So it is a bit of both, but yeah, it seems like it's mostly the Force stuff. It's not really explained as far as I know.
I always
Like, if
thought it
it's
was
one or
like
the other.
I always thought it was more clairvoyance since like in A New Hope,
Right.
Luke has to, he basically has his eyes covered to like to block lasers. Like he has
Yeah.
no other way, that knowing how they're coming, where they're
Right.
coming from.
I always
Yeah.
thought it was definitely a combination clairvoyance and then like the high perception with the little bit of dexterity. Because I don't because I imagine. Well, I mean, again, actually, that's a good point. So my thinking now is kind of changing, where it's like, it depends on the person. So if the person is physically incapable of like moving quickly, then they would have to rely more on the force and more of the predictive nature that they could have.
Right.
So then
I
they
mean,
would have to practice
that's
that.
how, and that's true because like that's how Yoda is able to fight in that really stupid way that he does in 2 and in Attack of Clones
Right,
where
he
he's
uses
jumping
the
all
Force.
around because he's literally putting the Force into his muscles, like he's overloading his legs with the Force, and it's allowing him to jump around.
Right.
Right, to move around in such an abnormal way.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's
by
basically
the way,
he's
on
basically puppeteering himself with the Force.
Yeah, by the way, like just another fucking, detour. I remember seeing that moment in the theaters back in 2002 when he started jumping around fighting Count Dooku. And I was the only one in the theater who was like, what the fuck is this? Everybody else was like cheering. They're like, oh yeah, he's fucking fighting. He's jumping around. I'm like, this is idiotic. Like, this is so stupid. Like, it also like completely derails from what I thought was cool about the character. We were talking about how Leia doesn't.
Yes,
she doesn't
that
really necessarily
doesn't
need her
really use
lightsaber.
the saber. Yeah.
I figured that was the case with Yoda, where he's just like he's gone past it. Like he's 900 years old. His skill is so high as a Jedi. He doesn't even need the lightsaber. You
Yeah,
know?
I find it funny too, because like we were also talking. This links to the thing I was talking about, how the Force, like people that are like highly Force like can use the Force. Like we always see them move things, but why can't they just move multiple things at once, right? Like if you're a really high end multitasking kind of Force user, why can't you just like, okay, I could just use my saber not on my hand. I just using it as kind of like a mental, like telepathic kind of way, or I don't know what's the right word for this. Shit.
Yeah,
Where you
like
can move things-
telekinesis.
Telekinesis. There we go. Yeah.
I mean, and again, like that is the case. I mean, we even see it in the show where Obi-Wan's picking up like hundreds of boulders at once with his mind, but then they don't. I don't know. Like, there's so many things that like oppose each other where it's just like this should work, but they never do it, like for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. They know they don't go that direction for some.
It's always lack of imagination, right? Like you said.
Yeah.
I remember. Okay, I was definitely one of those people cheering. When Yoda was jumping around. Back in the day. I even watched Attack of the Clones just a couple of weeks ago, and it's like, okay.
Condolences. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, exactly. It's so funny. That movie's so funny because it's so bad in some things, but it has some interesting ideas in that, in how it sets up Revenge of the Sith.
Right.
But that moment, I remember watching and I'm like, yeah, this is still as dumb as I think it is, but I can see why it works. Just because it kind of works emotionally at the moment where this like these two Jedis had just gotten overpowered, and
Right.
they made the case of like, oh, everybody's just like better
I
with
see what you mean.
lightsabers. Yeah.
So
And then here comes the
you're
old
saying it's
man,
more
and he's
about
just striding.
right. It's like it's like less about the context of the overall universe and more about the purpose of the payoff in the movie itself.
Exactly.
Sure,
Right.
yeah. I mean, I definitely get it. I mean, it's a popcorn moment, right? Like that's kind of
Exactly.
why.
Yeah,
a lot
there
of
you go.
people
That's
are there,
that's
right?
a really good way of putting it. Popcorn moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely would have been, imagine how much more Yoda should be able to do with like, all his knowledge and all his years of experience,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
The only
imagine if
reason we don't see it
if,
is lack
if
of
we
imagination,
redid it
so.
where it's contextually made sense with the universe, he'd be floating in the fucking air and just everything is. He's not even being touched by goddamn Count Dooku. He's just
Right,
like throwing. He's
Count
throwing everything at him, and then even to a level of point where he actually like maybe Count Dooku is. Okay, reimagine this scene. Imagine Yoda just floating, meditating in midair, right?
Mm-hmm.
His saber flings out and is now he's not dueling Yoda. He's just trying to defend himself from a fucking saber, right?
Yeah.
And then we're just and he's pushing Dooku to a level of like now I have to use other abilities or have to be smarter about how I fight this person because he can't even get near him because now he is like multitasking that and then maybe some other stuff is being thrown at him and then he's just like okay maybe it's showing also how Dooku can problem solve where he like okay I'm gonna cut the saber itself like okay now I cut the saber's destroyed now I have to get closer and close the distance but now Yoda is like having more ways and more obstacles and we're just seeing how cool maybe Count Dooku could be physically maybe and maybe how he can you know like other things he can do right and then we get to see more play up of like different uses of the abilities the lightning and then even to the extent of like how you see in the scene that we saw we know that like you can do the whole thing where like he can defend himself from the lightning but which is weird we don't ever really see them use it in a different way where it's like
he
he
go for the
doesn't
hilt
need it.
instead of the lightsaber blade, like
Right.
short circuit the actual fucking laser sword.
Exactly. Or it could even be like the lightning is being bounced off from Yoda itself using just the Force, where he just doesn't even need to be touched, right? Like, you know, it could have been like playing up some of those things, and then even so more so where like he can reverse the electrical like current that's coming out, just a little bit like how you're saying, and then having that bounce back and destroy Dooku's saber itself, and now they have to only use the Force. Maybe even to a level where, like, finally, because Dooku is, like, maybe last-ditch effort, where now he has to use parts of his Force abilities that are like, maybe the dark side. Maybe even he's absorbing some of Yoda's life force or something like that, where now, like, we're getting to a dangerous territory where, like, you're realizing that maybe Yoda has to do something else. But I feel like, you know, that could be like a whole thing, like a whole different opportunity to just show that is more that the, you know, Jedis are more than just people wielding sabers.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. You know what's funny is that like the last, you know, sequel trilogy actually had some interesting, you know, powers, you know, put in between, like, you know, inserted right there, like the whole, you know, Force, you know, ghost projection, I guess, the astral projection, and and being able to, like, you know, pass along things, you know, through, I guess, the ether, the Force, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
For
sure. Yeah, a lot of good ideas for sure.
Too bad they're in their sequels, in the sequel trilogy.
Oh, you're right. Well, you know, they were also in the animated stuff too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's why. I mean, that's why it was cool to see Vader pull back the ship, because that like was reminiscent to me of Yoda doing something cool, like we were saying, where like in the fucking in the Clone Wars, the animated miniseries thing. That's like Yoda does that. Like there's a Star Destroyer like pulling off, and he literally just, you know, easily. He just reaches out his hand and he pulls the Star Destroyer back, like, into the atmosphere. It's, like, fucking cool. Like, so to see that, even, like, a glimmer of that in live action was satisfying for me. But, yeah, I mean, I think it just boils down to what you were saying, Carl. It's just, like, for people who work in, like, this, you know, fantastical sci-fi world, there's just very little imagination that goes into this stuff.
It just, yeah, ironic.
And I don't, you know, again, like we've talked before about the many checks and balances of, you know, Star Wars just getting anything approved because they're owned by Disney now, and I'm sure that has a lot to do with it, but it's just I don't know.
Yeah, pretty sure.
There's got to be some kind of middle ground where we can see more cool abilities and more interesting, ingenious fights, but still have it be somewhat safe the way Disney wants. Like, there's got to be. They're getting there. They are getting there, but it's just so slow. Like, we've been asking for this stuff for fucking years. And again, ever since those trailers, right? Where it's just like, man, why can't they do this stuff in the movies? And it's,
That's so weird
Hey.
too that they could do that in the games, and they could. Where was the oversight approval on that?
I don't know. Yeah.
You know, like who
Yeah.
did they Did they just not show it to them, and they just like, like tried to play it off so that they didn't have to?
Yeah. You got me.
I know, right? It's like, what the fuck? Oh man.
It's fine. We'll probably see more of that stuff in Boba Fett too.
Or yeah, maybe. And then Ahsoka Tano spin-off, I'm
Right.
sure there is, and there's a Reva spin. Well, I mean, we're probably gonna see the remake of Knights of the Old Republic, and hopefully the actual remake is well done.
Right.
And I think
Crossing
we
our
mentioned it
fingers
last
here.
time. Yeah. That'll be their first time taking on like a huge remake.
Yeah.
What was it? Okay, so that's Obi-Wan. Damn, that's a lot.
There was a lot to talk about.
What'd you think about Doctor Strange 2? I surmise that you're not gonna have a whole lot to say. Just
No, I don't have a lot to say. Like, especially because I remember pretty well the conversation you guys had when you talked about it. And it's, I don't have a lot to add. I mean, it was good if you don't think about it too much. And it's all. I mean, to speak on that, it's like, I mean, God. I'm sorry for bringing this up yet again, but it's like fucking Game of Thrones season 8 with Scarlet Witch, where it's like Daenerys again, where it's just
I see.
like, okay, I get that she's insane. I like her as in being insane, but when did this happen? Like, especially because we had the whole primer
or like
of
where was the
WandaVision,
play up, right?
where
Yeah.
it's like at the end of the series, she doesn't get over it, but we've seen her go through grief. We've seen her that's the whole show. Like,
Right.
going through the different stages of grief, going through this, and then finally letting that family go at the end. Like, that's the whole point. And then, we see that, we see at the very end of that show, she hears her children while she's meditating, and she goes towards it. And I thought it would be maybe more interesting than what we got, where it's just like, okay, she's just insane now, and I like the idea of her being the villain from the jump. I thought that was cool.
Yeah.
Like, I was like,
Yeah.
okay, like he's going to recruit her
For
to,
sure.
do Avengers stuff, and then turns out she's already been like fucking with shit to get what she wants. Like, she's the one
Which
who sent
was-
the creatures to New York and all that
Yes.
stuff. I was like,
At
that's
that
awesome.
point, I thought was like, oh, that's so cool. Like, she's gonna be a full-on
Yeah.
villain. She's not, because I was coming in the movie thinking that, oh, we're gonna fight evil Strange. That's what I like. It
same,
was
yeah.
a good kind of bait and switch, and I really, really wanted her to be like a really good villain in this.
Yeah, and I like her as insane, but it doesn't really make sense from where we left her in WandaVision. That she's just insane now, and it's just like,
It just kind of throws away all the development that was in the show.
exactly, it just totally undermines that whole show and that emotional journey.
It's
And
very
it's just
weird.
like, yeah, it doesn't work, and
we have different opinions on WandaVision, but I want that to have impact. Like, regardless of how I left about it, I wanted my journey there justified,
exactly, yeah,
right? And then at the same time, it was kind of, I don't know how to explain it, but I'm also in a rift where it's like, does people need to watch it to understand what's going on here?
I mean,
is it too
at
confusing?
this point, I would say no. Aside from the fact that she
okay.
made these kids, like, they're not real. That's the only
Okay.
part that you need to know about, because honestly, if you just know that and you just go straight from Endgame to this, it makes more sense. Like, it honestly makes more
Yeah.
sense why she would still be grieving, and she's just, in her grief, she's just gone insane. Rather than she grieves, and then she goes through the whole grieving process in WandaVision, and she's starting to heal, and then, Doctor Strange 2 starts, and she's just insane. It's just like, it makes more sense if you don't see WandaVision, honestly. Which sucks.
Man, that sucks. That really does suck.
Yeah.
It's funny because I thought that they were gonna do more of a deal with the with Vision since
Exactly.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
How many
yes,
times
yes.
is he the whole time?
Where is he the whole time? It doesn't.
Yeah.
He could have been the resolution for her
Yeah.
to
I mean,
to not go
how-
the
how
distance.
Cool, exactly. How cool of that would have been is like, Strange goes to recruit Wanda. oh shit, she's a villain. Now he has to recruit Vision to fight the woman he
Yes.
loves. That's fucking
Yes.
way more interesting.
That makes 100,000 bajillion %. And you could have played it up too, because have you seen? So yes, I agree. But another thing too, it makes me worried about all the things that we're watching in the goddamn TV series. I feel like this is this is a problem, because now I'm watching all these goddamn shows and I feel like it's not gonna make any fucking sense.
Yeah.
And so that's random aside.
Do
on
they
that, but
even matter? Like,
Yeah,
is it
do they matter?
Like,
Like-
is it like the TV shows are just kind of ancillary things, but the movies are the things that really matter? But it's just
Right.
like, then why do we have them at all?
Exactly.
Like,
I mean, that
Yeah.
was a huge question in my head. I was just so torn because I can't undo me seeing the, WandaVision and then approach
Yeah.
this in a blank slate manner to see
Right.
if does it make it worse? Does it make it better? Like,
Right.
that's, and again, remember we were talking about a long time ago about all this connected universe stuff and whatnot. Like, how is that gonna play into the movie experience? Does it make it worse for people? Do they have to
Right.
commit to watch 10 movies plus a series to get what's going on in the one movie you want to just, I don't know, take time to watch with your family when you don't even have time to watch that much movie, right? So it's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's making me concerned for the future of films, in the sense of, like, we're learning all the wrong lessons here, and they're experimenting, which is fine, but where is it going? So anyways, that's like bigger movie, thoughts, right? So down to like the WandaVision, to this Doctor Strange moments, like, again, we could have had Vision, and my thinking was we could even had it more of a dilemma where the Marvel Illuminati is like, no, you shouldn't let Vision help, because we know of another version of Vision that he takes over the entire universe, right? Like, we could play up the what if storyline where one of the versions is that Vision doesn't exist, where like he gets taken over, like his body gets taken over by Ultron, but we could have played up that whole concept of, like, from their perspective, they're thinking, he's just like Ultron. I don't think we need to touch it. He should not be the solution to our problem. And then, therefore, builds a rift between Illuminati. Like, now you have 3 factions where it's like WandaVision's main villain, but there's 2 factions trying to stop her. One's trying to kill him, and the other one's trying to find a solution that doesn't kill her, right? So, and that could have been a beautiful way of just closing out the story, especially with both those characters, that questions the concept of, like, do they start over, right? Can they start over? Do they even have a chance to have the same love for each other or something? I don't know. But now we're not gonna get it. I don't think we're ever gonna see Vision back again. Like, I have no idea.
It's so stupid. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the opportunity. That whole Illuminati thing too was just like, why? Like, what? Like, it was so cool to see. Krasinski is fantastic,
definitely cool.
And Lashana Lynch, and seeing Haley Atwell as Peggy Carter, but she's got like a jetpack, and she's fucking Captain Britain or whatever her name is, and like, and seeing her like go through the lines where she's fighting, and she's like, she gets punched, and she's like spits blood, and she's like, oh, I can do this all day, and I'm like, this is cool to see, but there's no point. Like, and I mean, it was even stupider because, like, for all these, like, the most intelligent people in Marvel, like Mr. Fantastic and Professor X, and like, and they're so stupid. Like, how do these people? Who know
they didn't even put up a fight.
Well, I mean that, but even before that, where they fucking capture Strange, and they're like, he's on trial in front of the committee basically, and they're like, what? And he's like, I mean, what about Scarlet Witch? And they're like, nah, there's no big deal. I'm like, all these multiverses you've seen with this insanely powerful being, and you're like, nah, whatever. I'm like, how did you not see this in multiple realities that she would fucking go insane and be insanely powerful? Like, honestly, Doctor Strange is nothing compared to her. You see her take on like all the wizards in the world at the beginning of the fucking movie. And you're like, oh, whatever, no problem, we'll deal with her.
No problem there.
Like, oh yeah, shocking that when she gets there, she just destroys all of you, easily.
Yeah.
Which again, that's another problem that we've talked about in the MCU, where it's just like we still don't exactly know what her abilities are. Apparently, she can just do everything. Where I'm like,
oh right, yeah.
Oh, she can go into, she can, do telepathy battle with fucking Professor X and just snap his neck. But I'm like, but how? Like, it's like everything is basically just described as, oh, it's just sorcery or witchcraft. But it's like, but what does that mean? Like, in this world with all this science and all these, all these things, like these ultra ancient, aliens who are also robots who are like the Eternals and stuff like that. And it's just like, where does this, you just explaining it away as it's just magic is worse. Like, it's worse now because it's just like, okay, you have the science, the faux science in these movies, but you're going through the trouble of explaining how it works. But then with the magic, it's reductive because you're just like, we're not going to explain how it works. It's just magic, and she can just do everything. And it's like, that fucking bothering me more and more.
Yeah. There's still.
It's just
that's the thing.
It's such a can of worms that they've opened up here. Where it's just like, okay, now magic and science exist in the same world, in the same universe, but we can't explain one of them at all.
That's what was my worry, right? Like, coming off of WandaVision, I was just so bothered by just not having any real explanation for any of the mechanics and rules that they have to put themselves. Which, by the way, we had, again, WandaVision has a rule that it doesn't get played out in the fucking movie. Like, the symbols, like, the point of the symbols.
The
like,
runes, right? Yeah.
Yes, it's like, okay, we understand the context that the runes is where the power comes from. But we still don't understand how it plays out with her fighting the other people using magic. It just kind of just disappears in the ether of not explaining it. That it's just magic is unexplained.
Right. And I feel like the thing that I think that the thing that bothers us is not so much that might bother an audience. It's not so much that it's unexplained. It's more that you just don't know the limits of the power.
Right, the rules.
So whenever
there's the rules. Yes.
Yeah.
Everything has
she gets
rules.
Defeated,
right?
If she succeeds or gets defeated, you don't know why. It's just because.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then and the worst I think I swear to God, there's gonna be a time where they're gonna make the worst, like, god awful worst writing offense in the history of everything, where like the power of love is the reason why they win or something, because it's going that direction. It didn't do it in this one, thank God, but it was damn near close. Okay, it was damn fucking near close. Especially the fucking like, I just believe in my powers now. Like, what?
Right. I mean,
you don't need some sort of training arc.
I mean, exactly. That whole thing. We talked about it before the movie even came out, and then when you guys saw the movie and talked about Chavez, and I'm right there with you. It's just like, what was the point of this character? Like, why is she even here? Like, I still don't know. Like, okay, and at the end she's getting trained as a wizard, I guess, but it's like, I still don't even care about her. I don't give a shit. Like,
it's unfortunate.
But she had the American flag all over her, and she was making stars. More do you want?
Her name's America. Come on.
That was bothering me too. Just as a little
America star, America star.
Yeah, it was just like
we're crossing borders. Let's go.
He's like, America, America, and I was just laughing every time. It was just like so stupid. Like, it just sounds stupid. Just like from an optical level.
Now that you say it, I really need to like clip together that as a meme. Just America,
oh yeah,
and then like have a little animated version. America, America, border, take that, border, fuck that, go into another fucking universe.
When she has her inevitable spin-off on Disney Plus, I I really hope that one of the. I
That's
really
gonna be
hope
like
that
with Miss Marvel. I bet you it is. It's gonna happen, man.
I really hope that somebody
Yeah,
puts a dumb
Jesus
joke
Christ.
like it's like, is that America? Frick yeah, because they can't say fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, it's so funny. America, puh.
I honestly
The
almost
fucking
forgot that character
star.
existed until you guys reminded me. Thank you.
I forgot to, and I saw it yesterday.
At least now I have a really funny association. Just America punch, and then fucking border, big giant star. God, that's hilarious to me. It's the next level of cheese. Like, I thought we were not in that realm of the 90s and 80s of like just cheesy, corny characters. And now, like, now I think about it, that character is pretty damn cheesy, corny. Like, whoever invented that character is like, that's the cheesiest, corny, on the nose, just like, what the heck?
Yeah.
Right.
I can't say that I'm offended because, like, that's not my story to get offended by. Like, I'm curious if anybody that is Latin American, that, identifies themselves as being an American, and then it has their perception of what's going on in the world, and then get introduced to that, like, is that okay with you? I don't know if is that okay? I guess it's okay. And then on top of that, the context of, some people's opinions on woke culture or whatever I don't know what the fuck that honestly means. Some people use it as a kind of a derogatory way, but then at the same time, it's like, but, it should exist. Like, having representation should exist. But then at the same time, we do want to question what extent do we do it? Is it like, well,
Sure.
like,
Is there a
I mean,
point, or is it just diversity for diversity's sake? Yeah.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's like, do we just throw that in there? It's like, great, but then are we not going to question the, like, I mean, the way that it was invented was kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. I feel like, if we're gonna have representation, just do it well. Like,
Yeah,
you
right,
know,
exactly.
yeah.
Just do it well. I mean, that was the thing where
Yeah.
I was watching America Chavez in the movie, and she's speaking Spanish in like ways that I've never seen a person who speaks Spanish use it, where she's getting something revealed to her, going, Dios mío, and then she's going, my God. Like, I'm like, why are you saying both? Like, why do you, like, it's because they're like, well, the audience
right.
doesn't know what it means, so we have to say it twice.
So
I'm
she
like,
said it twice,
why
right.
would she say that? Like, why would she speak that way?
Why didn't I catch that? That is odd. But
I've
That's so
never
funny
seen
because-
anyone who speaks Spanish say that. Like, do
yeah,
that.
you don't
Do they?
translate your Spanglish, okay? If I'm
Right.
gonna say,
right.
yeah, if I'm gonna say it, yeah, abuelita's over here, I'm not gonna say abuelita grandma is gonna be here.
I mean, the
Right,
only time that
exactly.
it would make sense for you want to translate is because you're next to a person that doesn't understand what we were just saying, right? Then you were like,
Exactly.
you
Sure, yeah.
want to include them in on it. I
Yeah.
mean, that's
Right.
another thing too. Actually, that's random aside. I don't get enough of that in stories.
Right.
Okay, so years ago, I was watching. So years ago we were watching, say, Man from Nowhere, right? And then we were watching another. I watched this other Japanese film, and I was pointing out that I really liked that the characters were speaking their native language, but there was no, I guess, because a forceful situation of them having to speak everybody the same language just because the audience doesn't understand. In other words, if it's a Korean film, they're all speaking Korean. If it's a Japanese film, they're all speaking Japanese, but for no reason, right? Then there's films that I've seen where it's like they purposely kept the original language for the context of the character,
Right.
and I like that, and I don't see enough of that, and I wish I did because we have other things that could be a conversation in the story where exactly that interpersonal issue where it's like somebody speaking a different language and somebody else in front of other people, like you have a natural tendency to gravitate towards people that have something that you have in common. Well, language is one of those, and it's more comfortable. If you're speaking your native language to another person that speaks the native language, you just have a better conversation overall. But then when you have like a third party that isn't necessarily part of that, then it gets that discomfort issue. And then of course there's that kind of unspoken maybe it's like like you're just being polite, where you're translating it for that person, and I appreciate that because that's something that makes sense and makes sense to get people comfortable. And then at the same time, there's also situations where you're not obligated to, but you still do it. And then there's like that thing that we just don't touch in enough of media, where the characters, that's kind of the source of their sometimes the strife, where like there's even people where like, I mean, I've met some people that had some really like kind of egregious takes where like, you're in America, you should learn that language. I mean, it's like, I don't know if that's fair.
Here.
Exactly, like America speaks English. Like, it's like that's like a really bad take. Like
it's like English, learn it or leave it. You want me to leave a language?
Yeah, and then like
worked.
Yeah, exactly. And we're in a country that has so many different people, different cultures that like I don't think it's fair to just force somebody to learn English. It makes sense for, I guess, for their personal survival. Yes. In that
There's
sense,
practicality in it, sure, but
exactly.
You shouldn't be forced to do it.
Yeah. Exactly. Somebody shouldn't have that. It shouldn't be forcing their opinion that they should need to learn English. And then at the same time, I also believe that just because you look a certain way doesn't mean that you should learn that language. I get all the time where it's like, hey, you're Asian, you should learn Chinese. I'm all like, okay, like thanks. Or whatever, or like you're working in an area.
Mind your own business.
Yeah. It's like okay, and it's like, and but sometimes I get that from other people that are also Asian. That's kind of like, like that's a thing I constantly have to grow up with, where it's like I'm not enough Asian to be Asian, and I'm not enough white to be white.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So then it's this crisscross where I'm like getting the backlash of like you're not acting in a certain way, right, for like a typical Asian, and then at the same time I get questions as like, oh, the perception of being Asian is this, and I'm like, I didn't really grow up that way though, like I don't relate to that at all. So it's like it's like you're caught in between. You're not enough of those things. And then the same thing with language is that like sometimes that's part of it, where it's like, oh, you're not, I don't know, you're not Latin enough because you don't know your own language, right? And people grow up feeling ashamed, and I don't think, and that's another thing too. Is like, you don't need to feel, you shouldn't have to feel ashamed. Like it's just how you grew up, and if you, and it takes away the power too, because like when you force and tell people constantly you got to learn that language, you almost also put a stigma on them that either they're gonna hate that language because they were forced to learn it, or two, they're just gonna rebel. Like they're just never gonna learn it, and then they're gonna just have a really bad association with it. And they just grow up like hating a part of them that they shouldn't actually be hating. And I feel like that is something could be still touched upon in terms of representation, because that's something that people struggle with constantly. It's like
that's the thing, right? Like nobody wants to likes having an identity forced upon you.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
and but especially in America, like there's just so much to pick out from your identity, like
right. There really is, and it is a personal choice of like personal choice to like explore that, and then like really just okay, do I make sure everybody understands that, go out of my way, or do I just somehow in a mental guard of like, I know who I am no matter what people say who I am, right? Like, and that takes a lot of like mental discipline, and it's really hard. And even for people that are struggling with their gender identity too, it's just like there's like a whole lot of conversation there that's hard, because the person genuinely, I'm pretty sure, doesn't want to force anybody to use certain language to help them. It is almost in that some sense like I feel like some of those people feel like they're being rude if they're like always correcting people, right? Nobody really likes that in your first moments to meet somebody. It's like, oh yeah, use these pronouns, like, and then you have to mindfully, constantly do that. And then the difference is that like some people like they'll make the mistake unknowingly and they're afraid of just getting that kind of backlash from them, sensitivity. But then the other reverse is all like, fuck it, I can't do it, I'm not even gonna try. And at that point they're kind of being, like, you can at least try. But the same thing with the other side is like, don't go out of your way to be like, you're doing it wrong, like you just make the other person feel bad. And it's the same thing with just other languages too. Like, there's some people are very gatekeepy about like, you have to use very particular words. Like if you're learning French, there's like, you got to pronounce it exactly right, or they're really fucking get offended. But I don't know if that's actually true or not of French people. Are they so guarded about their language that if you're trying to learn it and you're making mistakes constantly and trying to learn it, are they really going to be that kind of level of like, oh no, you got to pronounce it exactly right. Like, you don't, you're like dishonoring my entire fucking race, thousands of years or, and I feel like we're just missing that too. But like, if representation was a thing, then please like put that into the story. Like it can be used as a conflict of interest of where they're conflicting with like language barriers and like, how do they interact with each other. It's just like, again, we got thrown in Doctor Strange 2 with character that is literally from a fucking different universe, and they don't have a problem getting along. I don't understand that. Like, there's so much more that's more complicated happening there that they just gloss the fuck over it so easily. So fucking easily. Yeah, we went on this huge tangent on American Chavez. I'm sorry, but that shit was bothering me.
I mean, I do hope she shows up in Miss Marvel just because she is Miss Marvel as well. I would hope that there's a reason for her being there. Like I think we were talking about before, like it was either before the movie came out or probably when you guys were talking about it. Sorry, where it was like, okay, why is this character introduced when we already know that a Miss Marvel show is coming with a different Miss Marvel? And I assume there's like, we'll see America Chavez.
America Chavez is Miss Marvel too?
She's a different Miss Marvel, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It's like a different version of her.
So yeah, they essentially just introduced two Miss Marvels at the same time.
And then one's just America Chavez as for now. Doesn't have a hero identity.
Right.
And that's another thing too. That's so weird. Like, if they're a different version, then it's like, are they really a different version, or are they just sharing the same name? Because that's another confusing thing.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Loki,
she's like this. Yeah. I mean, for that specifically,
like variants.
She is like she's
the
not the
concept of
same.
variants.
She's not the same version. There's supposed to be like two different people, and like America Chavez is like the second Miss Marvel after Kamala Khan.
Oh, in a sequence. Like,
yeah. So she's not like a variant of.
Oh, okay.
That same character.
That's true. Oh, yeah, you're right. She can't be a variant. They said it herself. Her powers make her unique. That she's the only one of any universe.
That can make portals to other universes?
Yes, so she'll never meet herself.
Ah.
Right.
Yeah, like I remember from the specifically, there's no variants of her, probably because of her powers. So she's like that anomaly type character that only exists. So like, how about this? We've already established the rules that they're variants. She's the one that's the outlier of that rule.
She doesn't have a variant at all?
Yeah, she has zero variants.
That's
Absolutely
weird.
no variants.
So yeah, exactly. That's why I was hoping that there would be more importance to the character.
Yes,
and
exactly.
hopefully there will be.
I hope so too, because that is a big.
They didn't hint at it at all. Like they didn't give us anything, and it's just like, come on, like I don't know. It's just like
pick your lane.
Again, it's like why even have her there at all? Like
she was there to open the door.
I barely remember. Yeah.
She was there to punch a star, man.
She was there to open the door. That's the thing that bothered me. That her entire contribution to this to the narrative is just that she's opening doors and like, okay.
Yeah, she's just a
Right.
plot device to go from
Yeah.
one place to the next. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, I know. That was the thing that stuck out for me a lot was that she's the only variant of, or she's the only one. There's no variant. That's a pretty big deal in the sense of as the rules that are displayed from Loki to now, that is, supposed to be an element that is unchanging. So it
Right.
does beg the question: what makes her so special? Aside from her being able to go from one dimension to the next, what makes her
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
outside that
I
role?
mean, and that because we were talking about that before, and it was the idea of like before the movie came out, like what if we see a different version of like Iron Man? Like what if they actually put
yeah.
Tom Cruise as Iron Man because he was originally supposed to be Iron Man, and they do it like, oh, it's a meta type thing, right? Like what if that was the case? And because like in No Way Home, they were saying like we don't have Avengers. Like, and it was sort of hinting at the idea that like maybe Avengers are only in this one timeline, but why is that? And sort of,
Right.
moving backwards from there. And I thought maybe America Chavez being introduced, like she's another anomaly. There's got to be some sort of reasons for these different anomalies collecting in this one universe.
Right, and we
but
could have
again,
gotten the
we get
sizzle
nothing.
thing
Yeah.
where it's like, oh yeah, here's the new bad guy. He's trying to hunt down these, he's orchestrating some sort of thing in the background or whatever,
Right.
like another Thanos to some level, where he's just trying to like play the long game, and he's searching for something, and she's connected. We could have
She could-
like some sort of hint, but no.
Yeah. There could be something interesting about her character. Like, what if she's just like the nexus to all the universes? Like,
Right.
she is like the connection that
It could be, yeah.
because this is the universe itself. Like, it needs to become sentient and it becomes a person.
Yeah,
Right.
maybe.
America Chavez.
I mean, we could keep playing with that theory of like saying like ever since Loki, she was created because it's some sort of like reactionary thing the universe does whenever it like causes some sort of big rift like that, where she's
Right.
like some sort of I don't know, antibody to the bigger problem of like having all these universes now starting to clash and meld and blend. That she because remember like in Loki it was like, oh, what was his name again? God damn it.
Ooh.
The main bad guy, the one that
Kang.
created the
Kang?
Kang? Yeah,
the
Kang.
Conqueror.
Kang the Conqueror.
Yeah, Kang. Okay, so I was thinking like, okay, he had changed the rules of how, like, he built his own like rule system, right? And how to like control the universe. But what was the universe like prior? Like in its natural state, without his intervention, was America Chavez just some sort of a thing that was a natural like element that would happen, and she in some way is the natural order of how the universe would take care of itself? Meaning like there is always one arbiter between all the universes that can travel, right, between each of them and deem something necessary to be done or solved. Or even later on, I don't know, maybe she's the one that was always hunting. Like maybe there was a version of her before that always was hunting Kang. Like she knew, like she's like a reborn version of her failed self. So like imagine that America Chavez before had failed to stop Kang from like traveling and then like causing all these things, and she unknowingly like just like it slipped, like it got to a
there
level.
There you are. You just gave this character, cosmic significance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I hope so. I hope I'm right. Like it's like,
Yeah.
hopefully she's just not some shoehorned character.
Yeah.
Just put it in there. Just do it. Hopefully, one would hope. Okay. I mean, what else about Strange? Like, I enjoyed how scary WandaVision was. Like, she was like convincingly creepy. Like the things that
Yeah,
she
I
did.
mean, I wish that, like, you know, I think Raimi did a good job of directing, you know, blending the comedy with the horror, but it kept going back and forth. Like, okay, it's
Right,
a comedy
right.
now, okay, now it's the, and I really like those horror aspects, and I wish that the original director, Scott Derrickson, had have been able to make the movie he wanted to, which was
Yeah.
just a straight horror movie. That would have been
Yeah,
way cool.
that would have been really cool. Yeah, exactly.
Like, I guess I can see why they would choose Sam Raimi to, you know, pick
Oh,
up,
yeah.
you know, pick on after that, since it's his
For
brand
sure.
of horror is definitely more cartoonish.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely a little bit more acceptable.
Super. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. It's more accessible. So, like, you know, I get it, but it's just, you know, this is another instance. This is like, you know, the Edgar Wright Ant-Man, which, you know, I like the Ant-Man a lot. I think it's a great movie, but, like, what would it have been with Edgar Wright? You know, like, and I get that it wouldn't have fit into the MCU. That's why they did it. And I guess I assume the same thing with this, but, like, you know, at this point in the MCU, let them experiment a little bit. You know, like it's been around for so many years, over a decade now. Like, we keep hearing about these stories of different movies being made more samey, like just to fucking, you know, keep in line with the MCU canon. And I'm getting a little sick of it. You know, I'm getting a little sick of just seeing like this creative has been let go because he wanted to make the movie more unique. Like. It's giving the meaning. It's giving the MCU just less meaning in general for me. Where I'm just kind of like, I don't really care that much.
I mean, honestly, my biggest issue with this movie is just that it just feels like another Marvel movie. You know, where there's good guys and there's the bad guy, and you know the good guys beat the bad guys.
Right, and you know what's gonna happen, and it's just very formulaic. Yeah, and it's
exactly.
Yeah. This one was to me, like, it was just a giant trailer of like of us trying to, like, oh, you know, look for the future. It was less about Strange and more about, like, let's do some fan servicey stuff more, and then not build the character.
We didn't really learn that much about the multiverse in the end, anyway.
Yeah,
it was just the multiverse was essentially just the plot device for Scarlet Witch to go nuts. You know, and it's just like, I mean, isn't the multiverse the whole point of this thing? Isn't, like, the whole catalyst for whatever big, huge problem is going to be the next Thanos or whatever? But, like, we're still at square one where we know nothing about it, and it's just creating more problems than anything.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know, not to mention that we technically have two multiverses. You know, on the dimension of just like having different versions of the same universe, and then, you know, Loki's version of the multiverse, which is different timelines, and it's like,
right.
Right.
I see what you mean. Like, they are exploring the multiverse, but in two different instances, just two different mediums. One's a show and one's a movie.
Right. But, you know, they're kind of different in a way, like the multiverses, in that, you know, yeah, they're always like different timelines, but
yeah, it's a little hard to explain, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
But I know what you mean. Yeah, like, we don't know if it's post or pre Loki situations, and if those are isolated instances, if they even connect at all. Like, again, we don't know. Again, it doesn't explain anything. It did not even the Illuminati, like, mentions, like, there's a universe, the pocket dimension that actually takes care of all the universes. They're called the TVA. Like, you could have said it. You know, your opportunity was there to acknowledge that this movie acknowledges that show exists,
right,
and that there's things that happened there.
Yeah. I mean, which I figured they would do. They have the, like, when I saw him, you know, getting cuffed with the same, like, variant, whatever, limiting handcuffs that, you know, the TVA used, I was like, okay, here comes the connection. It's like, no. It's just like, what? Then why? Like, why is that there at all?
Maybe they just had the prop around.
They're just raising the pop.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Dude, see, that goes against the whole like concept of like, oh no, we need to keep the consistency of our universe. Then why did you let that happen? Like, why did that slip?
Yeah.
You kick a whole director just so that he can do something different, just so that you can keep it all, blended, right? Like, well, clearly there's nothing connected, even if you try. Like right now, we don't even understand like where the context is between what happened in Strange and the TV series. Like, we don't understand where it is at that point. Is it in the middle of it? Before it? Did it happen at all? Like, is it completely isolated? Nothing. It's like, what are you trying to guard? Like, you're trying to guard the whole universe expanding thing, or the bigger overall universe. Like, I don't even think they even know like what they did right in the fucking previous like phases. Like, they think that like they think like
no, yeah, for
I
sure.
don't even know.
I mean, it feels like again, of course, because Spider-Man. It feels like, aside from No Way Home, that all these movies after Endgame have just been. It feels like Phase 1 again, which is annoying to me. Like, it feels like I get that we're getting introduced to all these new characters. I understand, but it's just like, why does it feel like we're just starting all over again? Like, we haven't learned any of the lessons from the previous
from
three
the
phases.
the first phase was like really like they're trying to figure it out, and they're just trying to push out the movies so that they can make the Avengers. Whereas
it was all a race to the Avengers. That was all it was about.
Right.
And this feels like a more aimless version of that, where it's like, definitely gonna get to the Avengers. We're definitely gonna see Shang-Chi again. We just don't know when. Just hold on. And it's just like, that's
just hold on a second.
Like, that's
just
even
watch
worse.
these in the meantime.
Yeah.
And we don't know how any of that is gonna connect with Eternals, with the different multiverses, with the little
Blade.
with
I
Moon
was
Knight.
gonna say, why is Blade there?
Why is Blade? Yeah, why does Blade exist?
I mean, that was like 3 movies ago or whatever. We still don't know why Blade's even like fucking contacting Jon Snow. We don't know what the fuck's going on.
Hey man,
like-
this is all going to be clear in the in the next Marvel spinoff by Howard the Duck. That will just all
God.
tie it all together.
Oh man.
Turns
I
out he's the.
wonder if they
really
ever would do that and then try to make a spit in the face for fucking Lucas and
Probably.
shit.
I wouldn't be surprised, yeah. They make like a politically correct Howard the Duck and
Yeah.
put him in the MCU. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Ah, man. That's hilarious. Yeah, man. Okay, so far from the last thing I want to ask I don't think Doctor Strange, in my opinion, Doctor Strange 2 isn't this phase's Thor 2 Dark World yet. I think
No.
entertaining.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Honestly,
not that
it's
level,
just- It's the level of the first Doctor Strange. It was fine. Like, it was fine,
Yeah.
but it was, it wasn't, amazing.
Right,
You know, then
it
again,
wasn't like boom.
For me, the only amazing thing has been No Way Home so far. That's it. Like, all the other ones,
Right.
they're at this level to me, where it's like, yeah, Shang-Chi was fine, but it was the same thing you were saying, Carlos, where very formulaic. I knew it was going to happen. Like,
Right.
it's not surprising me. It's not blowing me away.
Yeah. Yeah. They're not doing anything like holy shit, exploring something really new. And
That's what I
Eternals is
mean,
the
where-
low point in my opinion. Like,
Sure.
Yeah.
Right
I mean,
now.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. They're all just. That's why I mean, like, it's very phase 1, where it's just like it's all cookie cutter. Like, it's all just. I don't know. It's just like we wiped the chessboard and we're resetting the fucking board again, and it's just like, I mean, you didn't have to. Like, I get it. Like, it was called Endgame, but you didn't need to literally start a whole new game. Like, you could have just from where you left off.
That's
like
funny.
hit it from that jumping point instead of resetting everything. It's just
Right.
like, I don't know. It's pretty irritating to me, and like, especially because they don't know when they're even gonna do the next Avengers level thing, and and so it's just like they're sort of just they're biding time, and
Yeah.
that's even worse.
Very,
like you're just wasting our time now. It's just
meandering.
like, we don't know. Maybe the next Avengers is going to be in a year, maybe in 5. Who knows? And it's like that means everything. It's just filler. Like it's just fluff. Like it really totally devalues the whole thing for me because it really feels like they're not trying very hard with a lot of this stuff. It's just like, all right, put out the next thing. We got to have 3 shows this year, like She-Hulk and I don't know, pull some other obscure character out of your ass. Good, let's do that. And it's like, I don't know.
You do a little skit of like a pitch meeting for like how to formulaic make a Marvel film. Like, right. Can we boil it down to like just sticking things into it, like we have to have this, like this is the criteria, blam, 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 and you have to like come up with a blurb.
You have to. I mean, yeah, you have to have a plug.
Probably is like that. Like
you have to have a plucky teenager.
It's
who's
the writer's room is like these guys hopped up on coke and they're just going, oh yeah, okay, so this next Marvel movie, and then you just like fucking throw up some shit.
I was gonna say it's probably like the writer's room that you see like a glimpse of in Barry, right? Where she's like she has her little hat on, she's jumping around, they're laughing hysterically, and it's like, yeah, this works.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't make any sense.
That was so funny.
It's like totally devaluing this like meaningful story, but it's like it's funny, so let's put it in. It's just like
I don't
know.
Speaking of Barry,
there's not even a place for it.
Speaking of Barry, there is that one great scene where Barry's the girlfriend is like going through that whole process of being a producer, and she goes through all the different sound stages and stuff.
Yeah,
and we're all following along with her. I really like that.
Yeah, that's cool. Like she's just
funny.
juggling all these different jobs in her mind. Like like okay, we need this dress up. Okay, yeah, and she's just walking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's really good.
Oh man, it's so funny. All right, so
in Thor with trust, huh? Hopefully Thor, Love and
that's
Thunder
right.
will be good.
Have you seen
like
that stuff?
I mean,
yeah,
I watched
like
the first trailer back when it came out. I'm sure it'll be funny. It's Taika Waititi.
It's
sure
definitely
gonna
be funny,
some heart
for sure.
to it for sure. Like he's always a shoe-in for that, but I don't know. In terms of like actually connecting things and doing what we're asking,
Not at all.
I can't imagine it's gonna do that at all.
I don't think so. 100% is not. There's no way. Like it would surprise me if they did. That's what would
for sure.
absolutely surprise me. For sure, this is definitely. I feel like almost like this next Thor movie is just. It's just gonna be, like.
It's gonna be Thor Ragnarok again. Like, I assume it's going to just be that.
Yeah.
Where it's like, it's fun, and it's funny, and it's got some heart to it, and we got Thor on this, standalone adventure. We're going to see a little bit of the Guardians. Basically, all the things the fans want. But it's not going to add anything substantial to the mix.
I think whatever, personal progress is made, it's probably going to be undone in the next movie.
True. Yeah, exactly.
Like, what happened with Eye Patch Thor? What? Come on. The whole point was that he loses his
Thor
eye.
and him, not needing his weapon to, produce the lightning or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole point of his character, like, that he loses something in order to gain something back in return.
Right.
Hey, Dumbo. You didn't need the magic feather to fly, Dumbo. It was in your heart all along.
But then the next movie, turns out you did need the feather. Whoops.
You just needed a bigger feather.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's hilarious. Oh god. Yep, and he's back to being, fit and everything. Yeah.
That's kind of funny because we were talking about, them not giving, directors sort of the creative freedom they want to make something different, except if it's funny. Then they'll give it, like, whether it's James Gunn or Taika Waititi. If it's funny, then we'll let it in. Anything else, though, like, it's like, nah, audiences probably won't like that. And it's like, I think that's what they want at this point. I think a lot of people are burnt out after Endgame, and, like, they're like, it feels the same. That's what I've been hearing.
Yeah. No, like, I think that a lot of people will try to paint the black and white picture of, like, You want to watch something funny? Marvel. You want to watch something serious? DC. I'm all like, I mean, it's just in the end, the movies are movies. Like, you don't have to, like, thematically always stick to one thing. Like,
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to do that, I would think, in a universe
Right.
where things are supposed to be different and they collide at the end. Like, I mean, yeah, it's
Yeah.
just I feel like it's just more boring if it's all the same. Why even have a universe? You know?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Like
You know, have the
every
movies
every
just
movie.
be different genres too.
Exactly.
totally.
Exactly. And that was the thing that was very very satisfactory for things like Winter Soldier versus watching something like
Yeah.
Marvel's Iron Man, you know? Like they were approaching it like as if it was a different genre. So that is
Yeah.
definitely a good thing to have. Something that they should continue to do. But yeah. I don't even think like what was the what would be Eternals? It's not really like a genre movie, you know?
Like fantasy, pretty much.
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much.
Fantasy with a little bit of sci-fi because they're robots, technically, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? Let's just not recognize that, you know, religion and some sort of ethereal thing exists.
Yeah.
We just
Unless it's magic, that works.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, we'll just throw the.
It's
throw
what
the
I'm
magic
telling
word.
you. Eternals would have been a much better movie if it was closer to Evangelion. If there was a lot of the body horror. It's like, oh my god,
man.
everyone's gonna turn into an Eternal.
That's
I mean, a Celestial. The whole population just liquefies into whatever.
funny. That's funny. Yeah.
That would have, yeah. I mean, that's what we're talking about, right? You know, you fucking make Doctor Strange 2 a straight horror movie. That would have been awesome, but you know,
Yeah.
they'll never allow it.
Yeah, this is they don't want to go that route. They don't want to like have that. You can have a Marvel film that like takes a lot of beats from the Bible and and then like depict it in their own Marvel way. Like, nope, we don't want to do that. We don't want to touch that. It turns out Jesus was a mutant.
Oh god. That can of worms, huh?
He was like, I don't think some people is gonna like this. Some of our donations come from certain places.
Right.
Some of our CEOs are.
It's okay. He's a waterbender. It'll work out.
It's funny. God
It'll
damn.
work out. It'll be like a Christmas special for Rankin Bass, except with superpowers.
Except with superpowers, super abilities. Right. Last thing, Mordo.
Mordo.
Yeah.
Good old Mordo, right?
Character who vanished and never returned, but in this, he kind of returned, but it's not him, so who cares about the
Yeah.
whole fucking thing? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they made him a variant at all. Like, why not just make it the same Mordo? That
Mhm.
would have sold everything. But
Oh yeah.
instead, yeah, it's exactly, it's the same thing that you were talking about a million times at this point, where it's just like, where did Mordo go? I guess they'll never explain it. like, I mean, like, as now, like, as every movie passes and every year passes with us not seeing that original Mordo, it makes the problem worse. Where it's just
Yeah.
like, oh, well, where's he been? And they show him in 5 years, and it's like, oh, this is the Mordo.
It's gonna
we saw in
probably be
Doctor Strange 1.
disappointing
It's like,
too.
that's even worse. Like, what
Yeah,
could he have been doing, especially, like, what could he have been doing that was be more important than the Illuminati? Like, that was like, oh yeah,
Right.
these fucking council of powerful people who, like, hold the, they're like, they're governing the dimensions, basically. They're governing the multiverse. Like, they're behind the scenes sort of pulling the strings to make sure everything's, works the way it should. It's just like, what could he be doing that's more important than that? Like,
Yeah.
help us, like, there's nothing.
You know what? He's out there with Blade fighting vampires for whatever reason.
Yeah.
He's like he's fighting. He's all like, oh, their plans coincide, right? Like he's trying to hunt down vampires, and it just happened
Yeah.
to be that the vampires are also being helped by other wizards. So therefore, he's out there fighting other wizards. He forgot. He like totally is like, I'll get back to Carmitage. Like I'll I need to build my power, my I don't know, my knowledge or something. I don't know.
What do you think vampires will be when they introduce them with Blade? Do you think they'll be the science route where they try to explain it, or do you think they'll be the magic route where it's like, I don't know, there's just these fucking eternal beings who can't go out in the sunlight, like,
I think
that's it?
I think that the magic route. I think they're gonna go the magic route because then
Yeah.
Sony has the science vampire.
Oh, yeah.
Morbium time.
That-
It tracks, right? Huh?
oh, God. Yeah.
I know. It's just, oh God.
We were
Your
all busy
reaction.
that weekend. Please put it back.
Oh, my God.
Speaking of garbage,
Hilarious.
speaking of garbage, have we has anybody watched Venom, like the second one?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, Sean talked about it when he watched it, like, way back.
Yeah.
That's true. You did talk
Yeah,
about it.
I talked about it. Yeah.
Again, another thing I just completely forgot.
Yeah.
I don't want it back. I don't want it.
Yeah. It was a unfortunate movie to watch. Yeah.
Oh, not even
I
ironically. huh?
you know. Here's the thing. Okay.
I watched the first one ironically, and it was really funny.
I appreciate watching it in the sense that I think I know what it feels like for some people. Okay, so when we watched it, it was mainly because honestly I didn't really want to watch it, but it was only because we were extras in the movie
Right.
and we wanted to see ourselves essentially. And
Right.
you know, I knew I wasn't
we
going to be in there. I mean, yeah, we were
Did
in.
you see
Like
a
you
glimpse?
can, you
Like,
can probably take me out from the crowd, but you're not gonna. I
Yeah,
would
that's
have to
what I was
free.
gonna say. Like, did you
Yeah.
manage to see a glimpse of the back of your own head?
I wish. I need to freeze frame that shit to actually know,
Yeah.
and even then, it's probably
Might not
impossible.
be you. It might not
I
even
know.
be you.
It might not. Yeah, exactly. It might be just another person wearing a black jacket with black hair.
Turns around, it's fucking. Who knew? Cardboard Sean. Oh shit! The universe is colliding.
Oh man, the return of Cardboard Sean. Oh God.
Imagine
no.
Imagine you take the time to freeze frame out Venom 2 and try to see yourself.
Oh,
You see
man.
Cardboard Sean, you're like, wait, we made him up. How was he actually?
He's like, how is he real? And then like he even has a sign. Is like, I'm behind you.
wait, no, and we realized he's not just in that one. He's in every single
He's been in
He's in
every
every-
movie you've ever watched.
this whole time.
Playing Where's Waldo in every fucking movie. Oh my god. He's been tracking my whole life.
Oh man.
Oh,
Oh, we got him back. We got the pigeon conspiracy guy. How's it going?
Oh.
Nice. Nice.
We need to get. He says, he or she, we need to get rid of the pigeons. I'm with
why?
you, man.
Were they the ones to kill Harambe? They made this whole timeline happen.
Yeah, they're the arbiters of universe changing. They're the reason why like we have some nutty situation happening in the White House.
Oh yeah, probably part of the Supreme Court, you know?
Yeah,
They helped for Roe v. Wade.
yeah,
Um,
they help
All
overturn
part
it.
of their plan.
I
yeah.
do like the idea that it took a bunch of bird brains to make that decision.
Checks out. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it sounds about right. Sounds about right. Oh man, that's funny. So yeah, so Strange done with that. Boys, impressions. It's getting better with some of the side stories that I was complaining about last week.
Oh, yeah?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I'm thoroughly enjoying this season, honestly. Like, especially this past, this last episode was wild. It was wild. And where
he says he goes by he and is yes. They are demons controlled by the devil. Oh, interesting.
Man, I really hope this guy is serious and he actually believes it. I really hope so. And he's stayed with the podcast for years. Saying this on every episode.
Yeah, keep it consistent, man. Like keep doing it. Maybe
Ever heard about
maybe
that
we'll
old British
incorporate
man
that.
killed a seagull?
We'll like literally have an animated pigeon that pops up in the side of the screen and is, like has laser eyes and stuff like that.
Maybe that's how he's tracking us. He's a real fan of this podcast. He is the kind of man who controls the pigeons. He made a pact with the devil to control the pigeons, so he can watch us at all time.
Yeah, he's just giving us warnings about it. He's
That's
like,
what
just
he
let you
wastes
know.
his one wish on with the devil. Like,
I know you kind of wasted your wish, dude. We're not really that interesting.
Or it's one of those things where he wished for, like, I want to be able to see everything at all times.
Right.
He's like, oh, okay, here you go. You wanted that, and then he just gave you pigeon powers.
monkey paw situation. It's like,
Yeah,
weird,
monkey
you
paw
got what
situation.
you wanted, technically.
I technically gave what you wanted. Now you get to see everything.
Gave him the wish.
What's the guy from John Wick? You know, the dude.
Morpheus?
Yeah, the
I don't
guy
know what his actual name is.
the Pigeon
Bowery
King.
King? Yeah,
Oh, the Bowery King. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Right? Isn't that
Yeah.
pretty close to his, like?
That's essentially what he is, yeah.
Yeah, you use pigeons as bring messages around and stuff like that. Well,
I mean,
well,
there was
next
a
one
fucking
he'll.
character in Hey Arnold like that, wasn't there? It was like the pigeon.
Oh shit! Yeah, you're right.
Perf?
There was.
I vaguely remember.
Fuck.
I don't even remember.
I don't remember the name. Was it a guy or a girl? Was it a guy?
I can't remember.
There was a guy. He
He had the
had
powers of a
pigeons
pigeon.
and, like,
No,
people-
he had like. No. Okay, D. Explain it.
like
What was it?
like he talked to pigeons and
Right.
he could get people.
Right.
I think I've seen people post that meme. I didn't watch a lot of Hey Arnold, but I saw a lot of people post that scene going like, "Oh my god, the Pigeon That Man episode was so deep
Right.
because I don't get people either, and I'm a socially awkward recluse." It's like, okay, yeah. I mean,
So we have confirmation that pigeon conspiracy goes back to the 90s.
Yeah. There you go. We
yeah,
can
yeah,
probably track it through time. We,
I
mean,
know, right?
They are.
spin the
They
brain
are.
power enough
I was
to-
thinking just that. It's just exactly about that, but with pigeons.
Oh, that's funny.
He's known as the
hilarious.
Raven for some reason.
The Raven. Yeah, he controls pigeons, but he's called the Raven.
He's actually an assassin, like in fucking Barry.
Like in Barry, yeah.
The Raven.
Like he's a real. That'd be so funny. He was like, yeah, he's like a real person. He's all
Living a
like,
double
I don't
life.
like.
Half of it is as a world globe-trotting assassin. The other one, he talks to pigeons.
He doesn't just talk to pigeons, okay? He sees through them. He sees through time and space of pigeons.
What a useless ability that would be. What are you gonna see them eating trash? Like you're not gonna see.
Oh
anything
man,
significant.
that's so funny. Yeah, and no. Even worse is that he can't even control the pigeons. So he's seeing through their vision, but he can't control where they go. So even more ridiculous is like, God damn it, it's unreliable camera angles.
Right.
Oh man, that's
About
freaking
1% of
hilarious.
the vision, about 1% of the visions are actually useful. Most of them are just them eating trash or fucking each other.
Oh man, oh that's gross. This is terrible. What a I think another terrible ability would be if you had the powers of, like, okay, get this, Magneto, right? Except magnetism, it's just cardboard. So, and the worst of it, it's not even deeper than that. It's only cardboard. So it's not paper. Like, you can't just
Right.
control paper. It's
Because then
only
you'd be able to control trees, and that's too much. You need
Yes, exactly.
To only be able to control the cardboard. No,
It's
practical
only
use
cardboard.
at all, yeah.
I remember that was a pitch story of where we were making up characters where if we had to make a knockoff X-Men, what terrible abilities could we give them? And that was one of them. And that one always stuck out to me. All the
Right.
other ones I couldn't remember. The cardboard one, that was fucking hilarious. Because we were talking about the minutia of, like, Magneto can control everything down to, like, the molecular level. So that means his magnetism is more powerful than we
Yeah,
originally
I mean,
expected, right?
magnetism is just it's simply the other side of the coin of electricity, and with
Right.
magnetic charges moving
Right.
against each other, you create electromagnetism. You have all the power in the universe with that.
Yeah. So
Control the fucking poles of the earth.
So yeah, we were talking about like, well then like dumb it down a bit. It's like cardboard as a power. Like the least likely thing to not everybody has cardboard too, right? You the best you can do is like you have a cat now. You can play with your cat more often in better ways. Oh man. I think the original, and I think that I remember that that being there was this show on Hulu that was like a British film or British show that was, what's it called? The Misfits. Yeah, The Misfits. It's I would encourage somebody to watch it because the ironic thing about the story is that everybody has terrible powers, and it's become like a normal thing where in the sense that people, and they kind of play it up like a little bit like a detective-ish ghost story type of thing, in the sense that every episode is like the monster of the week, but you're meeting a person with a power that sucks, but somehow they managed to make a really interesting story about these individual characters that now have these powers. Some of them are not as sucky as others. Some of them are pretty cool. But it's really interesting, like, that they were able to make it, like, teen movie, where it's, like, the premise of it is a lot like Flash, where people have powers, but we don't know who, and we're trying to figure it out, and some are threatening more than others. Then you have, just an anthology of all these different characters in there, and then there's this group specifically, they're like starting off as like people that are the teens that are, I wouldn't say they're rebels, but they're certainly they're not high achieving individuals. They're juvenile, like they're in and out. Some of them are in and out of juvie. Some of them are just in bad situations, but they're not like gangsters or something like that. They're not killing people. They're just not fit for society at the moment or something like that.
Right.
They're in between. Like they could easily go that direction, but they don't. But it's an interesting series. If you ever get a chance, one of them is really funny. Is the person grows hair. That's their fucking power. That's funny. That's a stupid power. What a dumb power to have.
Just head hair or any kind of hair?
If I remember correctly, it was just the head. I was all like,
wow.
Fun.
It's even worse.
Yeah, I know.
No, there's worse places.
It's so funny to me. It's so funny that.
No, it could be worse. What if
And
you
it
could
was
only
like-
grow butt hair?
It's and you know what's weird about it? It's you figured that it's just like this really slapstick concept, but it doesn't approach the story in that way. It
Right.
really like it's more like the powers are just there. It's just
Right.
it does affect them in a way where like it sucks because they can't do anything with it, and that everybody else has powers that are cooler or like they can. There is some powers that you meet that are like, it's kind of stupid, but then like you see how, say like a nerd, like is being bullied for the rest of life or whatever. Like they're just in a bad situation and they gain this power that's kind of ridiculous, but they are able to use it for revenge, and you see
What
those stories. But
Imagine if you
not
get
the growing hair
power-
part. The growing hair
Imagine
part
if-
is not revenge or something.
Imagine if you got that power
Like, how are
from.
you gonna make that work? Like,
I know, how are you gonna-
get back into bullets
Maybe
by
not.
growing?
I'm going to every barber and then I'm going to ruin their day by having them, cut my hair, but they just continuously grow and they think they're almost done with the job, but they're not. They have like a specific problem with barbers or like hair stylists, and they grow their hair like just enough so they couldn't tell that they cut it and then it's back again. They're like
That's
and he drives the hairstylist crazy. He's like,
crazy. He's like, ah.
that would
She used to
be
a
hilarious.
villain instead of growing wigs for cancer patients. I see.
Yeah. Oh man. Jeez. But yeah. Misfits. I'm pretty sure it's pretty sure
Misfits.
that's what it's called. I'm gonna look
Yeah,
it up.
I'll check that out. That sounds really funny because, like, I was thinking, you know, the Dr. Horrible dude who like his palms sweat and that's his ability. The growing hair thing
palms
is
sweat.
way funnier, man. That's
Yeah.
way. It's so
okay.
much more mundane.
So if you like, okay, how about another thing that might sell you on it because of the actors? So, one, Simon Bellamy. He was in Game of Thrones. You might remember him as the asshole guy that cut off somebody's dick.
Oh, one of the bastards was his face.
Yes.
Wow.
I mean,
I can't
Ramsey?
remember. Yes.
Ramsey,
Ramsey
yeah.
Yes.
Ramsey Bolton.
Yeah, that
Oh, nice.
actor that
Ramsey
actor
Snow,
is
yeah.
in
Sorry.
is in this film. I mean, sorry, not film, show. And he's in he's one of the characters. And then another one, you know, this character or this actor is Nathan Young. He's the one that is in what was it? Shit, is it Netflix right now? Ah!
Umbrella Academy?
Yes, Umbrella Academy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, just watch his latest season.
yeah, this is their oh yeah, which I haven't watched it too. So, what was it? So, I mean, yeah, you could give him. I mean, we already talked about the second season, I think, and Apollo doesn't like the first season, so we already know his stance on it.
Right.
Yeah, it's totally fun.
Yeah, this
and
is
then-
honestly their. I feel like this was actually their worst season.
Oh damn.
Yeah. Too bad.
Yeah, I can't even
There's
remember
some
the
good
second
things
season.
about it. It's when they go to 1963, remember? Or the 1960s, and they're spread out
Well,
throughout
no,
time
I
and
don't
they're
remember.
like,
I don't remember that
Oh,
show.
okay.
I know something happened. I just don't remember what was the results of it.
Well, the result is that they're gonna have to save time. You know, save the world from apocalypse again because they caused it all over again.
Oh.
That's always their gist, you know. Like
Right,
know,
they
they're
always
the
like
ones who are
coming back to
causing the
that now.
apocalypse, and they have to exactly save the whole.
And they're
world from
always trying
apocalypse.
to uncause it, but they end up causing it anyways.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Um.
And this.
well, okay, so
Misfits.
yeah, so those two
Yeah.
actors, if you know you've seen them before, this is a really old show. So it's 2009, and ended in 2013.
Oh,
So this is you're gonna see them at their, you know, pretty young. Also another actor that's in it. Let's see, he shows up later. Shoot, what's his actor's name? Ruby? Is it Ruby White? Where have I seen this guy? I could have sworn I've seen him in different things. Come on, man, get me IMDb failing me. What's the actor's name? Ruby Wade.
Rudy Wade.
Rudy. Yeah, Rudy Wade.
Huh.
Let's see.
Who's
What other? He's one. He's also another one of the character or another actor, and I could have sworn I've seen him in different things, but I'm trying to figure that out. But IMDb is not helping me. Ironically.
Right.
You figured that this would have been a lot easier. Just click on link and go. You're dumb.
Rudy Wade is played by some guy called Joe Gilgun.
Oh,
He's
that's
been
why.
on-
That's why I'm doing that. I'm clicking on the wrong thing.
Yeah. He's been on Preacher, The Infiltrator, The Last Witch. I know absolutely nothing of what I'm reading right now.
Yeah,
Yeah, I haven't
I've
seen
never
any
heard
of
of
those
any
shows.
of that. Yeah.
Preacher I've heard
I-
of, but I haven't watched any of that.
Yeah, Preacher. I've only seen like a couple episodes of that. That one also was wasn't that produced by Seth
Rogen,
Yeah.
Oh.
So this is like before The Boys and before they, got the rights to do that.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Seth Rogen's really been behind a lot of like these really obscure graphic novels being put into
Yeah.
mainstream. Yeah. Well, good on him. He was definitely spoiler alert, he shows up on in The Boys.
I totally
And
missed it.
Kenobi. Yeah.
Yeah,
He was? Oh, wait, was he?
He was the fucking driver on that.
Oh!
On that yeah.
Man, I
Yeah,
did
like
not
alien driver. Yeah.
recognize. That's strange. I didn't recognize his voice.
Hmm.
I mean, if he laughed, then I would have totally recognized. That guy has a very distinct laugh. I don't think anybody could like replicate that. Huh. Oh God, he's making it. He's a producer for a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
A show or a movie?
I don't know if it's a movie.
I think.
I think it is a movie.
Mm.
Oh, it's a CG animated one. Okay.
Oh, okay. I mean, the last CG animated movie was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And by the but
Yeah, I mean-
everybody I think knows that I mean TMNT and not the Michael Bay ones.
Yeah, no, that you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
God,
yeah.
Okay. Anyways, so yeah. Last couple things. Let's talk about the lackluster, real quick, like some lackluster of the announcements on games. But
Yeah, I mean, like, I want to hear. Did you like D? Because we didn't like you weren't
Yeah.
you were able to come on last week. We were like talking about the other shit that they was showing. Like, did you see any games from that like Summer Games Fest or whatever that were like good or bad or?
More a reaction to. I think the one that I tuned into more was just Square Show, where they were just
Right.
Yeah. I mean, Final Fantasy 16. I don't know if they did this with 15. I assume there was a lot of time skipping stuff. I wanted to play that. I just didn't get the chance to. But
Right.
16 spans like 20 years or more, because it starts off with the character being a teenager, then into their 20s and into their 30s. It was like, okay, that's kind of interesting. It's either trying to have a long form Final Fantasy game that spans so long and it's not like one person saves the world, but rather one person gets caught up in the middle of a series of events, and it's just like, how do they get out of it? I don't know. I'm not the type of person who likes to break molds unless I can find something interesting about them. So if they're going to change up a formula, it has to be intriguing to me. But 16 does look like the type of game I would throw down for a PS5 for.
Ooh.
I don't know. I'm kind of weird when it comes to RPGs because, like, I think I like one formula of stories. There's usually going to be something that pops up that catches my interest. And I'm like, this series spans the character's lifetime, huh? Oh, I'll give it a go. I'm sure there's some kind of narrative I could probably appreciate there.
Yeah, have you like what kind of like consoles have you been getting like as of late, or like because I
just been prioritizing my PC really.
Right. Yeah.
Mostly
So that's a
just
pretty
using-
that's a pretty big reason to dive into the getting a PS5. I mean, that's not that's an investment, you know.
Oh yeah.
So that's pretty good for at least Square to have something interesting enough to get somebody to want to dive in to that.
I mean, if it were up to me, I wouldn't want to wait until the PC releases if I could help it. But I would wish for more PC releases.
Yeah,
depending on how the
that's
market goes.
been a difficult thing for PCs too, because like you don't know if there is ever gonna be a PC port, and then like suddenly it'll pop up, like, or at least the way I see
It'll
it,
pop up out of nowhere, going like,
Yeah.
"Oh, you released it because now
you're
our
like,
time
what?
is
I could have waited, Yeah.
Right.
Because that's what I've been noticing. It's like you don't really know if they're even working on it sometimes. Like it's just like out of nowhere, and you can't predict when it does. So it's yeah, I definitely feel that situation in terms of you're anticipating a good game and you think you could want to play that game, but do you really want to take the dive for a whole new system just for that one game? It's a hard sell, especially nowadays.
It is, because a lot of times it's like if there's an option just not to, it's like, yeah, just wait. But there's
Yeah.
blabbermouths online, which is what I don't like. Is people who get fucking smarmy about, oh, if you wanted to play the game, you would have got it in the 30 seconds it was on the shelves. It's like,
Right.
that's not how it works. Games aren't ice cream that melt in the sun. There's plenty of time to savor a fucking game. Just like how people were finding out about that Phoenix Wright clown girl like years after her game was out, going like, "Oh, I know who this person is now." Yeah, buddy. You watched that Speedo cartoon and you saw Gale Tornado and you're like, "Oh god, I know all about the Phoenix Wright." It's like, and that game's like what, 9 years old? It was on the 3DS like only a bajillion years ago. But my point is, yeah, games, they have a long shelf life. It's just people.
It's
pick
like
them
the
up
self-discipline
time
for
to time,
spoilers or stuff like that.
it's just spoiler blabbermouths going like, "Oh, well, it's been 1 week since the game was out. I thought I'd
Right.
talk about it now." You realize the people who buy these games don't have a lot of free time to play them. They could take
Right.
upwards like what, a couple of months to play through it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and there's like context to as well as like where they hear the spoilers. Some are more like obvious of like, oh yeah, there's gonna be a spoiler here, so be wary. Versus
I like it
say,
when they give warnings, and I like it when videos. Some of them give time codes to say, "Hey, skip ahead if you don't want that."
yes, yeah,
spoiler.
yeah,
I like when they
that's
do that.
a
Like,
pretty
the more
common
accommodating
practice.
they are, the more I'm willing to put up with it. Because some people
Oh yeah.
get apathetic about that shit. They're just like, "Yeah, I don't care."
Mm,
Well, if you don't want to get spoiled, you shouldn't be online. You shouldn't be on Twitter. You shouldn't. It's like they make
Right.
all these sort of excuses for people just to be blabbermouths and just not give a shit about other. Just be as unaccommodating as possible. It's like, well,
Right.
whose side are you on when you're saying that kind of stuff? Shouldn't
mhm.
you be mad about this kind of stuff too? Where like I thought we were the accommodate everybody culture, and you're just making, what's that word? You're making concessions for people just to go all out. Even if you did all the necessary steps to avoid those people will go out of the way, spoil it somewhere else. Like you
Mm,
could be you could be on a forum about cars, and then someone walks in and spoils a fucking movie
Yeah.
there. Just
Yeah.
to be an asshole. It's like, dude,
Yeah.
you're lucky you're protected behind a screen, because I would be in prison today. It's just, ugh. But yeah, for the most part, yeah. I wouldn't say like I go that far. If I see a PC release, maybe, but it's like, yeah, it has to be a lot more going for the system.
Right.
That's how it is these days.
Oh yeah.
True. Yeah, you have to have like enough of on there to know that you're gonna play it and commit to it these days.
I ain't fighting no scalpers.
Did you see the Guile Street Fighter like reveal?
Oh
Like,
yeah,
that was like the one of
Guile
the
is
sub-
gonna be in Street Fighter.
My
What?
God,
That
I
was
know,
one of the
right?
reveals.
Who would have thought?
Yeah, that was one of the reveals.
I was
that
all like,
that surprised
huh.
me, because it
It's like
wasn't
putting-
in the leak, and like, yeah, he wasn't part of the leak. And this is a game that takes place after Street Fighter 3, so I thought he'd be retired.
Right, because the okay, so context on terms of the leak. There's a leak that happened where it shows the entire like set of characters.
Roster?
Yeah, the entire
dare they.
roster. Wait, what?
how dare they show all
I
the
know.
characters?
Right.
Like I get it of like the fighting game reveals.
trying
It's
to
always just
sizzle-
so weird
yeah.
to me the way they have to like parse out the information.
Mhm.
Like, it's just, here's a new character. It's Ryu. He's gonna be in the game, guys.
It's
Like,
Chun.
Yeah.
You're not gonna surprise me with something like
And I-
wild, like Chun Li, right? Or Ken?
Because
They
I mean,
will be
like,
that game?
I understand that like because Guile wasn't in
Uh,
5, right? Like
He was.
He
Oh, he
became.
was?
He
wasn't a
eventually.
launch
Okay, I mean, that's
character, but he
even-
did show up later.
No.
Okay.
So he yeah. In the bit, if you're talking about release wise, he eventually came out. Like
Yeah.
right,
yes.
right.
So and
Yeah,
that was
okay.
like
I mean-
that was a while. It took a while.
I was I
But
thought
doesn't
that,
give an
like, maybe
excuse
he
for them
wasn't
to
in
be all
5,
like,
so, like, maybe
"Yay."
they're.
Right.
I thought he wasn't in 5, so like maybe they're like, well, he's back.
No,
but it's like,
I wish
mean,
it was
he's
like
just been
that.
in every game. Like he's literally.
It would make this more
aside from
exciting.
Ryu, he's pretty much emblematic of
Yes.
Street Fighter. Like he's like the character you think of.
That's like-
Yeah.
he's coming back.
It's the equivalent of Smash Brothers revealing that Link is gonna be in the next Smash.
Or Mario. It's like okay.
Or
like,
Mario, worse
obviously,
Mario.
like,
Yeah. It
yeah.
could be that.
Wait, what if it's Jean-Claude Van Damme's Guile?
I wish.
Just
I
for
wish
ride,
they would
man.
just digitally paint his face onto the character model of Guile and put him in the game.
I wish they would make a fake like character, like a side character in his. You know how like they have storylines, those like really
Yeah.
goofy comic things. Well, they should have one that's like a fan of Guile, and it's actually just a cartoonish copy of Jean-Claude Van Damme, and he's just pretending and cosplaying as like a crappy version of Guile. Oh man. That would be so funny. And then he even does the splits too. Just to like nail it in further. We just gotta, drive the nail through. This is definitely Jean-Claude Van Damme. Oh man. So yeah, that was pretty funny seeing that. Oh, we got a big reveal. But okay, so you have a good point though. At the very least, that the leak didn't show that Guile was part of the roster, right? Is that what you're saying?
Right. Yeah.
So that's interesting. So that means either the leak is incorrect, or in the sense that maybe that was a very, very old roster, or the leak is on purpose, and that's them trying to dick around with, I guess.
Or they
could've
just
said
decided
that
to
it
add
was
him in after
related,
the fact.
and they decided
Oh, yeah.
to add some characters
Yes.
Right.
on feedback.
Right. Yeah, that could be it. I mean, that's pretty damn quick because, like, that character model looks like quite finished and animated and everything. So that would be interesting if they really. Okay, that would annoy me even actually. Now that I think about it, if it was true that they added it and they really like fucking put all that together so quickly, I'm all like, then just come out with the game already. Like,
Right.
oh man. But that's interesting. So I mean, at least there's more to speculate of like what's gonna happen in the next Street Fighter.
I mean,
Anything
they're
else?
already testing it out with a few influencers, so I expect
Right.
them to at least have an idea of having a game polished enough the moment it hits this moment it starts hitting consoles. I think most of the work they probably want to prioritize by the time the game releases. And it's not like they're not going to do balance patches for characters as they come along, because that's to be expected. But I think they want to prioritize developing the characters once the game releases and just make that more of a thing. Because wasn't part of the game engine just incomplete when they released Street Fighter V and they started adding more things to it? Not just
Yeah.
the characters.
What?
The engine itself was not complete.
Yeah.
Yeah, like blocking was broken before, where it was practically making you invincible. There was no chip damage.
That's insane. Wow.
They
Man,
really,
that's like-
they really
Holy
like.
shit.
yeah,
That's like
they really
shooting being
were having.
broken on Apex.
Yeah. I mean, there was there was a thing.
There
when
was a
fucking
thing like that. No
when
rigs.
Konami.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, it's that, but like, there's this thing with Konami, like recently or maybe 6 months ago,
Mhm.
they came out with like the eFootball thing, like
Oh,
on
no.
mobile or something, and like the ball didn't work, like the ball physics didn't work, and I was like,
Football.
The very fundamental of the game.
You would think
So
to at least have that, even if everything else doesn't work. The ball physics gotta work. Like,
What do
so
they? That's
funny.
so crazy. Like, what do they
That's
even
funny.
need big? All these physics and in those in soccer or football games. Like, they don't even actually
Yeah.
behave like real balls.
Right.
That's funny.
That's insane. Yeah, I didn't know that about Street Fighter V. That's really funny.
yeah, they really rushed it. They
That,
really did
too.
not know like how to use the Unreal Engine to their advantage. And plus, also like they, I don't know. Like they really, I don't know. I guess they at least learned their lessons to create their own engine. So now they're using the RE engine this time around.
I knew that they were gonna use that. They're using it for everything, which is good.
Oh
'cause
yeah,
it's a good
no,
engine.
it makes
Great
sense.
engine,
Like
yeah.
they had to. It's definitely the thing to make sense for them to keep the money in house too. Plus, also to
Oh yeah.
very specifically develop exactly what they want it for.
Yeah.
Because there is games that they're specifically known for. So there's certainly the Devil May Cry, Dogma. There's the Street
the
Fighter
sequel
games.
to Dogma is coming out.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
is like a decade old. Yeah.
Yeah.
it's pretty
Yeah.
Old.
One cool thing about that game is that one thing that the creator was complaining that you get all this fights against giants and dragons, you just end up hacking at their feet. And in Dragon's Dogma, you actually get to kind of climb the this beast and hack at them at different actual specific spots. A lot,
Right. I think it was like
a little bit of a little bit of like the Shadow of the Colossus, a little bit.
Right.
yeah, like it was like one of those things they were known for at the time because it was so like back in that time it was very different. Either it's like if you're fighting something big, it usually is some sort of scripted cutscene ish like thing, or a primitive like you're not actually fighting it. It's part of the environment. It's not actually reacting to specifically what you're doing, or down to of course where like getting inspired again, like you were saying, from Colossus. But in this one, it's like you're hunting specific monsters or something like that, or whatever, something like that. I forget. But yeah. Was there anything else like deep? Was there anything else that struck home for you?
Announcements, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. That's fair.
Next winter for Mark II and Crisis Core is getting their remake, and
What exactly is Crisis Core?
more than just a paint job. So I mean, some textures and models have been updated. It's not like they just slapped in the PSP game and said, "Oh, just run an upscaler on it," like some people thought. No, there was a bunch of work done. I don't know. I mean, it's just I was in it mostly for Final Fantasy and whatever Nintendo's got up for their Direct tomorrow. I'm not going to catch it because it's the fucking partner showcase. So it's like bunch of third party shit I might not care about. And I knew how bad the last partner showcase was. I'm like, I'm getting my full night's sleep. Sorry guys. I'll just catch the after show of that.
Yeah.
Like, oh, what got announced? I think they're just going to announce Banjo. Because they've been talking about how Rare and is all buddy with Nintendo again, and there may or may not be another Banjo-Kazooie game, and there might be more of the Kingdom Battle, the one with the rabbits, and someone leaked shit on that, just like the previous game. So it's like, hey, Bowser's joining Mario and crew, and they're ugly rabbit friends with bazookas and stuff again. Like, okay, fine. They're making a big deal of that, and then the rest is going to be what, like indies or a release date for Advance Wars. I don't know. It's a partner showcase. Those aren't
Right.
where the big shit's going to be announced. Even though partner is a wiggle word because it's not necessarily saying third party. It's not necessarily saying first party, and companies like Monolith Soft and Game Freak technically count as partners, but I don't expect their products to be on display. Some people were hyping it because we're in a dry season, but it's like I just really think it's going to be a bare bones third party showcase.
Right.
Yeah, that could be the case. It's very likely that being the case. Anything for Capcom, like what they did for that, other than the Street Fighter?
I was surprised they announced the sequel to Dragon's Dogma because it's been so long since they released the first one. I don't know. I don't really have strong opinions about the remake to RE4.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, we were also talking about that last time.
Yeah, we did talk about that. I mean, what else did Capcom showcase? Because my memory's kind of fuzzy on that.
Let's see. There's, well, yeah, Street Fighter. There's the Resident Evils. There's the trying to remember. Dogma. They didn't really announce like Devil May Cry stuff. Yeah, that's not. There's nothing there, unfortunately, for that. That wacky world. What else? Oh, they there was like some weird dino.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like people thought it
Dino
was going to be
Prima?
Exoprimal.
Yeah,
Right.
Exo
Yeah,
Primal.
it
There you
turned
go.
out to be some shit about dinosaur shaped suits. It's like,
Yeah, that was
could've
weird.
Just had a game with real fucking dinosaurs. But why would I want to dress up in a powered furry suit? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, scaly.
In a powered scaly suit. Like,
Yeah, that was weird. I saw the gameplay for that. I was like, okay, maybe they have some fun mechanics to it, but aside from that, the world is just like there's no personality here at all. Like looks like a really like generic-y Overwatch. Like that's
yeah, it does
how I
look
can
like they want
describe
that
it.
team shooter market, but
Yeah,
the problem
exactly.
is the team shooter market's kind of getting
Like
not
Anthem
limited, but it's
Anthem
like-
in like Overwatch had a baby. That's what that would be.
brand recognition is what carries the most successful ones that aren't Overwatch. Overwatch has characters with personalities and functions. Fortnite has like a bunch of crossover shit in it, and now it has a mode where you don't have to build a fort.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's just
It's just night.
what's dinosaur shooty team gonna do? It's what people are gonna play favorites with what exoscoop.
Yeah.
Exos. I can't talk today.
It's okay.
Exoprimal?
Exosuits.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would have been better if they announced Dino Crisis. Like
Yeah,
that
I
would
don't
have
know
been
why
better.
they just didn't call it Dino Crisis.
Right?
Like, because you're talking about brand recognition. And it's true. And
Yeah,
it's just like,
exactly.
everybody thought it was Dino Crisis, and then like,
And
oh,
then
it
it
looks
wasn't
like
Dino
but it's
Crisis,
this and
yeah.
it's that, and it's just like, oh, it's not. It's like if you'd just called it Dino Crisis, like it would have worked for
Yeah.
you.
Plus, it really has a very generic name too. Like it goes
Yeah,
together
it's
with
terrible.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's a generic name that goes with the generic graphics too, and the generic gameplay.
Yeah.
Should've just called it
They
generic, the
should've
game.
Did test plays before they
Even the
decided to
dinosaurs
announce
are-
it to the public.
Not like interesting looking. You get what I'm saying? They just look like those kind of 3D models that you get from those pay to buy the 3D model
Right?
website.
Yeah.
No offense to the
They
artists. I
usually
bet they
have that
really did,
store.
tried to make it realistic and everything. But
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, a little bit of imagination would have gone a long way for that
Yeah, just make them into giant pigeons.
with the camera and
With the
lasers.
camera right through them. Yeah, exactly. Lasers.
I mean, they could have had like them with like I don't know some sort of module on top of their heads that controlled them. I guess the dinosaurs, I guess, or half cyborg like thing going on.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Don't get me wrong. I
Anything-
kind of like the wacky idea of just like fighting dinosaurs in mech suits.
Yeah, like I
that's
bet the
something fun
the
looking.
pit. Yeah, just by you saying that line, that sounds more interesting than what we actually got.
yeah.
Because like what I was watching the gameplay and it was just like there's nothing interesting happening that's different. You know what I'm saying? Like the Triceratops bursts out and you're shooting and you're fighting it, but the only interesting things mechanically that's happening was like that gave maybe some sort of sense of personality is that the armored guy with the shield he would obviously he's like a lot like a Reinhardt with a big giant visible or slightly see-through shield like a holographic shield and then the swarms of raptors would swarm around and then some of them would like the bigger ones I guess would grab onto his shield and is like climbing on it and then you had to like use an ability to knock him off and then push them around and you're essentially wrangling the crowd and then you would fight the crowd with a Triceratops and you're trying to use your other abilities to like punch the fucking thing and I mean that seems kind of cool but like I don't know like I just need more of a personality to like the characters you're playing because otherwise it's a really a meat and potatoes like thing going on. You're just some exoskeleton, guy in exoskeleton fight. You're just in a robot fighting dinosaurs. It just does not feel like there's more to do there. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like there's nothing else other than that. It's like one of those games where you play it in one day and that's it. Or not even a day, like 20 minutes, one round. You're okay. This is the extent of the game. Like, I've reached the limit of like discoverability, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the mystery, or the mechanics. Like you're just trying to get better at the game or something like that. It really doesn't feel like it was like enough of that is pulling you into like this. Maybe if there was a story, or maybe there was like. The characters have like relationships or something like that and it was like you hear them talk and maybe even like the dinosaurs themselves. I don't even understand why the hell you're even fighting the dinosaurs. I don't know anything.
From the trailer that I'm looking at, it sounds like it's just a simulation.
Which is ridiculous.
No, exactly.
Why would you want to play a game that's just simulations of you fighting dinosaurs? Like,
it's
why-
already
why?
a simulation.
yeah. Yeah, it's like, why? Like, what is like somewhere in the outside world that we have to fight dinosaurs constantly? Like, is that a common thing in their world or something, or what? Yeah, I need it more. It really just feels like they're trying to do the whole multiplayer market. or something
Maybe
like
it's just
that.
a comment. Maybe it's just a commentary, into our, political world where we have to fight dinosaurs all the time because they keep getting reelected.
Yeah, maybe.
Or
I
it's
mean,
just the
then
pigeons.
have the Triceratops with like fucking a toupee. Why not? Dude, do you okay, how about this? Here's the go. Let's repitch it, right? We're gonna
Okay,
repitch it as these dinosaurs aren't just your normal, like, oh, that's just a dinosaur, like from Jurassic Park. Okay. No, it's not like that. No, fuck that. We're gonna make them I can't even say it.
Anthropomorphic.
They look like humans.
Yes.
I
They're
honestly
humanoid.
thought
Bipedal.
That was going to be the game. I wanted to see like a sapient T-Rex person. I don't care if
Yeah.
it's stuff
No,
like,
like,
Dinosaurs
no,
and
imagine, no,
big
even
screen
better.
Dinosaurs.
Remember-
It's like that shit's cool. I
Yeah,
want
yeah.
talking dinosaurs holding
Yes.
rifle.
Remember,
Right.
was it Disney show? I think it was Is it a Disney show with the fucking
dinosaur?
dinosaur
Yeah,
family?
talking about with the dinosaur family. All
Yeah!
Oh yeah,
Dude,
Yeah,
can you
dinosaurs,
imagine
yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Like you're
Yeah.
fighting like humanoid dinosaurs and shit like that, and then it turns out like they have a whole family and shit, and now you feel bad.
I think that show ended like incredibly darkly.
Mhm.
Apparently, from what
Yeah,
you remember
it did,
the
right?
the ending was it was pretty sad.
I don't remember the ending, but
I remember
just
it
know that it was
perfectly because
sad,
I remember
yeah.
I remember it scarring me when I was a kid. The fact that so
Finally, the comet came, right? Is that what
yeah
what it was?
no
Oh.
not at all. Like comet had nothing to do with it.
Oh.
You know how like the father used to work for a deforestation company, and at some point
Oh, yes.
I think they grow they put something in the in the water supply that makes like plants grow super high because they wanted to have more trees to cut down for more so they could have more business. So now it's just getting the plants are just getting out of hand, so now they use another chemical that just kills all the plants, except it kills all of the plants like all over the planet. And
Oh, man.
the last thing we know about it is that plunges, the entire world into into pretty much a winter that completely. The last thing that they do is that they try to make it so that it rains, but they basically blot out the sky, and now they're in darkness, and it all becomes a winter that pretty much it's implied kills them all.
it's a kid show.
The
too.
way
For
you
anybody-
talk about it is a little too cheerful. You're,
It's
Funny, dude.
It's because it's
That's
just
super-
hilarious, and it's just such a
hilariously
dark.
right? Yeah.
It's a dark topic in the fact that like
And it's in a kid's
capitalism ends
cartoon.
up killing them all.
Or kids show.
Yeah, it's a pretty mature like topic to say
That
that, oh
is-
yeah, capitalism
yeah.
ended up killing them all. It's like, oh yeah, that we can relate.
So funny that's
Man.
the end.
Yeah.
that's so wild.
On fucking, I think that was on Nickelodeon. Like
Oh,
that
was it
on-
Nickelodeon? I thought it was Disney.
it was.
for some
I mean,
reason.
it was
No,
Disney or
Disney
one of
does
those.
own it though.
Disney
they
does
own it?
own it,
Okay,
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
They did air it on other channels for a bit because it was in syndication.
Mhm.
Ah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I remember I watched it in El Salvador, so it must have been in syndication for a while.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what we needed for this game.
Yeah, exactly.
we needed that.
Some political commentary.
It
Shit.
makes it so much more like marketable. It's just like, oh, you think this looks stupid, but like, go deeper. into
Yeah, I know, right? What? I just imagine the creator being really, really artsy. He really thinks it's like, he's like on a tour, having like he has one that's, anthropomorphized dinosaur just wearing a bikini, with very little, just completely scantily clad. Guy saying it's like, oh, when the reason why she's scantily clad, you will regret your decisions. You will be ashamed of your deeds.
Yeah, this sounds like coming from. He's like a real pessimist. Like he's
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, we're going this direction for sure. Like his whole commentary is like capitalism and the irony of our hubris will just end up killing ourselves, just like the dinosaurs.
I know, right?
I'm all like, God. It's like I wonder what it's like to be in the same room with the guy.
That's seriously amazing that it ended that way. I mean, it's like
Yeah.
Rock ending that way. It's like this insane that like it would take a turn like that. The audience, it's so funny, man. I'm amazed that was able to even happen. Like that
Right.
ending actually got through, and the producers just like, it's ending, fuck it, and like we're just gonna let you there. Like
We're
that's
just gonna let you do what you want.
They
Yeah.
would never get away with that today. I wish they could, but like
Right. Yeah.
that's awesome.
Yeah. Okay. So that's announcements. Let's
Yeah.
see. What are we else we got here?
You know what? You know what game looks fun that we never really talked about because there's really not much to talk about from the trailer. That one called Scorn. The one
Oh,
that looks
right.
Oh,
like
Yeah.
yeah. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. I really want to play it just because it's just wacky looking.
yeah, very atmospheric.
Yeah. Like it just looks disturbing. Like everything looks disturbing.
Yeah.
It's like everything is fleshy of some sort. I feel like though that game also, like, I feel like
Might
I'm
as
not
well
gonna
be called
finish it.
H.R. Geiger the game.
Yeah, it should be definitely that. But I also feel like it's gonna be the kind of game where I would probably not finish it just because I feel like the game is gonna be like what's that movie? Not movie. The game Mist, where it's so ingrained in its atmosphere that the motivation to move forward is a little not there, kind of thing. Like it would have to be. I don't know. Doesn't. It looks engaging enough to go like, ooh, this is this, right? And then I'm discovering that. But sometimes there's some games where it's just like I need something to push me, a goal to make me go somewhere, which sometimes usually would be like, is the main character have a motivation? Is there something we're getting to? Oh, is there a concept of escape, or is it a concept of like there's a big bad? You know what I mean? Like there's none of that. And I understand that in complete and utter intention is that you're supposed to feel like you're being thrown into it, and that you're like you're it's kind of like you're being thrown into it, zero context, like, and you're supposed to figure out how to get out, and that totally makes sense for their like atmosphere and the atmosphere building, and like how to like, and it's very clever too of like how to guide the player through things that aren't normal objects, but you like it's feasible to understand like how it works. So how some of the machinery works, of the mechanics of it, to open up puzzles and stuff like that. But aside from that, I feel like this is like a very definitely, it's very niche, like extremely niche. Like I don't think it's gonna be like gangbusters of like the next revolution in gaming or anything. It's just more of a cool experiment of anything. Maybe it's something more on the artsy end. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to put it any other ways. It's like it's just a giant alien movie.
Yeah, yeah.
Or alien game.
I feel like it'll have limited appeal. Even
Yeah.
it's not the kind of game that you'll be replaying because it'll be like it looks like the kind of game that you just have that one experience and then
That's
you're
it.
good.
Yeah.
And that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it hasn't shown, and they also said like it's not, even though it's in first person, it's not your typical kind of like run and gun type of shooter type of game. Even though they have a lot of mechanics that suggest that you shoot things.
Right.
But yeah, that's a fucking weird game, man. It's a fucking weird game, dude. Definitely somebody were like, let's take this crazy concept and boom, like make a whole game out of it.
Yeah. Ironically, I think that the one game that it has a lot in common with is also the cat game, Stray.
Oh yeah, right.
They both look like they have an interesting look. They have an interesting concept, but it's mostly just exploration.
Right.
Yeah. Definitely is maybe the indie influence, where it's not trying to cater to some sort of popular demand or of like or popular genre. It's really trying to do something like that they themselves don't think, like they don't think it will be insanely successful, I guess, or like they're risking it not being insanely successful. They're not doing a typical trend type of game.
Yeah.
So yeah, we don't know a lot about those games too. Like, what more can they do or say about it? No idea. No idea. Let's see. And then, so yeah, we went over some of the stuff. Oh, TMNT Shredder's Revenge. So how we were playing that over the weekend, I think, or the week, or something like that.
All these weekends.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Did you guys play the Saturday Sunday?
We played. I think we did play Saturday night, right? I forget. I think it was Saturday night. Either that or Friday night. I think both. Yes, we played both. Yeah. So, what you guys think about that game, basically? Like, what's your take? Your impression?
I mean, it was fun. Like I wish there was more replayability to it.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
in
that was
terms of
definitely
like
the big negative. I agree with
yeah,
that.
I mean just the fact that like the whole thing is like the only reason to replay is just level up, but like
But
why?
why?
Like
Yeah.
why would I even bother doing that? And
Yeah,
like,
there's not another challenge to like need to level up for. Yeah.
yeah, and I mean like the arcade mode is like useless to even go to. Like you just don't like we were playing it for a little while and then playing this. We don't even get like experience or whatever like that we would otherwise get in the story mode. Like
Right.
and
You don't
have
unlock
to
anything
roll-
else. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah. You don't unlock anything else and you're just it's just the story mode. Like that's all it is. Like it's like nothing it's not like a normal arcade mode for whatever reason.
It's pretty
yeah.
bare bones.
But I mean
Yeah.
it's a good game. I was saying when we were playing it, like I do wish some secret areas, like maybe even something, like Mario where like you the beanstalk and you go to clouds and stuff like that. Anything like even small stuff like that, like would be kind of cool. I'm kind of surprised that there wasn't at least one little thing like that. But I mean, it's for sure it's a good game. We had a lot of fun with it. It's got all the crazy villains that we remember as well as some we don't. And then there's like the whole fucking Krang thing. He's got like hiding all of his different body parts of his giant fucking mech body or whatever, and like his legs are like in a TV store, and it's like just like random shit where it makes no sense, but like that's how the show was. That's how we remember it. And it's like it's fine. Like that leap in logic is it was always there. Like I mean, you're playing as these walking abominations who eat sewer pizza. Like it's not exactly like catering to logic here, so it's fine. And it was fun for sure.
Yeah, I think.
But again, I've heard some people say like, oh yeah, I played it by myself and it was fun, and I am sure it was. But for me, like, I wouldn't play it. I mean, this is like the good version of Dying Light 2 for me, where like this is a good game, but like I wouldn't play it by myself.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Because again, there's just not a lot of depth, but it is a really fun party game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Especially
definitely
with
a party game. Like a really
6
well done.
people and in that same screen.
Yeah,
the
the
it's
chaos.
6-player co-op is awesome.
Jesus.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
beautiful,
And
beautiful
they-
chaos.
Yeah, I like they definitely nailed the feel and look of like the old school brawlers.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this is their first time like making a game like this, and if it is, then hey, you did a great job. I hope to see them make another one and solve some situations when it comes to like the challenge difficulty is just not there. Like it's really easy.
Right.
Like once we
Yeah.
figured out like
Even
how
on
to,
my card mode, yeah.
yeah, we played it on the hardest difficulty and beat that in one sitting. So it goes
Yeah.
to show that like they need to like tune like some of that, and then also tune some of the achievable things in the game, meaning like rewards. Like they could easily put in like small little like tidbits of rewards that you could get later on in the game. And then
even maybe a more in-depth combo system might be a good
right.
idea too. Just because I mean, like you learn some moves, but like you can learn them in like a minute, and then like that's all you have for like the whole game. Whereas like instead of like sort of like you keep going, and you maybe learn some new combos, and you add to your that you
like
can use.
your arsenal of things to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I was also saying when we were playing it that feels like it still feels like that the developers that made the Scott Pilgrim game was like that one's still so good. Like even now, comparing this game to that one, I'm all like, well, I feel like Scott Pilgrim was like the better of the two. When I'm comparing it like with Streets of Rage, it's really difficult, right? Like that one's definitely more of like that classic, difficult, arcadey type game. There really isn't like a level up necessarily system. You get what you get, and you gotta keep what you have and your resources throughout the entire storyline or the missions. And I feel like that was on one far end where it's like it's difficult, but it plays exactly how you expect it. It has that arcadey feel, less of a casual because it's more
It has a hidden depth to it.
Yeah, exactly. The hidden depth to it, yeah. And then I feel like Scott Pilgrim is in the middle because right now TNT is like really at the far end in terms of like really easy. You kind of just beat it in one day, though. Like if you wanted to complete and like level up all those, farm those characters, fine. You could do that, but still. I imagine doesn't going to take that long. But Scott Pilgrim is like right in the middle where it has all the kind of, there's the depth and there is difficulty if you choose to do that difficulty because there's secret stuff in there that makes it harder. But then at the same time, if you spend your time, it'll be just as easy as TMNT. Because if you play the game enough, that you can level up and purchase abilities and stats to a point where you're practically almost like God running around. But that still takes time.
You're earning that ease, right? It's not just there from the jump.
From the jump, yeah. And you're not just like exploiting a rotated like like exploiting in TMNT. The reason why it's so easy because you can exploit a mechanic in the game where you go. You spam your ultimate, which is usually a huge AoE, and that uses up a bar, but then you taunt immediately after that with seemingly very little consequences, and then you get your bar back, and then you can spam it immediately again, which is also like the lack of consequence of like between that time. It's very quick, like there's no leeway of like cooldown, right?
You don't, it makes it so you don't have to have any strategy of when you use. It's just like, well, just use the ult all the time. We taunt and get it right back. Like,
and even when you leveled up and got new abilities or new like attacks, we realized that you just use the basic one that you come with
pretty much
straight from the beginning.
Right.
So so I think that's like one of the things that they should be able to work on if they make another one or if they make an update for this one. But aside from that, they definitely need more features or different modes or maybe even an arena type of mode or something like that where you just want to fight. Like you just want to go in a survival mode where you're just fighting either all the bosses sequentially or I just want an arena where you're like going from one level to the next and a bunch of enemies keep on coming at you and different type of thing.
Right.
And that's the thing, like fucking Scott Pilgrim had that, Streets of Rage had that for crying out loud, or versions of it, and pretty common, right? Time attack modes, survival against
horde
bosses,
mode.
a horde mode. I think that's really the only things that were missing. I see the good game in it, and they really did a good job. The animations are great. The backgrounds are great.
Yeah.
Invented characters too. They have like invented minions.
The taunts were amazing. Like,
Oh,
the
yeah.
Mikey dancing, doing a jig in the middle of battle, cracking. Great.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Playing
I
as
know, love
Casey,
Donatello's.
April, Splinter, that's awesome, dude. Like
Yeah.
they you can tell that they really love the franchise or they love that genre or both or whatever. Like it could be a combination of all those things and they just met all these they have all those people with that same vision and they, executed pretty well in terms of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, just missing, I guess, added features, stuff like that. I feel like though, like developers have had that problem before whenever they make the first game, right? So it feels like
Right.
they can definitely pull off like even better. And I hope they did.
yeah.
I hope they did well. I don't even know like what was the purchases for it or something like that. If it
Yeah.
made well in terms of that. And I actually really didn't see much reviews. Or I didn't see any reviews at all, now that I think about it.
I saw the IGN one, and I think
Give it a
I
one.
mean
Eight?
it's a good yeah. That's a great for IGN. So yeah,
that's-
it's a,
I would have, I agree with that.
yeah, for sure.
with that
Yeah.
opinion, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely a very, very well made game. It's a little bare bones, but it completely captures the spirit of those old arcadey TMNT games.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I guess like it's almost a compliment to the game to say that we just wish there was more to it.
Yeah. The negative is only that there wasn't enough of it, because the thing itself was already so well done.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just wanted more, I guess.
Mhm.
More.
DLC.
Yeah, probably. Hopefully, yeah, like new modes might come out for it or something like that.
I mean, so this is the first game they developed. So I mean, this is a great first
Oh, wow.
game. I mean,
That's
they've published
that's
other
amazing.
games, and like there was like I mean, they published like Mercenary Kings, which was awesome on PS4, which is like a Contra-like game. Yeah, and Mercenaries is like Panzer Paladin, which I've. Yeah, so they've published a bunch of stuff, but this is their first game. So I mean, this is a great stuff. I can't wait to see what they do next. Sure.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, under that label, but wasn't the team behind that also some staff that worked on the Scott Pilgrim game?
Yeah. There's some
Oh, okay,
staff
okay.
that worked on this game. Yeah, from that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I could definitely see
Yeah,
that.
but
then.
yeah, new under the label Tribute. Was it Tribute? Games
Yeah,
is what
tribute
it's called?
games.
Huh. Nice.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, I hope they get another contract for more TMNT based stuff. Maybe
For
they
sure.
have it in them to do something like that that action adventure game that was on that gave us a lot of hell. The one with the dam and the bombs. I like to see a TMNT game like that where you can
Yeah.
also switch between like April and Casey as well.
Right.
So it's like that's kind of cool. I don't know. Maybe I'm just reaching for the moon here, but still.
Yeah, if you haven't had a chance, D, like if you ever get a chance to play it, I do recommend it. It's a fun aside. Not
Yeah,
like
you
you're
can
gonna
just
play it like all you know what I mean, like you play it in a day kind of thing, but it's
Oh, of
definitely
course,
worth
yeah.
it first, like it's worth that experience of playing what they were doing. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I play a lot of beat 'em up, so it's not a genre I don't think I'll ever tire of.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I feel like this one
love
has
beat-em-ups.
really good cadence too. Like the attacks just feel nice and snappy, and
Right.
the enemies don't spend too long on the ground. Like I was playing actually it's called Pilgrim a couple of nights ago, and I noticed that like the enemies just spend a little bit longer than than I wish on the ground, and the same thing happens to you.
Oh yeah, when they like knock them on the ground and they just like still like haven't gotten up yet.
Yeah,
You're like, Ma, no, my combo.
yeah, I know exactly.
You son of a bitch.
Get up so I can keep hitting you.
Yeah. Oh man, that's so funny.
But yeah, those guys do a great job with their sprite work.
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
I think Scott Pilgrim had a specific artist that I follow on Instagram. I can't remember his name though, but he's known for doing a lot of sprite work, sprite animations, and yeah, that's his kind of whole branding. And he has some really wacky like animations, like really bizarro stuff, using that type of art style, I guess you could say. And animation. But yeah, TMNT. Nice job, y'all. Nice job, y'all.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
and I have to say the pricing, the pricing is not bad.
Yeah.
I didn't feel like I was breaking my wallet, with that.
You know, it would have been better if they could have included, a Pizza Hut coupon with it. Just that would have made my all 10-year-old me, really happy.
But that isn't. Did you know the physical copy does come with a Pizza Hut? I'm not joking. It comes with a.
Wait,
Pizza Hut.
really?
It really does. Yes. If you look it up.
Way.
There really is one. You can get a special like edition physical copy, and it really does have a Pizza the Hut coupon in there.
A Pizza Hut.
Yeah.
That'd be even better, man.
Right?
Such a
You
weird.
get to meet the man. Or the pizza, whatever he was.
No, you meet the Noid. That was our running joke. We're just like talking about the
Right.
Noid.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Oh, we finally meet, huh?
That would be. He's like an actual villain, like an actual villain. That would be
Yeah.
so funny if the the Noid shows up and you have to fight him. Wasn't there a game where it really did have the Noid in it, or was there a
Yes,
game of the Noid?
It was called Yo Noid, and you played as
Yeah.
the Noid. It was by
I
Capcom
don't know. Yeah.
and
Ah,
Now Production. And instead of having conventional boss battles, they had you do these mini games where you were supposed to collect these icons that increase your chances of winning a pizza eating contest. And yeah, it's so weird. But the development team that worked on those games, Now Production, they have a lot of similar games that work that way, where you don't have a conventional boss battle and you just do some crazy mini game stuff. They did a similar game like that. But yeah, the Noid did have a game.
Yeah, developed by
They
Capcom.
they made a lot of weird games that in the 90s. I mean, I remember fucking renting from Blockbuster the Cool Spot game. You remember Cool Spot? The fucking
that-
logo
Yes, I
from
do.
the
The
7-Up
logo
mascot.
from- yeah,
Yeah,
I
he
remember
literally used a red
that.
dot with hands and sunglasses. Made it a game.
Yeah,
It was a logo. Like it's so
dude,
weird.
Comfortable
that's so
silly. Like,
funny.
Yeah,
I remember
Cool
that.
Spot
Yeah.
was such a solid game, but then Tacos of Hollywood, no.
Yes.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
There's a Cool
Oh,
Spot
God.
video game.
Yeah. Isn't that that's from Coca-Cola, right? That's the
7-Up.
Oh, it's 7-Up.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
7-Up logo. Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, isn't it because like they were trying to, get on the trend of like, oh, caricatures, platformers. Why not? And they that's what they invent.
Everything,
man.
yeah, in the 90s became like a platformer. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember what was it? There's another one. I remember there was a one where it's like a Mega Man, but he was like it was Sega Vector Man, I think.
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Vector Man.
You
Yeah.
remember that? Vector Man, but that wasn't some sort of gimmick of from a I don't know, like a soda or something like that. What was the other
that
ones?
was all Sega's own brand.
Yeah, that was
Right.
Sega trying to, bring. And that's another thing. That was like when they were having the war of like,
Yeah.
oh, we
With
have
Nintendo,
Sonic
yeah.
versus Mario.
Sega
versus
does
the,
what Nintendo don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
They were like the edgy competitor.
Ah, man, Nintendo don't. Oh my god.
Funny story about all that. The way Sega had their own mascots out the wazoo for the Genesis, that's because of Sega Technical Institute of America. And there was a power struggle between them and Sega of Japan, which is why they had to give a lot of those IPs the axe. So stuff like Eternal Champions and Necroman was just not Saturn bound because Sega Japan just didn't like how Sega Technical Institute of America was favorable in the West for Western audiences, which is kind of, I wouldn't say it's a contributing factor to the Saturn's failure, but that kind of internal conflict is part of their downfall.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's stupid. That's like, you know, you're like picking a fight where it doesn't need to be within your own damn company or something like that. Yeah.
Especially when you have franchises that could have helped your console have a little bit of an edge.
Yeah. Bubsy was another one. That was
They brought that shit back.
They did, I remember,
Man.
Bubsy the Bobcat. Yeah, I remember playing the shit out of that game. It wasn't good, but that was all.
Yeah. Back in that time too, yeah, you just you couldn't get every game, so therefore you're like, you get
one game for Christmas.
Exactly.
If it's bad, good luck until your birthday.
Exactly. Good luck until your birthday, and good luck if you could even get the game that's really good at Blockbuster or some shit, right? You know.
I mean, because at that point, your mom is picking out like whatever box art looks the coolest.
Yeah. That's what they did too. They knew how to do their marketing, just like it's like they poured it in. All right, we need to do statistics on what mom is more attracted to what cover box art. Let's go do it.
Yeah, you're marketing to the parents, not the kids. Like they're not buying the game.
Oh, Lee Trevino,
dude, that is like pre-YouTube trend of like thumbnails. You know how like thumbnails is like 54. Did you know you heard that? Have you ever heard that? Where was it 50 or 40, somewhere around that time? Either 50 or 40% of your success of the video is the thumbnail, or I think it's even higher. That's 60 something. Yeah. And then they said the first 3 minutes of your video is the rest of the 40% or whatever of your success rate. Yeah. So the actual content may not even matter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, in other words, YouTube thumbnails is like the equivalent to video game covers in 90s video games.
Nice.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing for, like, movie boxes in Blockbuster when that was a thing, where it's like you go Saturday night to pick out a movie. Like, you don't know what this movie is, but the cover looks good, so you try it out, you know?
Yeah, it's true.
Every once in a while, it means you're shoveling through a lot of shit, but it also means, like, every once in a while you find this hidden gem.
Yeah.
You really picked the wrong thing.
Movie for us to watch. It's called Coonskin by Ralph Bakshi. Fairly wrong.
Oh no!
What are they talking about heroin for?
Oh God!
Why is the black preacher man naked?
You know that there was like one Blockbuster employee that was like, took that video and purposely put it in the kids section. And just like let the chaos begin. Yeah. He's like, yes.
Well, he's a nice fantasy movie wizard.
Wizards by Ralph Bakshi. Surely no. It has a fairy on it. This will be a fun romp for the kids. See, even Ralph Bakshi could be quoted as saying it's a family picture.
To be fair, I guess that kind of stuff never really went away. Well, with probably parents taking their kids to watch Sausage Fest.
Oh yeah. Oh man, that's funny. That's hilarious.
Don't rewatch that shit. That's because of how absurd it is.
It really is.
Oh man. Yeah, I was apprehensive with watching it because of the whole like controversy with the studio that they had.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they shortchanged their animators.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah.
I think they had that stuff resolved too, because
okay.
Yeah, that's a pretty bad look on Seth Rogen's part.
Mm-hmm.
if not his production company.
Yeah,
Mhm.
for sure. I think there was I think it was like one of the investigations had to do with like it was the management, somebody in between, right? Like the management to the animators, not necessarily like
Okay,
you get what I'm saying?
like
Like
yeah,
they
I
didn't
mean,
know that
also part of it
these
is
people were getting
partially
screwed over.
responsible too.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, just whoever got caught in between the middle. I mean, it's still like yeah, yeah. I understand what you're saying though.
Yeah. Um. But yeah, I did see it. When I saw that, I saw it on Netflix. Brenner was watching it. I was like, oh shit, they had all this in here. uh, this is a far worse than what I was hearing, or far worse than how some people were explaining to me. Worse as in like, damn, really far. Um, I guess that's Seth Rogen's way of getting into animation.
Right.
Yeah, we're gonna make more of these.
Hey, I mean, he's still climbing the ladder. He's progressing. So
Yeah,
can't say can't say that was a failed mission.
true.
Yeah.
True. What was the other thing? Oh, what about I mean, since we were on Blockbuster, what about
A very relevant topic to today's day and age.
Hollywood Video? Do you guys remember that?
Yes.
Hollywood Video was like the place you wanted to go for the obscure films. For me, it like especially the foreign ones, right? Like you couldn't really get those at Blockbuster. Like
Sure.
some really wild like stuff that's like a different language and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
for the most
I mean,
part, for me,
yeah,
at least.
I don't know that I went to Hollywood Video that much, just because, like, in San Francisco, there's obscure fucking shops everywhere, and there was
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
there was like
that's
Lay
true.
Video,
Live
true.
video.
Doctor Video in my
Yep.
neighborhood, like
Mm.
near like Diamond Heights where I used to live, like where around. Yeah, so it's like it's interesting that I don't think I went to Hollywood Video until I was like older, when it was like going out of business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I
funny.
could
think
definitely see that because that's around the time where like all the bigger franchises was going under.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the mom
When
and
we were
pops
all-
pretty much stayed.
Just
Here
just
and
a
there.
just a couple of years when we were all like, oh, this whole Netflix thing where you order DVDs is
Mhm.
never gonna catch on.
Yeah.
Technically, we're
It's
right.
funny. Yeah,
What? No late fees? Sign me up.
Yeah,
hmm
I think that I know that's the one thing that I was always like, I was always the one returning those discs super late. This guy's probably hated me.
Oh man. Nowadays it's Redbox. You got Redbox these
Yeah,
days.
that's true.
Redbox is around. That's like eventually that's how it's gonna be for a lot of retail systems. They're just gonna be fucking vendors, and then you're paying
Yeah.
for like the physical person to like load it back in and fix problems that the computer can't fix itself.
Right.
Eventually, it's just gonna be like that. But here's the irony. This is how I imagine it. This is how I imagine that it's gonna be a huge dip in terms of like having the physical person being able to do or fix or whatever, right? Like do those things. It's very niche, right? But then eventually there's gonna be a big uproar when it comes to people wanting to have to talk to somebody, to have a actual
Sure.
person talk to about solving something. So like if you have some sort of like service problem with your Redbox or your streaming services and stuff like that, it is absurdly annoying to get just routed by some chain of emails or chain of like, you some sort of chat box, but all it is just this automated thing that program that reacts to what you say, and they'll give you the most likely answers, which probably isn't what you need. You want to talk to a fucking person to actually know if your shit's gonna get solved. Eventually there's gonna be a point where like there's gonna be a need for some sort of actual physical person that you need to talk to, And how they're going to do that without having to pay out the ass, I have no idea.
Right. You're just like,
No
you're
clue.
trying to return your porno. It's like, what? Post it everywhere on Facebook that you're watching this porno. Got it. It's like, no, wait, stop.
Oh, man. Hilarious. Be hilarious. Yeah, who knows? Well, I mean, we could always leave Miss Marvel Westworld, especially Westworld. Honestly, it's just one episode, and I don't have very nice things to say other than I just enjoy some of those actors, and I'm sticking with it so far.
Sure. Yeah.
So that's like really the only reason why I'm continuing watching it. Other things we could mention is about oh yeah, that's right. I've been playing Monster Hunter Rise. Getting ready for Sunbreak to come out, and I could like save that for later in terms of just like my impressions of, finally playing it.
Right.
Oh yeah, and was it D? We were talking about playing some old games. Oh, you're playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, right? That's what it was.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So how far did you get in that? You have it on Steam, I'm assuming.
Yeah, so I've been playing it for quite some time. Still on normal mode, but I just gotten to the point where the plate crashed, so I'm just trying to regather some things, and I just kind of stopped it there because I didn't get to see what was different about the original and the remake in terms of how do they get to the Shinra building. But I assume I'm going to be doing some extra missions. One thing I do like about Final Fantasy VII Remake is that Cloud gets to build more of a reputation aside from, his, shrouded past as being an ex-soldier. He also gets to build rapport as a mercenary, which I thought was a nice touch in terms of why they needed to expand on Midgar. Because it showed that Cloud could build a life for himself even after Soldier, and that he had something to fall back on to show that he was a jack of all trades. And that was something I didn't really get from Final Fantasy VII. It was more about unraveling his past and finding out, oh, he wasn't the Superman he said he was. But this time you get a bit of a fallback for who Cloud is. So even in the Midgar chapter, it's not like he just suddenly starts caring just because Aerith, that one part with Aerith. It's more like, hey, you get to see Cloud kind of become more useful instead of just being an ex-soldier and someone who's just nipping pennies off of Barrett, who's just trying to pay to keep him in Avalanche. And there's times when Avalanche doesn't need Cloud, so he could just run off and do his own thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, now I think about it, I forgot that, Carlos asked, what was Crisis Core?
Yeah.
So Crisis Core links to what he was talking about unraveling his past. So in the original, the reason why, remember when I mentioned that the second one, Rebirth, is going to go delve deeper into his sordid past and how he has incorrect memories of his life, and that's going to play a part in terms of where the story is happening right now, where it's he's going to have a lot of problems, more problems than the original, because he's definitely not going to know what's real and not what is real, in terms of his lapsed memory. So in the story, in the original, he's a soldier, ex-soldier, but really he's actually assuming the identity of a mentor of his, or somebody that he looked up to, named Zack. And Zack is the one with the original user of that Buster Sword. Well, actually, not really the original user. The one before him used it. He inherited in more of a traditional way, I guess. Master and apprentice type of thing. So the Buster Sword was then given to Zack, and Zack then, the spoiler alert, dies. That's canon in the story. and then happens in Crisis Core. So Crisis Core takes place on that storyline where you're following Zack and leading up to his eventual demise, which a lot of people kind of like, you know how like you have the spin-offs of other games and spin-offs of shows or movies where they kind of dip into, you know, parts of the story for their background that is just needed more story or context, or maybe didn't really need it. Like some of them didn't really need it. But then at least then this kind of builds the background for them. And that was with Crisis Core, if I remember correctly. That's Crisis Core. That happened on the PSP, I think.
PSP.
Yeah, it was PSP.
Yeah. So that, yeah, and that's being remade as well, I think. But yeah, a lot of people, or at least from what I hear, a lot of people like the story, and I mean, you know, I would say, yeah, I haven't played it all the way through. I don't think, if I remember correctly, I forget if I played the whole thing through. But it does do a thing that is kind of bad, which is of course now just a common practice at this point, where you make spin-offs, but then you're adding characters that don't exist in the thing, and then you start talking about things that are, you know, you never knew, according to you, you never knew, but then makes the story a little bit more complicated than it needs to be, in my opinion.
Right.
Like, I'll give you one example. So, the backstory between Sephiroth and his mother, Jenova. Jenova is a entity or something that is considered a god, but if you really come down to it, she's just an alien. Came down in Earth, threatened Earth, they stopped her. Now the company is using her as kind of a way to develop new technology. So, but then that's the thing. She came from space, and then there was another individual that then, of course, this is outside the original game. Now, like in Crisis Core, we're referencing that Sephiroth thinks that he was just a normal human, that he was not made from Jenova, but that's how he's later figuring out that he was made from Jenova. And there was a person that is a lot similar to him, that was the original, I guess, specimen. I mean, D, if you remember, like, I might be muddying up the story, but wasn't there a guy that, he's like in red, right, with brown hair? I forget. He's like the first soldier or something like that, or I don't know.
Yeah, so I'm not too clear on the lore. I know about Genesis, but I don't know a lot about the events of Crisis Core.
Okay, well, as far as I remember, Genesis is a character that... So, okay, Sephiroth is supposed to be, like, the perfect soldier. Like, he's, like, you know, the Captain America. Think of it that way. But he doesn't know that he has been created in this way. And he just thinks that he's just naturally this good. And everybody reveres him as this icon, this hero, right? But before him, there's another one that still exists in the story, who is Genesis, and he is, in fact, born of that planet, and is, in fact, powerful. And there's links to his lineage dating to what they call, like, ancient people, I guess you could say. Let's just call them ancients. So those people are linked to Aerith, which is, like, born of the earth and is also kind of, like, in some ways, magically attached.
Yeah, those, I remember that part of the lore.
Yeah, so then Genesis is like that, but then he hates, like, the modernization of things, let's just say, or the soldiers and all that stuff. Like, they feel like that he's, like, they're bad. Anyway, so, but he really is also kind of like Sephiroth, which, in my view, it's doing the whole Power Ranger-ish, let's clone the cool character thing. So, like, it was kind of shoehorned in. where like he didn't need to put the story in here. Like we didn't need that. We didn't even need that character, for crying out loud. So Genesis is just literally a red coat version of Sephiroth. In my perspective, in my personal view, that's all he is. But then they add in all this story to legitimize his character, and now he's the villain of Crisis Core, because he's like inherently against Shinra. Like even though he's employed by them or he's helping them, he just inherently hates them. So yeah, that in Crisis Core, like he's the main bad guy. He's kind of revealing all the story. That's when he like we get context of like how Sephiroth. I think. Okay, I could be wrong about this, but I think that's how Sephiroth finds out about his mother and how he's essentially a genetic baby. You know, like just a mixed up amalgamation of things, like to make them have the perfect soldier, and that's when his existential crisis causes him to fucking go insane, and that's how we get linked to Crisis Core, how we get Zack's story, and how it involves with Cloud, and loops back into this new remake thing. So that's Crisis Core. Yay.
Oh, no complicated at all. Thanks.
That was explaining
That
Final
was
Fantasy.
abridged.
Yeah, Final Fantasy is so like, dude, like you can't. They do too much, dude. They need to stop with making it more complicated.
Doesn't the
I mean,
remake?
it's basically become their Star Wars, where they just
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
For sure.
Right.
Isn't the remake directed by the same writer as or the same director as what's it called?
Kingdom Hearts. Yes.
I
Yeah.
could tell by the
he worked on
storytelling.
the original though. didn't he?
So the
Yeah.
first Final Fantasy VII, I think Nomura, he only
yeah.
did the character designs. He didn't do the original story. Yeah.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. Because I remember
No,
that.
because,
was
I'm
he?
thinking of who was it, Kazushige Snojima? I think he worked on. Because a lot of the staff on remake did work on the original,
Mm-hmm.
like Kitase and stuff. So
And I think Nomura is like background, right? He's not really. He's just more overseeing stuff. Like he's, as far as I know, that he's not as heavily involved with Final Fantasy VII remake as he is with like when Kingdom Hearts was happening in.
yeah,
Wow.
he's
12.
pulled in for a lot of different projects, even outside of Square. Because
Yeah.
even
Right.
at one point, he was working with Monolith to make some characters for Xenoblade 2.
Yeah, that got stretched thin.
And
I
he
mean, good
designed
for
the
him to
villain
be
for that.
involved and stuff like that. But I would say, like, you know, like maybe slow down a bit. Like, just like, you know, if they're gonna make something, like, make that really, like, you know, really, really well done.
He's like George R.R. Martin, right? Where he can't
Yeah,
stop making
yeah.
different things and just focus
Yeah.
on like the one thing.
Right? Yeah, it's just spread so
George R.R.
thin.
Martin is also working on the Jon Snow show. Apparently, that's not the book that everybody wants. Just to throw that out there.
Right.
Spreading himself more thin once again.
Yeah, I
Most
just
of
say,
what
I'm
he's
only
doing
saying
for
that
the
because
rest.
how sour of an experience I had with Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
Did you ever play any of the Kingdom Hearts?
Just 2, like
Nice.
1 and 2, but like
Honestly,
Same,
2, I think
yeah.
is
it's only
Same.
that before I even jump into 3, there's a bunch of other side games I should play.
no, don't.
I'm barely getting through Birth by Sleep.
Yeah, don't.
And
I feel like Birth by Sleep might be the only good game that they've made since 2, like, and that's ancient old.
Birth by Sleep. I'm gonna have to.
yeah, people tell me that I should play that one that I'm just not going to pick up. I'm trying to remember what it's called. It's like
What,
it's the one with the
358
virtual
divided by 2 or
machines and
something?
stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was it like Kingdom Hearts, like fucking not Key, but It was one
Exactly.
where they're all in these simulations, and I'm trying to remember what that shit was.
Dude,
Must
every
have-
story that they've ever done is just a goddamn simulation. Did you know that? Like, there's the mobile version. There's the one with the card fighting thing. I played that one on the, what was it?
Yeah, the
Game
mobile
Boy
one,
SP or some
I know
shit?
it had to be a mobile one. Man,
That was
one
aggravating.
crazy.
That was aggravating because you go through the whole thing, right? And it's almost like a carbon copy of what had previously happened. And all it is a goddamn simulation. Like, they straight up, like, tell you that. And it's
I
just
hate
like,
when they do that.
I hate it when they, yeah,
do
it's just so dumb. Like, what's
I'm
the
already
point of me
playing a
doing this?
simulation. Yeah.
Yeah, just making a goddamn original story, like, for crying out loud. And which is why I think. So here's the funny thing: I've never played Birth by Sleep, but I know it's better than all the other drivel that they've been coming out with that is associated with Kingdom Hearts. And 3
Yeah,
is
that's
just the
what
most
I've
is
heard
the
that too,
goddamn
yeah.
most offensive game I've played in a long time. That one was
I've
insulting.
heard they cut down on a lot of Square elements, and it's basically just
Just Disney.
99%
Yeah.
Disney.
Yeah.
Are there any Final Fantasy characters in that? In 3?
In 3? I don't know. I seriously stopped playing. The difficulty on that game was just mind-numbingly boring. You just pressing one button. I mean, even
Right.
look, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was easy, but at least we're entertained by Michelangelo's jig.
You weren't waiting for 15 years either.
Exactly.
Just to get that, you know.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's just like, it's just, god damn, I cannot. And then just living through other people's experiences just made me not want to play the game any further. You know, it was just insanely
Yeah,
disappointing.
I didn't play 1 because of the way that you were talking about it, but also, you know, it's also been like 15 years, and I'm like, I don't even care about this anymore.
Yeah.
Like D, I played 1 and 2 like in the early 2000s. And I waited like 10 years, and then
Yeah.
the next one wasn't out, and then 5 more years passed, and they're like, it's finally out. I'm like,
Yeah,
I don't
you know,
give a
at this
fuck.
point, I don't want them to come out with another Kingdom Hearts. I just want them to come out with a redone version of
Didn't they
Birth
come
by
out
Sleep.
with a trailer for 4? Or they
Yeah,
announced
they did.
4? Like,
Yep.
and it's like it's coming out next year, and
It's
everybody
stupid.
believes it, and I'm like, why would you?
I don't care. Like, you would, like, all the diehard fans can, like, pin me on the wall and crucify me. That fucking game looks stupid. To have them now, they're in the real world or something. I don't know what's going on
Oh,
now.
nice.
It doesn't
Excellent.
make sense.
Kingdom Hearts 4. It's basically Tokyo.
Yeah.
Great.
It's so dumb. I don't understand what they're doing.
I mean, you know, one of the many things that pissed me off about that game when they were just showing previews was like, okay, we've been waiting 15 years or whatever, and then they're like showing like the Hercules world again, like.
Yeah.
So we
it's
waited
the same.
all this time for
Just
the
to go
same
back.
thing? Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? And people
Yeah,
like,
it's not
"See
even a
how
different
cool the
IP."
Hercules world looks? I'm like, who gives a shit? Like, they've
Yeah.
been working on this for the better part of 2 decades, and we're getting the same world. What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Yeah, it's just, I don't get it. I just don't get it. Was it just like like, I don't know, maybe there's like a production issue of like, they're like, oh yeah, we have all these ideas. We want to see if we could do this franchise, that franchise, this planet version. And then Disney's like,
It wasn't even the same
we're
game.
busy making a lot of things. Here you go. No, 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 no. You can redo this one. You can do this one. Yes to this one because we're about to make a movie for that one. And then no to everything else. I will give the benefit of the doubt that that's probably the meeting they had, where Disney just stonewalls them on the things that they could be making some good stuff out of, and then they're stuck just redoing things, right? Like, I can't, like, I have to revisit the same world and then they're like, I don't know how to get out of this paper bag.
This paper bag.
which is
And sort of go
It
back
could've been-
to Atlantica
they could have
again
just-
with Ariel and lots of songs.
there's plenty of things to do in Hercules, like that you don't see in the animation, that they could have just took in creative liberty to say, hey, this world exists, or you know what? Let me do a fusion where it's like in the Hercules world, like there's actually a area that's a lot like Final Fantasy 12, the desert or something like that, and let's just make some sort of weird association. We're not gonna say it out loud, and Disney's not gonna know
Right.
because they don't have the time to actually go through and scrub through all that fucking gameplay. So yeah, we'll just sneak it in.
Right.
Like they could have fucking easily done that, but no. Like it's just like these redone, remodeled of the same goddamn thing. I mean, even the fights were like, as much of as a spectacle, and it's pretty, like you're just pressing one button. It was not like challenging even the slightest. Like I get you want to make it easier and accessible, but there's a difference between that and just gutting out the difficulty
Right.
or the
Right.
challenge just in general.
Just press A to or press X to
Yeah, I'm surprised that the Square is even continuing to make anything with Disney. To be actually honest here, like one Kingdom Hearts just nah. Like 3 was terrible, and I don't think that they're making any big difference here in the next one, or gonna try and go less Disney. I promise you is gonna get shoehorned in. And in 3, a lot of the stuff that they've been working on that's connected to Disney has been kind of crap. Like Avengers was crap.
Avengers was amazing.
It
We all
was just-
played that and had a fun time. Remember?
it was pretty tacked on.
Yeah. And then what was it? There's Guardians of the Galaxy got better reviews, but at the same time the gameplay
bombed. Yeah.
it's
Like,
still
it was good critically, but nobody bought.
right, exactly. And I don't know how they're still hanging on for dear life with Disney. I'm surprised that they are still even doing that.
Yeah.
You know, at what point do they do they stop, or what point do they, figure something out that's actually compelling? I have no idea. No idea. But at this point, the Square is super insanely busy. Like the fact that they're coming out with all these different franchises, like little franchise spin-offs with Final Fantasy VII, God, is a money-making machine for them. Seriously,
Oh yeah.
Jeez Louise. The most hilarious one is the goddamn what was it called? The Battle Royale.
Oh, I was gonna say. It's called the First Soldier, right?
Uh-huh.
You're just running around with guns.
Yeah. I mean, look, there are guns in the game, but at the same time, Battle Royale.
Yeah.
Ew. That is so, man. Not surprised
Maybe-
though, of course, but
Maybe somebody
hilarious.
pitched it ironically. It's like, wait, so what have we made? A battle
Yeah.
royale. Good idea. Get on it.
yeah, that would be makes sense. Somebody's just ironically pitching it. They didn't mean to, and then now they're stuck making that game.
I like
The guy,
He
yeah,
just
he-
keeps
he kind of
putting
did a monkey
ironic things
paw.
with,
Like he's like, "Hey, you said it.
we-
I didn't. You said it. It was your idea initially, and you're stuck with it now." And it looks like it's gonna make a lot of money. It's like, yeah, of course it's gonna make a lot of money. Well, we're in that business, right? And he's gaslighting the poor employee that came up with the idea. Like, it's all your fault. You shouldn't have said anything. But you were asking for an opinion. Yeah, opinion. Not a satirical, backhanded comment.
Right. Now get on working with that game.
Now get
You're
back
really
working onto...
You're really gonna
Now
make me
make-
make a whole game just to spite me. Yes, go.
That sounds like a sitcom.
Right.
That already sounds like episode 1 of a sitcom right there. Jesus. But yeah, like let us know when you get through the game and your updates on that. Sounds like it's gonna be interesting. I would like to hear your thoughts on is. Wait, okay. Well, what do you know so far? Because I don't want to, like, go. I don't know. Like,
I
what's
know
your...
something's up with those goddamn Reaper ghosts that just show up out of nowhere, and they keep showing up in places.
Okay. Well, how about this?
So,
When you continue playing the game, try to think about it in different ways in the sense of, like, what is it like for somebody that never played the previous game? Because you already have knowledge of the previous game, so you probably have a fresh, like, take on it.
the way Sephiroth talks is weird. Like, he's not talking about the past, but rather...
Yes.
Okay.
Right,
yeah.
right. So that's my point. So just I'm not gonna say anything. Let me know next time because I really want to hear your take on it.
I feel like there is something that's going to develop that's going to suggest that this remake is more than what it actually means.
Right.
We will have to talk about it.
Yes, we will have to go through it because I want to hear what you like if we're on the same thinking when playing it, and then at the same time opinion of it. Was it a good idea or a bad idea? Because I've been kind of going back and forth, which is why for some reason, like ever since the trailers and stuff like that for the new Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and stuff, like I've been having that itch to play the game, but then at the same time I was playing the DLC. And, you know, like, when I first initially played the Final Fantasy VII Remake, I was like, yeah, this is great. This is a great way to get into the series. Then I played the DLC, the intermission thing, and I'm like, oh, okay, maybe this is a bad idea. Like, don't play this game, please. Just, if you're not a fan or a fan of it already, like, go, find, like, yeah, like, if you never played it before, don't get into it now, because it's not going to make a lot of sense. So, but I would like to hear what D has to say, though.
It'll be a fun journey for you. Rest of these games.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, already me trying to explain Crisis Core was like quite a novel, wasn't it?
Yeah, honestly, I got lost halfway through your explanation. I started, taking my phone.
There's no way. There's no way I could explain it in any better. I can't. There's just no way. Like, it's just too much.
The best you're gonna get?
We definitely need a sketch where, you dress up as, Morpheus and you're like, nobody can be told what the Final Fantasy is. Experience.
Yeah. Everybody's still asking, why is it called Final Fantasy?
200 hours later.
Every Final Fantasy is the final of the fantasies. I don't even think there's ever actually, I need to look it up. I wonder if somebody has an explain all of Final Fantasy, like an actual timeline. Really, like to
I'm
actually.
sure that's the thing, yeah.
Explain the details, but in a way that sets it up in a way like this is how like the first one went, not timeline as in like let's go all the way back to the prequels, like the prequel ones. Like I don't think that's a good one. Like I don't think that would be a good way to explain it because like you gotta understand like why the first one was good comparably to all the other games that were currently out at the time, because that's like the big difference, that why Final Fantasy VII like that hit such an accord for just storytelling in RPG. Just the prequels do not do it service. Anyways, cool. There's really not much else because we could save Miss Marvel and Westworld for next week. More to talk about, I guess, like when D gets more into Final Fantasy VII next week. If we get around Dying Light, we'll see if we get through that, and then talk about that next week potentially.
I'll be back on the 11th.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You right. I forgot you did mention that. So yeah, Deez will not be with us next week. He will
Oh.
be off with family.
Oh, nice. Yeah, July
So-
4th,
July
right?
4th,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah. I'm gonna be
So-
having a cookout, so I'll be
Nice.
But
Yeah,
we
yeah.
celebrate how proud we are of our country.
Oh, mostly I'm just there just to see some loving faces and just say hello
Yeah.
to some people.
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
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 It's more of like a good excuse to visit family.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's a good
Yeah.
food.
Ah, that reminds me. Me and Brenda have been mulling the idea of some sort of barbecue type of thing since the sun has been, decent.
Nice.
Yeah. But more to that some other day. I'll mention it.
Yeah.
But anyways, so yeah, we'll go over some stuff next week. Either case, we'll just miss out on D, and then maybe by the time that the next week rolls out, which would then be 97. Haha. Episode 97, he talks about Final Fantasy 7.
Yeah, we know it. Thought it's 96 because
sweet.
this one is 95.
Yeah, we're 95. And then
but when
next
he
week's
comes back, it's
96
97.
and 97. Yeah. It'd be ironically well fitted. Oh, my last bit is that they should make they should make like a remade version of Final Fantasy 7, but with like keeping how weird chibi the little like characters were.
Oh yeah, aren't they doing that on mobile? Where it has,
Oh, they are?
like, extra costumes
Yeah.
for the battle. Yeah, they're doing. I think it's called Ever Crisis. You can look it up.
Oh,
It's
Oh.
gonna be
so
bad.
wait a minute. You mean to tell me Carlos can play the original, but remade
Switch?
on the
With
mobile?
the shiny new coat of paint.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, that's
Well, there you go.
interesting. Huh.
the
I mean,
remake
just
that I
play the
was.
fucking Final Fantasy 7 on PS4
Yeah.
or whatever, where you can like
that's
speed
true.
everything up.
Oh
Ah.
yeah. Oh yeah, you can speed everything up. What other features did they have down there? Is that
I
it?
don't know. That's the
Damn.
only one I remember.
Okay, I'll look up Ever Crisis to see if they have similar features like that too. Cause like apparently if D's right, then that means what I saw was like they redid the models, like so the
okay.
backgrounds are redone, like it's fresh, like, but it's exactly the original. In other words, it's not remake.
So what people wanted in the
I
first
don't-
place from
Like
Yeah,
most
exactly.
of the cosmetics are just going to be for changing battle models. So you can get
Right.
different outfits for characters, but that's like completely cosmetic.
Mm.
Oh.
Interesting. Huh. Well, there you go. They're making it, or they already did. Or
Interesting.
wait, when is it coming out? Ever?
I thought it was due this year, but I have to check the release date again. It's probably due for 2023.
I see. Why
I
do
honestly
they have to
kinda
make
wonder
these
how-
stupid names? Ever Crisis. Can you just call it a?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, like why? Yeah, it's coming 2022. It doesn't say when. Oh, it's free. Nice.
There you go.
Even
That's
more.
the version to get then.
Yeah,
The
that
free
is.
one.
Yeah, exactly.
Worth every penny. Actually, I've always wondered how playable the original is, just in its pretty much original configuration.
Oh yeah, it's probably fine. Oh yeah, this is actually really. I'm looking at some pictures on it. It's pretty. Wow.
Ever Crisis is called.
Yeah, this is. Huh.
Let's see.
Interesting.
Ever Crisis. Very nice.
Yeah, it's pretty much the exact same game,
yeah.
but it's
It just-
actually remade. Like, as in the models are, redone. They still have the chibi version, and the what looks like it's. I don't know if it's pre-rendered backgrounds, but it looks like pre-rendered backgrounds.
Persona Ever Crisis. So
Or some of it does.
Final Fantasy Remake Intergrade. Is there anything special about Intergrade that's different from the original release of Remake?
Intergrade.
Yuffie's
That one,
original
yeah,
chapter to it.
that one's with the DLC. Yeah.
Okay.
So that remember how I was like, hey, yeah, Final Fantasy 7. It's a good time to get into it. And then Integrate came out, and then I was all like, okay, they're acknowledging all the bad parts of the spin-offs.
Okay.
So that's where I'm like, I'm really caught in the middle right now, where it's like, I don't know where the series is going right now. Like, so like they're acknowledging things that I wished I never remembered. You know, and then but then you know like, yeah, bad. So it's a little too early to say right now because the trilogy it's gonna be a trilogy. The second one's coming out, and then there's a third. So who knows? It could be like either it's like really good or it's gonna be really bad. Yeah.
So this Ever Crisis would be basically the original game, but just
with
like
just
with
looking good.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
looking
That
good,
actually
playing
sounds
good. So
Yeah. Especially if it's like the original story, because
right, yeah,
we'll talk about it later.
yeah, for sure. All right, then we will check you guys out later. Thank you for coming along. I appreciate it. It's been fun. It's been hilarious. It's been sad sometimes, but hey, you know that sometimes like not everything's gonna come out great. But yeah, good times. We'll catch up again next week. Well, yeah, we'll see next week. We'll find out if next week is a viable time. If anybody else also has things that come up, because I didn't actually remember about July 4th. Like that's literally the last thing I think about is like holidays like that.
Yeah.
And I know for a fact my family does this thing where like let's not plan ahead and then just suddenly just dump it on you over the weekend before it happens. So I have a feeling that I'm gonna get a call at some point. What am I doing on July 4th? And I might have to if I tell them, oh, I'm doing this, they're gonna be all like, oh, right,
Coming over, we're having a barbecue.
Exactly. Yeah. You could do it, you know, show up during the day, and then I'm gonna come in and be like, ugh. All right, cool.
All right, Cowabunga, boys.
All right, cowabunga, all y'alls. I'll call you tomorrow. I'll text y'all tomorrow if you were gonna hit up some gamings. So
For sure.
yeah. All right then.
All right.
Okay, boy. Have a good night.
All right. Take care, fellas.
Bye-bye. And bye-bye, y'alls. Thank you for checking me out here on the stream. See y'all later. Hopefully the pigeons don't get us from the evil demons. Yeah. So I'll see you later.